Chapter 101, Collect some interest first. Water purifier is a life profession. Their role, as the name suggests, is to purify water. After the end of the world, all the water on the ground exposed to the air has a lot of bacteria and viruses. These bacteria and viruses are weird. It cannot be killed by the high temperature of the earth, low temperature, or even disinfectants. But it can be filtered. And the pore size of the filter does not need to be too large. Only ordinary PP cotton filter elements are needed. That is, a filter pore size of 1 micron can be done. That is to say, most of the well water is drinkable when the tap water cannot be delivered normally. If you are not sure whether your well water can be used, then water purifiers are your only options. The profession of water purifier is not rare, but its role is not small. This is especially true if the team does not have enough drinking water. As for the tamer, that effect is more obvious. Beast tamer, a profession that can contract different mutant beasts according to its own spiritual power. Limited to mutant beasts that are not seriously eroded by the power of the abyss. Animal trainers are not the kind of animal trainers who use whips to train lions and tigers before the end of the world. Instead, he is a beast tamer who signed a spiritual contract with mutant beasts by relying on his own abilities. Their physical fitness is the same as that of Cangyun, which can only strengthen their vitality and spiritual power. As long as your spiritual power is high enough, you can have enough contracted beasts. It's just that when contracting mutant beasts, there are not only restrictions on the types of monsters. These contracted mutant beasts will also be injured and disabled. Mutant beasts after injuries and disabilities cannot eat monster corpses to heal their wounds like Lu's battle pet. It can only be recovered through healing techniques and herbs refined by alchemists. In other words, unless they can contract a powerful mutant beast. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness can only be considered average. Seeing Xiao Manli's occupation, Lu smiled. Sure enough, the women who are related to the protagonist are not ordinary people. Even the protagonist's ex-girlfriend is no exception. Xiao Manli is an animal trainer? Hehe, that's fine too. In this case, then you can clean up. Xiao Manli, you come with me first. The hotel where Luu was staying did not prepare many women's things. So they can bring their own, which saves Luu a lot of trouble. Hearing Luu's words, Su Fei stood up quickly. Without thinking too much, Xiao Manli followed Luu to the next bedroom, then turned and closed the door. Master Lu. Okay. Luu nodded, turned around and looked at the woman in front of him. Don't you want to follow me? Show some sincerity. Ah. Xiao Manli was taken aback for a moment, and then she was a little surprised. Young Master Lu, you don't think it's just now? Although she has not experienced men, she has done a lot of research on men. Of course she can understand the meaning of Luu's words. I was a little tired just now, I want to relax. Luu raised Xiao Manli's chin playfully. What? Do you want to go back on your word? Of course not. Xiao Manli said quickly, but didn't you still dislike the smell on my body before? I don't have the conditions to take a bath these days. It's okay, I'll charge some interest first. Interest? Xiao Manli froze again, a little unresponsive. Until she saw Luu handing over a bottle of mineral water, a toothbrush, and a toothpaste. Take it and rinse your mouth. As soon as the words came out, Xiao Manli understood in seconds. But instead of refusing, she took these things and smiled at Luu. Okay, young Master Lu, wait for me for 2 minutes. Xiao Manli is Chu Feng's ex-girlfriend, let alone Chu Feng is dead now. Even if Chu Feng is not dead, she has no resistance to Luu. After all, the protagonist's ex-girlfriend is tailor-made for the villain's rich second generation. So when Luu asked her to do this kind of thing, not only did she not refuse at all, but she was very happy in her heart. Even the previous worries about whether Luu would silence him all disappeared. For her, this is an equivalent exchange. Only when Luu agrees to such an exchange, will she feel at ease. As for why she is so open, she is still a baby? This problem is actually not particularly complicated. It's true that Xiao Manli is a gold digger. But gold diggers have a characteristic, that is, they are relatively precocious. And they have their own set of mate selection criteria. Because of her experience when she was a child, she understood how important it is to find a good man. So in high school, Xiao Manli was studying hard. She thought that even if she wanted to find a rich second generation, she couldn't find a rich second generation who couldn't even go to college. The rich second generation with a high degree of education is what she pursues. It's just that her learning talent is limited, so she couldn't get into a good university, and she was only admitted to Yanqing University in the end. With no other choice, she could only look for the possible rich second generation in this university. As a result, most of the school suitors did not meet her mate selection criteria. Either too ugly, or not rich enough. Occasionally, someone who is pleasing to the eye will go after Cangyun. On the contrary, it was a bunch of poor dicks who greeted her well. Facing these people, she greeted them with a smile on the surface, but in fact she didn't feel cold about them at all. Among the many suitors, Chu Feng is the only one who is pleasing to the eye. So she began to ride a donkey to find a horse. Because she woke up early and knew how important a woman's first time is to a man. So for her own future, it is naturally impossible for her to have anything to do with Chu Feng. Until Liu appeared. That is to say, she likes rich, powerful, handsome, and capable men like Liu. As long as Liu is strong enough, she will not have second thoughts about Liu. Of course, since the two have not been in contact for a long time now. So her current betrayal rate is still a bit high, a full 44%. As for why Liu didn't touch Li Wanning? Because Li Wanning just experienced a human killing each other. A large number of survivors died tragically. Chu Feng and Shen Bin also died in front of her. So Liu needs to take care of her emotions. Otherwise, if you can't let go of your body and mind, it's meaningless. But for Xiao Manli, he was not so sympathetic. When the monsters are scattered, it is normal to charge her a little interest. It's just that Liu never expected that the guy named Xiao Fan would be a blackened protagonist. And at this time, he has sneaked into the school under the cover of the monster group. With the oral communication between Liu and Xiao Manli, time passed by every minute. Looking at the hole and the dormitory that were knocked open by the Earth Dragon, Xiao Fan couldn't help admiring in his heart. Fortunately, these monsters have no interest in me, otherwise I will be like them and become the rations of these guys. Xiao Fan rejoiced secretly, and didn't have time to think about it. Quickly search for survivors to inquire about news. Soon, he found 2 survivors who were hiding. Both survivors were girls. When a large number of monsters came in, they had no time to run, so they could only hide in the corner of the bedroom and shiver. Unexpectedly, he survived on the little food left in the dormitory. After some simple questioning, Xiao Fan knew that there were 2 girls inside. Hello, 2 beauties, do you know a rich second generation named Liu in your school? Liu. You, what are you looking for him for? In the room, the 2 girls froze. They didn't know how the young man in front of them appeared here. I don't even know why this young man is looking for Liu. It seems that you know each other? It's easy to know. Have you seen him in the past 2 days? See you, what's the matter? What? Have you seen it? Hearing this, Xiao Fan was stunned instead. Chapter 102 Liu is my boyfriend. When Xiao Fan came to Liu school before, he always came in from the main entrance of the school in the evening. He has been to Liu's classroom and dormitory, but has not found any news about Liu. This information made him think for a while, was Liu killed by a monster? But I didn't expect that this time I followed these large numbers of monsters to the back door of the school. Someone actually said they met him? Hearing what the 2 girls said, Xiao Fan was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hehe, tell me his whereabouts, these food and water are yours. As he said that, Xiao Fan took out 2 bottles of mineral water and 4 bags of bread, and put them on their window. Seeing that Xiao Fan wanted to give food, how could the 2 girls care about other things? He directly told Xiao Fan about Liu's situation in detail. 5 days ago? Okay, I got it. This is your reward. Xiao Fan nodded thoughtfully after listening. After handing these things to the 2 girls, they walked deep into the school. In order to avoid other people's attention, Xiao Fan's movement speed is not fast. Along the way, he used various bunkers to hide his figure. But relying on his awakening ability and the bag of food, Xiao Fan still quickly determined Liu's approximate location from the mouths of other survivors. Liu is a dandy rich second generation, and has his own younger brother by his side. Of course Xiao Fan wouldn't just rush over and confront Liu head on. So he found a bunker far away, and observed it with the telescope prepared in advance. Xiao Fan is very patient. It can be seen from the fact that he waited for more than 10 days to get revenge on Wang Shen. But this time he waited for Liu in less than 2 hours. When Liu finished collecting Xiao Manli's interest, the monsters outside had almost finished eating the corpse and wandered around. He didn't do anything else, first taught Xiao Manli how to use his abilities, and then brought Xiao Manli and the others to join Li Wanning. At this time, Liu had already cooperated with Wei Jianjun and other survivors to clean up the monsters on the road. Li Wanning and Xiao Manli stood behind him, and the group was discussing something. Seeing the 2 women beside Liu, Xiao Fan, who was holding a telescope, swallowed subconsciously. My god, are these 2 women so beautiful? Tisk tisk, it's a waste to leave 2 such top-quality women to this wasteful rich second generation. In the minds of most of the protagonists, the rich second generation is nothing but trash. There's nothing wrong with that. Although due to the end of the world, Xiao Manli and Li Wanning looked very tired and looked very bad. But that's not something that ordinary vulgar fans can compare. Xiao Manli's long legs, Li Waning's S-curve. Coupled with the exquisite facial features and unique temperament of the two, Xiao Fan's heart was about to stir. For Xiao Fan, the best way to avenge his revenge. In addition to torturing the other party to the point of bruising, he slept with his most beloved woman in front of the enemy. Just like Zhou Yan before. But compared to these two women, Zhou Yan's figure and appearance are almost like rotten cabbage in the sewer. Hey? That's it. Xiao Fan was admiring the figures and beauty of the two women. Suddenly, he discovered something that surprised him. This idiot actually has two battle pets and a very sharp sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan frowned. The opponent has many people, unique abilities, and such good equipment. It's a little tricky. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Fan immediately frowned, with a happy expression on his face. Because he suddenly thought that if he killed this guy, it would not only be those two women. Even the sword in Lu's hand is his own? Think a little excited? There is more than one protagonist in this world. And they will all stand on the opposite side of Lu because of some fate. Lu already knew this. Whether it's the villain's halo or the villain's eyes. This information was clearly revealed to him. But Lu didn't panic at all. Because he always believed that as long as he was strong enough, everything would be nothing. After Chu Feng died, Lu's strength became much stronger, and he didn't have too much pressure on him. So after cleaning up the monsters, he prepared to bring everyone to join Cangyun. At this time, he was followed by Dai Lian and other survivors. There are more than 100 survivors along the way. Dai Lian and others did not form a team with Lu, but followed Lu's team far away. Presumably they felt that even if they just followed Lu, it would be better than staying in the dormitory and waiting to die. Lu didn't bother to ask them. Let Wei Jianjun and Zai Jin be on the flanks, and lead He Shui to open the way ahead by himself. Why did Lu want to open the way ahead? Because he gained a lot of abilities by killing Chu Feng. He hasn't used these abilities yet. So he needs to adapt to these abilities as soon as possible. Young Master Lu is so handsome. It's so handsome. Manly, I really envy you. Yeah, I'm envious too. Without Chu Feng, Dai Lian and the others distributed some food to the survivors in order to rush out together. Most of the girls in the team regained their strength after eating something. It was as if the danger had been completely forgotten. They all stared at Lu who was leading the way ahead with nympho looks. Although Jiao Manli looked at Lu with admiration. But she was better than other girls after all, so she asked a question with a forced calm. Envy? What are you envious of? Stop pretending to be a fool. That is. With the protection of a man as strong as young Master Lu, I'm so happy. Hey, Manli, can you tell young Master Lu to give me a chance too? I want it too, I want it too. Beautiful as you think. Several women chattered and whispered non-stop, just wanting to recommend themselves to Lu. There is no way. Not to mention Lu's figure, appearance, family, and background are top-notch. His current strength alone can give them a great sense of security. If it is said that Lu in the past needed to concentrate to give the monster a fatal blow. So now Lu can lift weights like light with his eyes closed. He didn't even need to look at 3 or 2 monsters rushing towards him. As long as you hold the sword in your hand, there is a feeling of the unity of human and sword. From which angle to stab, how much force is used for this blow, and how can you avoid the opponent's attack and kill the opponent with a single sword? All of this, Lu's heart is like a mirror. The movements are so proficient that they seem to be born with it. This is the effect brought about by the full level of swordsmanship proficiency and the green sword. Not to mention Jiao Manli, a woman who already liked Lu. Even Li Wanning, who was still a little nervous, was impressed by Lu's action of killing monsters. In the face of ferocious monsters, Lu often only needs to turn sideways to avoid them perfectly. Then the sword is like a shooting star. It was the first time she had seen someone so beautifully wielding a sword in actual combat. Boss. Master Lu. Lu, Teacher Li. On this road, monsters have been cleaned up countless times by Lu, so there are not many monsters. When Lu brought the survivors to the dormitory downstairs, Wu Jiang, Xueli, and others greeted him one after another. Wu Jiang's eyes lit up when he saw a girl among the survivors behind him. After calling the boss, he quickly walked towards the survivors. Cangyun hurried over and took Lu's arm. Not for anything else, just because she found Jiao Manli in the survivor team. Jiao Manli is too dangerous a woman, she will snatch Lu away if she is not careful. So you have to keep an eye on it. At this time, Jiao Manli and the others were all carrying a bag. All other daily necessities were packed into the suitcase and thrown into the ring by Lu. Seeing Cangyun's movement of holding Lu's arm, Jiao Manli didn't care at all, and instead took the initiative to say hello to Cangyun. Hi, Yun. Student Cangyun. Seeing Cangyun again, Li Wanning's expression was a little unnatural. But Yan Yun's attention was all on Xiao Manli, and she didn't notice Li Wanning's abnormality at all. Xiao Manli? You are still here. Otherwise? Who made me fall in love with young Master Lu just like you? Hey, do you want to show some face? Lu is my boyfriend. So what? Not only was Xiao Manli not angry, but she deliberately rubbed her cheeks. Don't say it's so chaotic outside now, you can't get married, even if you can get married, aren't you just a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship now? So. Let's compete fairly, okay. Chapter 103 The owner of the black car. Since I had a verbal communication with Lu in the morning, Xiao Manli now has some confidence. Because Lu knows that the halo of the villain is different from the halo of the protagonist. There will be no harem aura attached. Although as a tall, rich, and handsome villain, it is normal to have as many women as possible. But if these women are heroines, it must be a different matter. So Lu gave Xiao Manli a mission to persuade Yan Yun in order to sleep with more beautiful girls. Xiao Manli is a smart woman. At this time, she doesn't care if Lu has other women. I also know what haste makes waste. So she didn't brainwash Yan Yun from the beginning, but chose a step-by-step approach. Thus, the conversation just now occurred. Why are you like this? I won't tell you anymore, I'll tell Teacher Li. Yan Yun knew that she couldn't justify Xiao Manli, so she quickly shifted her target. Hey, Mr. Li, I knew Lu would not leave you behind. By the way, where is your boyfriend whom you met on a blind date? He's dead. Hearing Yan Yun's words, Li Wanning had a trace of sadness on her face, and at the same time became even more unnatural. Although she didn't like Shen Bin, they knew each other anyway. And after getting along for so many days, they can be regarded as half-friends. But when Lu cleaned up the scattered monsters and took them out of the dormitory, the bodies of Shen Bin and Chu Feng had disappeared. In fact, not to mention the corpse, even the head was swallowed whole by the lizard man. Seeing this scene, no matter how many lives and deaths she has experienced, there is inevitably a trace of sadness in her heart. Hearing Li Wanning's words, Xiao Manli glanced at Lu and dared not say anything. Yan Yun also knew that she had made a slip of the tongue, and her mood became depressed. Ah! I'm sorry, Teacher Li, I don't know. Fine. Shall we go and sit inside and talk? It is good. Yan Yun quickly pulled Li Wanning into the dormitory. Xiao Manli was also very proactive, and quickly brought a few girls into their chat. Lu sent Xiao Manli, so he didn't care about the intrigue of several women. After arranging some defensive work, start to formulate the next breakout route. Because there are too many monsters at the back door, even if the monsters are pulled and killed slowly, it is prone to certain dangers. And it takes a long time. So in order to save time, Lu planned to detour from the main entrance. What? Detour? Oh, if only there were 2 Gatlings at this time. Hearing that Lu wanted to take a detour, Wu Jiang, who brought a girl over, couldn't help but complain. As the saying goes, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. No matter how powerful these monsters are, if you get 2 Gatlings that can spray blue fire, you can definitely kill more than half of them. And it's safer than hand-to-hand combat. Gatling? Here you go, can you use it? What's the use of this? Load the bullets, wouldn't it be over after a chug? Hehe, to put it simply, I don't think anyone here will use this kind of thing except Brother Jun. I think so too. Okay, don't talk about these useless things, what about Gatling? Why don't you talk about tanks and fighter jets? That's right, let's listen to what young Master Lu has to say. Young Master Lu. Don't tell me yet. Hearing people talking about robbing, Wei Jianjun suddenly thought of something. Although we can't find the Gatling, it seems that other guns can be tried. Oh. Lu's eyes were slightly cold, you mean the police station? If we choose to take a detour, we will pass the street next to the police station. Wei Jianjun nodded cautiously, you can stop by and have a look at that time. If it is not occupied there, forget it. If it is occupied, you can buy some equipment. Well, if you're on the way, it's okay. There is no military area in Yanchinj, but there is still a police station. And there are sure to be some nice weapons in there too. If you can get these weapons, your team's combat effectiveness will definitely rise several levels. Although these things are taken by others, there may be dangers. But he has the eyes of villains, so he doesn't have to be afraid that his subordinates will rebel. What's more, I can completely control these weapons in my own hands. Thinking of this, Lu nodded thoughtfully. It's just that after deciding on this marching route, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Remember that every post-apocalyptic novel has the plot of the police station? And it is usually occupied by a gang of criminals? Then the protagonist goes to the police station to pretend to be slapped in the face for equipment or a girl. Could it be that if I go this time, I will also meet the protagonist? Not to mention, Lu really guessed something. Because when he was making a plan to return to the city, on the street not far from the Rhine Hotel, a very special battle also took place. This is a well-proportioned, handsome young man in a black t-shirt and black sweatpants. At this time, he was fighting a high-level lizardman with a bone cutter. On the ground around him, there were already several corpses of monsters. The young man is full of energy, but his movements are obviously a little rusty. At first glance, it was an enhancer who was not good at melee combat. But behind him was a black minibus. This minibus is different from ordinary minibuses. Ordinary minibuses, in order to facilitate ventilation and allow passengers to see the scenery, have windows on both sides. In this minibus, apart from the front and rear windows, there are only 4 windows on the left and right sides for ventilation. All windows are covered with deep reflective film. From the outside it is impossible to see the inside at all. But the inside can clearly see the outside. Other places are also all wrapped in black steel full of metallic texture. Even the car doors are completely surrounded by black painted steel. If you can get inside the door, you will see that this is not a simple minibus, but a huge RV. This RV is extremely stable, with bedrooms, toilets, and kitchens inside. TV, washing machine, refrigerator, all living equipment can be said to be everything. Judging by the size of the remaining space inside the minibus, there is no problem sleeping 10 people in this car. At this time, a window of the minibus opened. A pretty girl with twin ponytails was lying on the car window, waving her hands to cheer for the handsome young man. "Brother, come on! Brother, that's great!" Her voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of high-ranking lizardmen and handsome young people at the same time. "Hiss!" The lizardman spit out the letter, then bypassed the young man, and ran towards the pretty girl with an excited expression on his face. "Ah, brother, it's running towards me. Asshole, want to bully my sister? Go to hell!" Seeing the lizard monster, he wanted to go beyond himself to find his sister. The young man was outraged. Using his strengthened body, he saw the opportunity and jumped into the air. He hit the head of the high-level lizardman with a knife, and split the lizardman's head open. The lizardman fell to the ground with a crash. He was worried, and knocked on the other party twice in a row. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the monster was no longer moving. "Yet, long live brother!" The girl cheered. Seeing the young girl's childlike innocence, Lin Chen got angry. "I said, Zioxu, you've got it this year. Can you stop being so childish? Isn't that because you are so good, brother?" Lin Shui didn't care, her face was filled with a happy smile. "Oh, you girl." Lin Chen walked up to Lin Shui, rubbing her head with doting eyes. "Forget it, let them come out and collect crystal nuclei." Oh, yes." Lin Shui didn't dare to be negligent when she heard this, and quickly pressed her thumb to a sensor switch by the window. Drip, fingerprint verification is successful. As the intelligent voice prompt ended, an LCD screen popped out from the car body inside the window. "Please enter the number of crystal nucleus collectors you need to use." Lin Shui glanced at the number of corpses outside, and then pressed a 3 on the display. On the outside of the car body corresponding to the window, a secret door about 20 centimeters in length and width opened immediately. Immediately afterwards, 3 silver-white, fist-sized miniature robots full of metallic texture flew out of it. They look like spiders, but with the miniature propellers of drones. After coming out, I did nothing else. Fly directly to those monster piles and start scanning. When they scan for the existence of crystal nuclei, they will open a small hole from their body, stick out a drill bit from it, and precisely drill into the monster's head. Wait until the hole is drilled. They will use something like tweezers to clamp out the crystal nucleus in the monster's head and put it into the recovery bin that comes with the robot. Seeing the appearance of these robots at work, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Seeing Lin Shui's petite and cute appearance beside him, he smiled even more happily. That's right, his name is Lin Chen. Not only the owner of this black minibus. She is still a sister-in-law herself. Chapter 104. Lin Chen, 23 years old this year, has just graduated from university for 1 year. He himself has persecution paranoia, and he is a hard-working office worker in Yancheng. Since I just graduated from university, I have no work experience. It's easy to find a job, but hard to do it. Either think the salary is too low, or be regarded as inexperienced. So after spending a year in society, I still achieved nothing. His younger sister, Lin Shui, is 18 years old and is a senior in high school in Yancheng. Although he is not tall, he is loved by boys because of his petite and cute face. If you wear a princess dress and match her double ponytails, you will be a pretty Lolita. As for why Lin Chen became a sister-in-law? In fact, there is no particular reason. Just because the two are superficially half-brothers and sisters. When Lin Chen was 3 years old, his parents divorced. Lin Chen grew up with his mother. 3 years ago, his father failed in business, and his second wife ran away with the money in the account. Only the daughter Lin Shui was left to father Lin. His father felt that life was boring, so he found an excuse to send Lin Shui to Lin Chen's house before he died. And secretly handed over the life-saving private money he usually saved to Lin Chen's mother, asking her to help take care of Lin Shui. Who can refuse a 15-year-old, playful and cute little girl? Lin Chen's mother couldn't refuse because of her responsibility. Lin Chen himself couldn't refuse because of the other party's cute looks. In this way, the two brothers and sisters lived with their mother. Although Lin Chen was in college at the time, the two parties got together less and separated more. But during this short time together, Lin Chen obviously fell in love with this girl. But the lives of the two should have been ordinary. At most, when her younger sister grows up, she can marry a rich second generation who dotes on him by virtue of her cute looks, and then live out her life as husband and son. But a dozen days ago, things took a turn for the better. That morning, the end of the world came. Lin Shui is in school, while Lin Chen is unemployed and staying in a rented house. Others are lamenting the dense fog and fearing monsters. Only Lin Chen was smashed through the roof by a meteorite the size of a fist. The meteorite fell into my living room. Even smashed a hole in the floor of the living room. Fortunately, the place Lin Chen rented was on the first floor, so he didn't smash into other people's houses. Otherwise, this thing will have no chance with him. As for what this meteorite is? In addition to containing special energy, it is also a powerful super artificial intelligence. After he picked it up, this piece of artificial intelligence could show him some information. According to the data, this is a core energy stone from an alien high-tech chariot. Super artificial intelligence is implanted into this energy stone through space technology. Because of a huge star war, there was not enough energy when it was sent to the Earth. For it to work, it has to be fueled. And these energies can be replaced by monster crystal nuclei from this world. So it recognized Lin Chen as its master. Lin Chen helped it find the crystal nucleus, and it helped Lin Chen control a minibus. And use its power to carry out an all-round transformation of this minibus. Created a chariot specially used in the last days. Lin Chen drove this doomsday chariot to high school to rescue his sister. The two fled all the way here. By the way, bro, are we really not going to save other people? Seeing the three robots still scanning the monster's corpse, Lin Shui asked in a low voice. No. Lin Chen replied, we want to survive, this car is the key, what if someone has evil intentions and wants to steal our car? So until I become stronger, it's best not to save people. Well, that's right. Lin Shui nodded thoughtfully, however, brother, didn't you just say that you should be able to break through fighting? How do you feel now? It always feels worse. Cars need to be upgraded, and people need to be upgraded. They parked the car here just to let Lin Chen break through. Is that so? It's okay, I'm pretty good now, I can protect you. Hehe, I know you're amazing, okay? But I still want to tell you, be careful with the 10,000 years ship. Okay, you are right. So what shall we do next? I feel like we have to go another way. Switch? Why? The road ahead is so blocked that we can't get through it at all, and we can't be as reckless as before. Lin Chen calmly analyzed, if it weren't for the monsters on this section of the road, I don't know who cleaned them up. With the remaining energy of this car, it would be difficult for us to get rid of those monsters that chased us. Well, I listen to you. Let's go. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, 3 spider-like miniature robots flew back to the secret door of the black bus. Lin Chen got into the car directly, and after closing the door, he turned the minibus in one direction. Then drive towards the other side of the street of the Rhine Hotel. I have to say, sometimes fate is so magical. In Lin Chen's direction, turn right 2 kilometers ahead and there is a Baiyun Street. There is a police station in the middle of Baiyun Street. This is also one of the few official armed forces in Yancheng. But now the screams of a young man came from an interrogation room. Did I draft it, you bastards? Even if I become a zombie, I won't let you go. The man was covered in blue and purple, his hands were bound on the bench, and his bruised and swollen face was full of despair. No wonder he was so excited. Because he was going to marry his girlfriend. When I came out in the morning, I was planning to book a hotel for a wedding banquet, but I didn't expect the end of the world to erupt suddenly. They hid in Tibet, finally came here, and wanted to come in and ask the people's police to protect them. Who knew that most of the police here died in the line of duty to protect the people? Only a group of thugs are left to occupy the place. A man is just a programmer. The fiancé is a welcome guest at the hotel. The two went through ups and downs, and finally got together. Didn't expect to encounter such a thing? He will never forget the scene where his fiancé was humiliated by these dozen thugs. A good girl who is tortured is not like a ghost or a ghost. In the end, he was tortured to death forcibly before he could be relieved. The inferiority of human beings is fully revealed at this moment. If it is said that the blackening of ordinary people still needs a certain process. So for these thugs, it's like going back to heaven. They are born devils, the kind that have lost their humanity. There are now 16 people here, almost all of whom are serious criminals. Swindle, rob, bully women, even kill. In short, they are the scum of society who do all kinds of evil. The person with the least sentence is 20 years or more. After the end of the world, some of them awakened special abilities, and then attacked the police here. Occupy here. And use the camouflage of police uniforms to attract some ignorant survivors to throw themselves into the net. You won't let me go even if you become a zombie. Hearing the young man's words, the big tattooed man who was the leader of the mob gave a disdainful smile. Okay, when the monsters outside can't handle it, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Haha, you idiot. Became a zombie, are you still conscious? That is. Ha ha ha. Several thugs laughed happily. He didn't take the man's words seriously at all. But after laughing, one of the men suddenly thought of something. By the way, Brother Baio, that policewoman has been trapped by us in the dormitory of the police station for many days, right? Do you want to send a brother over there to have a look? Not in a hurry. The man named Brother Leopard had dark skin and a fleshy face. This bitch has some skills, we might suffer if we go in directly. It's good to send 2 brothers to watch her. Anyway, she has no food, and if she starves her for 2 days at most, this bitch will have to surrender obediently. Hey, Brother Leopard. I've never played a policewoman in my life. Thinking of the beautiful appearance and slim figure of that policewoman, the corner of the man's mouth raised a wretched smile. Don't worry, when the policewoman loses her strength, we will all have a share. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 105 Ken and number 039, T. Barrett, remember to call me. Thinking of that pretty policewoman who is usually aloof, she will be humiliated by everyone in a short time. The mob couldn't help but burst out laughing. This policewoman is not only in good shape, but also beautiful. And he can fight well. Before the end of the world, at least half of the 16 thugs here were caught by this policewoman. Under the double suppression of law and force, they dare not shout in front of this policewoman. But after the end of the world, the awakened became the mainstream. Fighting ability is no longer the only criterion for measuring a person's strength. So they turned against the wind. The leader of this group of prisoners was named Su Bao. Being able to stand out from a dozen thugs naturally has its own unique ability. He has been in the society since he was a child, fighting and bullying men and women are common things. In his short life, 2/3 of his time was spent in prison. His ability to awaken is very special, and has nothing to do with his size, appearance, or occupation. It's the spiritual department. Yes, mind control is his ability. After discovering that he had awakened this ability, Su Bao thought about breaking out of prison. As a result, after controlling the prison guards and getting the key out, they found that the outside had become a mess. A large number of prison guards were killed and injured. He immediately found an opportunity in a hurry and released all the other thugs. Then led these thugs to the police station and occupied the weapon depot here. With these hot weapons, no matter how powerful the policewoman is, she cannot be outnumbered. Thinking of the indomitable appearance of that policewoman, Su Bao wanted to press her down in front of him and ravage her immediately. But he dare not. Even if he had awakened his abilities and had a hot weapon in his hand, he still didn't dare. Because the policewoman not only awakened a powerful force, but was also immune to his mental control. So he could only rely on the long-range advantage of thermal weapons to trap the policewoman in the dormitory of the police station. Get ready for a battle of trapped beasts. Honey, how do you feel? Evening. In a room in the dormitory building towards the main entrance of the school. Cangyun knelt on Lu's body, gently stroking every inch of his skin with her white jade hands. This feeling. It's very comfortable. Lu closed his eyes comfortably, however, there is no water to rush on me, so I always feel that something is missing. Isn't it cool enough? Hey? It seems to be the case. Lu nodded thoughtfully. In the past 2 days, no one in my team was injured. Apart from finding crystal nuclei, Cangyun's ability is temporarily useless. So as soon as Lu returned to the dormitory, Cangyun turned on the cleaning function for him. All the purified dust and sweat were sucked into her hand, and then she gently threw it on the ground. His hands, which were as white as jade, immediately became spotless. But now there is no electricity, and I can't help you find ice or something. I didn't say I must. Lu couldn't help laughing, and said without raising his head, if you don't have it, then you don't have it. Husband. Okay. Do you think I'm useless? Why do you ask that all of a sudden? That's right. I don't seem to be able to help you now. Cangyun bit her lips tightly and said aggrievedly, I feel that Jiao Manli is more useful than me. Jiao Manli? Hee. Hearing Cangyun's words, Lu turned around. Looking at the pure and lovely girl in front of him, the corners of his mouth could not help but smile. This woman. Obviously she is very innocent, but she still wants to play tricks on her? Is it to find out my attitude towards Xiao Manli? But what she said seems to have some truth. Xiao Manli is an animal trainer. As long as you are lucky enough and your mental strength is strong enough, you can contract a monster with good strength. And Yan Yun? If it was before, Liu might still need Yan Yun's healing ability. But after seizing Chu Feng's sacred body, the strengthened bronze self not only has super high recovery power, but also can be immune to corpse poison of the same level. Other common bacteria and viruses can't even cause harm to one's own body. Therefore, Yan Yun's role for him is only to find the crystal nucleus. But you are wrong. Xiao Manli's ability can only be regarded as average, and your ability is even rarer. To envy her? There is no need at all. Liu's words were not pure comfort. Because the animal trainer cannot use the dark energy to restore the injury of the mutant beast. In this case, it will be difficult to beat the monster to the dying state before making a contract. Unless there is a healing superpower to help you heal your pet, or you can find monster cubs and mutant beast pet eggs. Otherwise, you can only contract some mutant beasts of the same level as yourself. How strong can a mutant beast of the same level as a beast trainer be? It's really not that strong. So what Liu said is also true. I don't care, anyway, I just envy her, and I also want to kill those monsters with you. Yan Yun pouted and said very unhappy. Xiao Manli gave her a great sense of crisis, so she wanted to be inseparable from Liu. You are a nanny, what monster are you killing? Liu rubbed Yan Yun's head with a smile, then took out 6 crystal nuclei from the ring and handed them to her. The 6 crystal nuclei are all black lines. But 3 of them are blood red, and the other 3 are grey. Here, these are the monster crystal nuclei accumulated during this period. There are 9 in total, and 3 are reserved for spares. You can use the rest first. If you really want to kill monsters, wait until you are stronger and have awakened offensive skills. Really? Of course it's true. When have I lied to you? Remember to use life type ones first, then spirit type ones. Yeah, I know, thank you husband. By the way, Xiao Manli can also use crystal nucleus strengthening. Can? What kind of crystal nucleus did she use? Same as you. Ah. Yan Yun was stunned, same as me? Then you gave me all the crystal cores, what should she do? I said, is there something wrong with you woman? Liu looked at Yan Yun curiously, you are my woman, of course I will take care of you first, why do you care about others? Liu. Hearing Liu's words of course, Yan Yun was so moved that she almost cried. It turns out that I still have a place in Liu's heart? And this status is still higher than Xiao Manli? Thinking of this, Yan Yun gently hooked Liu's neck. With affectionate eyes, he looked at the boy in front of him that he should have hated and hated. Have to say. Leaving aside Liu's illegal behavior on the first day, this guy still has a lot to offer. At least for now, there is nothing unpleasant about it. Moved? Okay. Then you will work harder later. You hate me, I ignore you. The touching emotions and romantic atmosphere were shattered by Liu's words. Yan Yun thumped Liu's chest hardly, and then stepped off him angrily. After coming to the bed next door, he gave Liu a vicious look. But any fool can see that she is very happy in her heart. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yan Yun's vicious expression, Liu was also in a happy mood. He also took out 2 bronze crystal nuclei and strengthened them. In the past few days, he also solved many bronze monsters. However, although the appearance rate of crystal nuclei of bronze monsters is higher, the number of such monsters is really limited. So Liu now only has 3 bronze non-attribute crystal nuclei in total. With his current fighting strength, it is difficult to consume all his physical strength in a day. So use 2 and leave 1 as a spare is basically enough. Ding, you have recovered a lot of physical strength. Ding, you have strengthened your body, and the result of the strengthening is, vitality plus 3, mental power plus 1, strength plus 3, agility plus 2. Ding, your stamina is full. Ding, you have strengthened your body, and the result of the strengthening is, vitality plus 2, mental power plus 1, strength plus 3, agility plus 4. Stamina is full? Okay. Bronze level crystal nuclei can already improve and restore some spiritual power. After using 2 bronze non-attribute crystal nuclei in a row, it is normal for the stamina to return to full. The same is true of Yan Yun. So it was another sleepless night. The next morning. Also a sunny day. Yan Yun yawned, followed behind Liu, and moved towards the police station. Yun Yun, why are you yawning all the time? Could it be that young Master Liu was too strong yesterday and you couldn't hold it? Yan Yun, dot. Next time you can't bear it, remember to call me. I can do it. Yan Yun, dot. Chapter 106. Is this electromagnetic cannon? Okay. What can I do? God can do it. Xiao Manli, what are you talking about? Listening to what the tall woman said in his ear when he walked to his side, Yan Yun's pretty face instantly turned red to the base of her neck. Why is Xiao Manli so shameless? Dare to say anything in public? No doubt. No one but Xiao Manli could tell Yan Yun the tiger wolf words just now. Although she has never experienced other men except Liu. But in order to study men, she read countless films. Am I wrong? Xiao Manli whispered playfully, with your current physical fitness, you can still yawn during the day? It proves that you not only didn't sleep all night last night, but also consumed a lot of energy. Yan Yun wanted to refute, but didn't know how to refute. Because what Xiao Manli said was the truth. The two of them did play all night last night, but looking at your shy look, you know I've hit the spot. Cut, I'm too lazy to care about you. Seeing this, Xiao Manli's smile became more obvious. Yun. What? Why don't you try me tonight? Stop coming. I won't give up Liu to you. Yan Yun looked at Xiao Manli with anger written all over her face. It's just that pure and pretty appearance, no matter how you look at it, it's a cute face. Xiao Manli didn't take it seriously. You can't do it alone. You care about me? Me? Yan Yun wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu's voice. Everyone, be careful, there are a lot of monsters ahead, those who have no fighting ability, stay put and stand by. Hearing Liu's words, the two stopped chatting. Those who had no fighting ability behind them also stopped in their tracks. But there are only two exceptions. These two people are the girl with dark ponytail, Dai Lian, and Liu's classmate Wang Chao. Perhaps it was the result of discussions between several people. After the others stopped, the two walked quickly to Liu. Master Liu. Seeing Dai Lian, Liu frowned. What's the matter? Young Master Liu, can I talk to you? Liu raised his eyebrows, then made arrangements and nodded slightly. Can. Dai Lian, the poisonous lady, was originally Chu Feng's teammate. But after Chu Feng died, they seemed to have lost their backbone, and they didn't know what to do next. Although they were also a little sad about Chu Feng's death. But besides saving them, Chu Feng's emotions from beginning to end were quite extreme. And the scene of mindlessly massacring other students made them feel very uncomfortable. So they will not be heartbroken because of Chu Feng's death. Not to mention seeking revenge on Liu for Chu Feng. The dead are dead, and the living must continue to live. So after discussing for one night, Dai Lian and Wang Chao came to look for Liu on behalf of them. Your name is Dai Lian, right? After listening to Dai Lian's narration, Liu also understood what the other party meant. Due to the early days of the end of the world, human nature has not been completely wiped out. Seeing pity for the other survivors, they wanted to take them to a slightly safer place. And want to team up with Liu. Yes, young Master Liu. If you want to lead people or form a team, I have no problem, but I will not waste my time protecting them, and I ask them not to hold me back. No problem. Dai Lian nodded. There is an old-fashioned community not far ahead, and there is a large supermarket next to it. I plan to settle them there and leave them alone. Okay, let's go. Liu nodded. Liu also knew that old-fashioned community, which was not far from the police station. There are only two 11-story buildings inside. It is surrounded by a wall more than 2 meters high. The only entrance is an iron gate with a small gap, which is as high as the wall. Compared with schools and shopping malls, it is obviously much safer there. In the last days, so many people can be brought to such a safe place. This Dai Lian can be regarded as the most benevolent. In other words, Dai Lian and his party temporarily joined Liu's team. Overtime. Afternoon, 4:30. Inside the police station. Hey, you two, come here and throw this kid out. Su Bao beckoned to the two thugs, and pointed to the young man who was handcuffed. He said it lightly, as if throwing people out was a very normal thing. This is true. Before the end of the world, they would dare to kill people when they would be punished by law. After the end of the world, they will be even more unscrupulous. Ever since Su Bao took over the police station, ignorant survivors would come to the police station for help from time to time. It's just that they never imagined that the once solemn and sacred place would become a devil's den. For some young women, they are of course insulting in every possible way. For some elderly women or men, their hands and feet were broken and imprisoned as food for monsters. Serve as monster food? Yes. Su Bao is indeed a thug, but being a thug does not mean that he is not afraid of death. Although they have guns, they also have a psychic and 2 enhancers. But the monsters outside are too scary. He is violent but not arrogant, and he clearly knows that these people cannot resist the attacks of a large number of monsters. So after cleaning up the police station, Su Bao thought of a way. Whenever a large number of monsters came and were unable to resist, they would throw out these survivors who only knew how to waste food. When the monster is full, it will naturally not attack other people. Needless to say, this method is still very effective. At least in the past 10 days, they used this method to avoid many casualties. Here we come, brother leopard. Hey, you're out of luck, kid. The two younger brothers came over with grim smiles, and first uncuffed the man. Then he pulled the man out. The man's screams were soon heard outside the door. Su Bao didn't ask a few people, but sat on a chair and took out a pocket watch-like thing from the trouser pocket of his jeans. This watch has no chain, only one pointer on it, the style is very simple. He frowned and looked at the watch carefully, as if he wanted to see some clues. It was at this time. Boom! A sudden muffled sound made Su Bao tremble, and the pocket watch in his hand almost fell to the ground. Other thugs in the police station were also taken aback. Because of the loud noise, it was deafening. To their ears, it sounded like a bolt from the blue on the first day of the last days. Fuck, what's the situation? What kind of plane is it? A bomb? No way. Su Bao also frowned. Guang, Cheng, go out and have a look. That's great, brother leopard. Two men with cropped hair got the order, and after a promise, they left through the back door with weapons. Because the scattered monsters outside were attracted by the loud noise. So they're going pretty well. The two walked forward cautiously, and after bypassing 2 streets, they soon saw what the loud noise was. It's a car. A black minibus in motion. It's just that it didn't drive towards the police station, but stopped after reaching a certain distance from the two of them. In the center of the front of the minibus, a metal secret door was opened. A silver metal gun barrel full of technological sense protruded from the metal secret door. The diameter of the gun barrel is about the same as that of a volleyball, and there are traces of electric arcs all over it. Behind the minibus, there was a monster lying on the ground. Visually, the total number of monsters is at least hundreds. The wounded, the disabled, the dead. A bloody smell mixed with burnt smell passed into the nostrils of the two of them. Car? Isn't it? Didn't those cars fail to start? Where did this car come from? Who knows? But this is definitely not an ordinary car. Look at the metal muzzle. Tisk tisk, Guang, do you know what kind of cannon that is? I don't know. It seems to be an electromagnetic gun. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 107 It Must Be a Treasure. Guang and Cheng are brothers in need. Also a pair of robbers. During the robbery, they accidentally killed someone. He was sentenced to death with a reprieve for his bad behavior. Later, because of good performance, the sentence was changed to indefinite. After being rescued by Su Bao, they naturally became Su Bao's younger brothers. Originally sent out by Su Bao to inquire about information, they were very upset. After all, there are so many monsters outside, anyone who comes out will be in danger. But after the monsters outside were attracted by the loud noise, they became much safer. At this time, the black car stopped not far from them. The monsters attracted by the sound did not attack the black car, but all rushed towards the corpses of the monsters behind the black car. The monster wants to eat the corpse, there is nothing surprising about this. But the existence of this black car made them look incredible. At this time, all cars will not start. Where did this car come from? And electromagnetic gun? The electricity is no longer working. Where did the electromagnetic gun come from? I don't know that. Go back and tell Brother Leopard. The two immediately made a decision. It's just that because the outside is very dangerous, they dare not leave one person to follow and report. You can only choose 2 people to turn around together. What? A black minibus. After hearing the reports from the two, Su Bao was also at a loss. Now the outside is in chaos, and any loud noise will attract monsters. Don't say the car can't be driven, even if it can be driven. It is also easy to attract monsters, and finally be overwhelmed by monster groups. Where did this bus come from? Forget it, Guang, Cheng, you two go out in police uniforms, and find a way to get this car back. Using police uniforms, trick survivors into throwing a trap. In this way, they are already familiar with it. Ah! Brother Leopard, why is it us again? That's right, Brother Bao, we've already gone out once, even if it's our turn, it should be Housie and Shale's turn, right? Stop talking nonsense, do whatever I tell you to do. Seeing that the two of them disobeyed his order, Su Bao's eyebrows showed a trace of cruelty. Compare with me again, believe it or not, I will throw you out together to feed the monster. As the only ability user in the team, he is also a spirit-type ability user. Su Bao has absolute prestige among this group of thugs. It can be said that it controls the life and death of everyone. So seeing Su Bao getting angry, the two of them didn't dare to talk too much. Quickly picked up the weapon again, put on the police uniform and walked out of the police station. Seeing this, Su Bao stopped talking, found a seat and sat down, continuing to study the previous pocket watch. Brother Leopard, how does this thing work? It looks like a compass. Seeing this, a thin thug sat next to Su Bao and asked casually. Because he and Su Bao found this thing together. After finding it, the two have been researching it, but they don't know what it is useful for. Who knows what it's for? But I'm sure it's a treasure. Su Bao said with certainty. This pocket watch-like thing was obtained from a vortex of silver light spots the size of a basketball when he escaped from prison. He clearly remembered that the vortex was right where the prison toilet was. I touched the silver dot vortex myself. Then it was sent to another space. It was a closed room. There is nothing inside except for 2 wall lamps and a bronze-colored box with quaint patterns. And this watch is inside the bronze box. The box is not very big, about the same as a shoe box. But it's embedded in the ground, and it can't be picked up at all. So he had no choice but to take out something like this watch. It's just that after taking it out, I still don't know how to use this thing. I think so too. The man thought about it carefully. You said this thing, isn't it a tracker? Tracking device. Yeah, look, there is only one pointer on it, and it keeps swinging. Maybe there will be treasures or something at the position pointed by the pointer. Hey, from what you said, it seems to make sense. Hearing the man's words, Su Bao's eyes lit up. He quickly laid the pocket watch flat and studied it. But depending on where this thing is pointing, you have to leave the police station? Grass. Thinking of this, Su Bao couldn't help cursing angrily. With so many monsters outside, what's the difference between leaving the police station and going straight to death? But if you don't leave the police station, this treasure will be useless, right? It seems that I can only find a chance to go and see it later. Damn it, didn't we just play to death with a woman, as for such public revenge? That is, if it wasn't for Su Bao's luck, it would be his turn to act aggressive in front of us. In the police station, Su Bao is studying the treasure he got. Outside the police station, Yueguang and Cheng, who came outside again wearing police uniforms, couldn't help complaining. The young man's fiancé was played to death by them. So they had reason to suspect that Su Bao was avenging himself. However, the complaints between the two did not last long. Because they saw a few lizardmen turning back from the black car in front of them. Don't look at them as thugs with guns in their hands. But the outside world is so dangerous. Once you encounter a group of monsters, not only can you not shoot with a pistol, but it is also easy to attract the attention of other monsters because of the gunshots. I remember that before, there were a total of 50 prisoners in their prison. It was because of the blind use of thermal weapons that attracted the attention of other monsters, and many of them were surrounded to death by monsters. There are only a dozen of them left now. Whoa, whoa. Between two people thinking. The sound of a wild beast biting its prey reached the ears of the two of them. Fuck, what's the situation? It can't be a big beast, right? The two were startled. Although the monsters who were attracted by the black car before have returned some. But this voice obviously did not come from the direction of the black car. It was coming from the other side of the street. If it is really a giant beast, they have no other choice but to use guns. So the two of them didn't have time to think too much, and quickly pulled out the guns from their waists, staring at the street ahead with nervousness. Next second. Boom. A skinny zombie was thrown out from the corner of the street. Next up. A huge golden-haired monkey covered with blood and minced meat appeared in the sight of the two of them. Followed by a giant bulldog with a lizard man in its mouth. The few lizardmen noticed the abnormality, and after rushing up, they were easily killed by these two monsters. Nima. See these two giant monsters. The two were stunned, and their legs began to swing unconsciously. Yueguang wanted to shoot subconsciously. Fortunately, Cheng's eyesight and hands quickly stopped him. Don't shoot. There seems to be someone behind. Someone. Yueguang was taken aback. Immediately, he saw a young man in summer casual clothes, with his hands in his trouser pockets, walking leisurely from the corner of the street. Hands in trouser pockets? Whoa Nima, is this kid so pretentious? Chapter 108. The young man is handsome, well-proportioned, and casually dressed. The clothes on my body are very clean. It doesn't look like someone who has experienced the end of so many days. Most importantly, it's so dangerous outside. What the hell do you mean by putting your hands in your trouser pockets? Do you despise these monsters? But when he saw that the young man was followed by two comrades who were highly concentrated in spirit, Yueguang understood what was going on. Hey, damn it, I'm scared to death. The ones who saw it were people. Yueguang couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he looked at the visitor. There were 5 people in total, except for the young man at the head and the two monsters. There are 2 men and 2 women. A tall man and a boy with pimples were holding weapons like an axe and a steel bar respectively. It seems that apart from those two monsters, the main force of the team, with them as thugs for the young man, naturally he no longer needs to do it again. The two girls, like the young man, did not carry weapons. The dark-skinned girl with the ponytail didn't look like anything special. But the student girl in a loose t-shirt and jeans is a bit intriguing. Although the student girl did not show her shoulders or legs, she even wore a mask. But she followed closely behind the young leader. At first glance, it was the young man's girlfriend. And judging from the girl's dress and walking demeanor, this is definitely the best, right? If you can play it. Thinking of this, Yueguang couldn't help swallowing. These two monsters may be their awakened abilities. Ah Cheng, hurry back and inform Brother Leopard of the situation here, and let him send other people to get in touch with that car by the way. Remember to go through the front door. I'll take these people back through the back door. Okay. Ah Cheng nodded, turned around and left without much hesitation. Ong paused, then took a deep breath. Pretending to look worried, he quickly greeted them. My friends, it's so dangerous outside, how did you get here? Ho ho. Seeing Yueguang approaching, the giant bulldog threw away the lizardman that had been killed just now without even thinking about it. Then he grinned at him, showing his fangs, and let out a low growl unique to vicious dogs from his throat. This is warning him not to come close. Seeing this, Yueguang quickly stopped, and while being wary of the vicious dog, he smiled embarrassingly at several people. I'm a policeman, and I'm in charge of collecting survivors who are alone. The police station is in front of me. Would you like to go in with me and have a look? Police station. The handsome young man in the lead raised his eyebrows, looked at the man in front of him with deep eyes, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems okay to go to the police station first? What do you think? I think so. Young Master Lu, you decide. We listen to you too. That's all right, this policeman brother, please lead the way ahead. Zijin, handsome hey, don't be so nervous, this brother is a good man. Hearing what the young man said, Yueguang raised a triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth. Please come with me, everyone. No doubt. The few people Yueguang met were Lu who came out with two pets to clean up the monsters. Although Lu himself has become stronger, he has not become bald. In addition, there are so many survivors who are not capable of fighting. The danger of trying to break out through the back door is too high. And according to the comparison of the number of monsters at the front and back doors, the time it takes to detour back from the front door is definitely shorter than the time it takes to clear the monsters at the back door. So Lu decisively chose to detour through the front door. Originally, after Li Wanning and others settled in that community, Lu was planning to bring a few people over, and first went to the police station to get weapons. But the loud noise earlier attracted his attention. So he planned to go to the loud noise to investigate the situation first. Unexpectedly, halfway through clearing the monsters, a man claiming to be a policeman suddenly appeared. Seeing this man, Lu really wanted to laugh. There is a saying that describes it well, wearing a dragon robe does not look like a prince. Lu had only seen it on TV before, but now he saw it with his own eyes. This guy was hunched over, with a wretched look on his face. It doesn't matter if the clothes don't fit well, but he deliberately turned up the collar in an attempt to cover the tattoo on his neck. Guy with a tattoo on his neck. What the fuck are you calling me a cop? Of course, the most important thing is, this guy has a full 95% betrayal rate? There is such a betrayal rate as soon as we meet, how can you make Lu trust him? Young Master Lu. As a former soldier, Wei Jianjun naturally noticed the abnormality, so he hurriedly reminded him carefully. There were 5 people who came out with Lu this time. Except for Lu himself. There are also Wei Jianjun, Wu Jiang, Yan Yun, and Dai Lian who is new to the team and wants to help. For the convenience of action, Shueli, Li Wanning, Jiao Manli, and others were arranged by Lu to live in the community mentioned by Dai Lian. Although Yan Yun has no fighting power, it can save time in finding crystal nuclei. So Lu improvised a team of 5. It's okay, just wait and see what happens. Lu lowered his voice and gave some other teammates a wink by the way. Except Dai Lian. The other few people also cooperated for a long time, knowing that the message sent by Lu was a warning. Although Dai Lian didn't understand, but with Yan Yun by her side, she could know a thing or two. Hearing Lu's answer like this, Wei Jianjun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After getting along for this period of time, the two sides can be regarded as having a certain understanding. Whether it's precognition ability or combat ability, Lu admires him a lot. So he is more concerned about protecting Lu. After hearing Lu's words, he knew that Lu also saw the abnormality. With Lu's current strength, as long as he can see the abnormality, it will not make the team panic when encountering sudden danger. Want to go to the police station to get a weapon? On this side, Liu followed Guang towards the police station. On the other side, Xiao Fan also launched his own actions. Since discovering Liu's whereabouts, relying on his special ability, he has been following far behind Liu's army. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the night to try out Liu's strength. Unexpectedly, after Liu settled everyone down, he brought a few people here directly. Xiao Fan was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Liu was doing at the police station. Now 2 of these 5 are his enemies. So he followed without thinking. In order to avoid being discovered by others, he deliberately bypassed Liu's course of action. As a result, he didn't expect this detour, which made him unable to determine the specific direction of the previous loud noise. But it doesn't matter, for him, as long as he can kill Liu is enough. Humph, I've been to this police station a long time ago, and there are a bunch of thugs inside. Xiao Fan's voice was cold, and after saying this, he immediately judged his current position. Since you want to come here to get weapons, then go to see the Buddha with these thugs. Chapter 109 One All for the People. Xiao Fan has been to this police station? Indeed. He is a blackened protagonist. This kind of protagonist is usually a weak chicken who is too ordinary to be ordinary before being blackened. But after blackening, it will immediately change. Become a calm and clear-headed tough guy. Take Xiao Fan as an example. None of those monsters would bite him, making him a real-life Mundo who could go wherever he wanted. After collecting a lot of supplies, it is normal for him to want to get some weapons. When he was inquiring about Liu's information before, he stopped by to have a look. After discovering that the place was occupied by some thugs, he didn't immediately think of a solution to these thugs. Later, because the distance was too far, he still had a lot of things to do, so he kept procrastinating. But now, he was glad to see Liu go in and bite dogs with these thugs. After thinking for a while, Xiao Fan immediately acted. The other side. Liu has brought several teammates and 2 pets, and followed Guang to the back door of the police station. Wang. Before entering the door, He Shui suddenly called out. Although the 2 battle pets could not communicate with Liu verbally, but due to the existence of the dark contract, 1 master and 2 servants have the same mind. Often it only takes a simple communication to understand the other party's mind. Hearing He Shui's cry, of course Liu knew what it had found. I'm really sorry, there are too many monsters at the front door, so I can only go through the back door. Seeing Liu stop, Guang quickly explained. I can understand. Little brother, you monkey, and this dog. I caught it along the way. Liu said casually. Oh? It seems that the little brother is not an ordinary person. Guang exclaimed, but they look very powerful. There are a lot of survivors inside, and if you bring them in, I'm afraid it will scare others. It's okay, I'll just let them rest outside the door. Liu didn't care and said, Xiaojin, He Shui, you can rest here, you don't need to follow. Wang. Squeak. Xiaojin and He Shui responded at the same time, and then they squatted and the other lay on their stomachs, and they really rested on the spot. Seeing this scene, Guang couldn't help but feel happy. Zindao, this kid looks very deceitful, doesn't he? I'm really sorry, I'm also thinking about everyone's safety. It's okay, the police, everything is for the people. After Liu finished speaking, he sent a signal to Dai Lian while Guang was not paying attention. Dai Lian nodded in understanding. Guang didn't notice this detail, and led Liu and the others to push the door in and walk deep into the police station. Everyone walked forward and soon came to the corridor connecting the hall in the backyard. The corridor entrance is generally slightly windy due to the temperature difference between the 2 sides of the building. This time is no exception. As soon as Liu came here, a gust of wind blew over. He subconsciously smoked his nose. Is this the smell of blood? Although those monsters will also smell of blood. But the bloody smell of monsters is often accompanied by some special stench. This bloody smell was not mixed with much stench, it was obviously only from fresh blood. In other words, this is human blood? Someone died here not long ago? Guang also smelled blood. But the smell of blood he smelled was mixed with a special fragrance? Guang was a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. Because now the most important thing is to bring these guys back to the lobby. 1 minute later, they came to the front yard of the police station. The back door of the police station is not directly behind the police station, but on the side. So when everyone came here, Liu and the others saw the monster in the front yard and a human corpse that had just died. Several lizardmen were still gnawing on the corpse. Other places were also filled with blood and bones, and the scene was extremely bloody and cruel. Liu glanced at it casually, and there were at least 20 human bones. The strong smell of blood, mixed with the stench of internal organs, hits the face. The purgatory-like scene and the unusually pungent smell made Liu and Wei Jianjun frowned at the same time. Wu Jiang's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but want to vomit. Yan Yun and Dai Lian covered their mouths and noses, and quickly turned their heads aside. Seeing the expressions on the faces of several people, Guang also showed a sinister smile, pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at them. What are you looking at? Let me in quickly. See the picture poorly. Seeing that the destination is ahead, Guang directly tore off his disguise. In Guang's mind, the strongest members of this group were those two monsters as tall as humans. Now the two monsters are placed by the back door by Luyu. No matter how powerful the remaining few people are, can they still resist their own bullets? Indeed. Luyu and the others are still flesh and blood, and they can't resist bullets with various abilities. But they are fast and responsive. The moment Guang just took out the gun, he suddenly found himself a little dizzy. When he came back to his senses, the gun in his hand had been snatched by that tall and strong man. Immediately afterwards, he felt his neck being tightly strangled by the other party. Boy, playing with guns in front of me? Are you awake yet? The axe in Wei Jianjun's hand came to Wu Jiang's hand at some point. And he himself had already locked Guang's neck, and put the gun on the opponent's forehead. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him, Guang was stunned. I don't understand what's going on here. Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? Why did the other party take the gun away the moment he drew it? Brother, don't. Don't shoot. Don't move around, or I'll break your neck. Okay, I'm not moving, I'm not moving. Feel the strength from Wei Jianjun's arm. Guang panicked and didn't dare to move a bit. Just then, Luyu's voice reached his ears. Dai Lian, your poison takes effect very quickly, doesn't it? How can there be? He sucked too much. Dai Lian said modestly. Her poison is excreted from the body through breathing. Now the toxicity is not particularly strong, and it is slow to take effect on awakened people and monsters. It can be released in a large area, and the direction can also be controlled through mental power. However, the most labor-saving way is through the wind direction. These were all taught to her by Chu Feng. Having received Luyu's instruction just now, she deliberately got closer to Guang. So this guy was inexplicably poisoned. Guang was dumbfounded when he heard Luyu's words. Poison? Was that scent just now poisonous? I was poisoned, so I fainted? What the hell? Before Guang could react, Wei Jianjun had already let go of the hand that was strangling his neck. Don't look back, or your head will blow off. Yes yes yes. Go and call the door open. Wei Jianjun put the gun into his trouser pocket and shouted softly. Guang is just a thug without awakening ability. Facing Wei Jianjun who was holding a gun, he dared not show the slightest disobedience. You can only continue to move forward with everyone. Luyu took back the weapon in Wu Jiang's hand to the ring, and followed behind the two. Soon came to the main entrance of the hall. Guang called the door, and the glass door of the hall door opened. 8 or 9 ferocious men appeared in everyone's sight. They drank strong alcohol and smoked cigarettes, making the entire police station hall into a miasma of smoke. Seeing Luyu and 5 people come in, 2 people immediately took out their daggers and walked to the door, blocking the 5 people's retreat. At the same time, his eyes were filled with evil and ferocity. Brother Bao, I'm back. Is this the best you asked Ah Chang to talk about? Seeing Guang walking in the front, Su Bao felt that something was wrong. But seeing that 2 of these 5 people were women and the other 3 men were also unarmed, he didn't care. After glancing at Luyu and the others, he finally settled on Yan Yun. Although Luyu had deliberately made Yan Yun wear a loose t-shirt, long jeans, and a mask. But sometimes, the temperament of a beautiful woman cannot be stopped. Just based on Yan Yun's walking temperament and exposed eyes, Su Bao has already concluded that this is a top-quality girl. Yes, yes, didn't you say there is a monkey and a giant dog? Put it out the door. That's good, keep these 2 women, and the others will follow the old rules, break their hands and feet, take off their clothes and throw them aside, just don't starve to death. After speaking, Su Bao waved his hand casually. For him, robbing people is already a breeze. These few people, except for Wei Jianjun who seemed a little troublesome. Several other students are not worth mentioning at all. But just when his 2 subordinates agreed and were about to step forward to knock Wei Jianjun unconscious, Luyu suddenly spoke. Don't you guys use guns? If you don't use guns, then you have no chance at all. What do you mean? Old Wei, Wu Jiang, just keep 2 alive. Chapter 110 One Shot One Child. In fact, before coming to the police station, Luyu had already guessed that the police station might not be peaceful. But he still came. Because he wanted to see, if he really encountered such a bloody plot, would he meet the next protagonist? Don't think that only the protagonist can find the villain. The villain can also take the initiative to find the protagonist. Just by killing Chu Feng before, he had obtained so many awesome abilities. If he kills another protagonist, wouldn't he want Rishan? So Liu came over to touch porcelain without hesitation. But now it looks like it is as chaotic as imagined. But without a protagonist? So. Kill all without explaining. Excluding the search supplies and those who are in charge of security upstairs, there are a total of 10 thugs in the police station lobby. After hearing Liu's words, they all looked at him with idiot expressions. Keep 2 alive? What do you mean? These 5 unarmed guys. Was it to kill 10 of their armed thugs? Although Su Bao wanted to prevent his subordinates from rebelling, only he, his cronies, and those who went out to search for supplies would be equipped with guns. But the 5 of you, except for that tall man, are all students. What can you use against them? What nonsense is this kid talking about? Ha ha ha, there are still 2 left alive? Who the hell do you think you are? Come on, brat, you have the guts to try to tease me. Swish. A cold light flashed. The grinning thug who wanted to go up and grab Liu's collar hadn't finished saying the word try, before Liu wiped his neck with the green sword. Liu took the sword from the storage ring too fast. What caused him to see Liu's King Z sword unsheathed after he realized that his throat had been cut? Feeling the scalding liquid gushing out of his neck. The thug held his neck in disbelief. His last thought in life was, where did his sword come from? His last voice was. Did you all hear that? I've never heard of him asking me to touch him in my life. Boom. The number 1 thug fell to the ground. I grass you. Roll. Su Bao has the highest mental power among all the people, and he was the first to react. But Liu gave a cold shout, kicked Guang away, and at the same time hit him with a wind blade. Guang was disarmed by Wei Jianjun before, and he was no longer a threat to everyone with his bare hands. So Liu didn't waste the killing time on him. Although Su Bao had enough mental strength, he noticed the energy fluctuations on Liu's body. But he is not agile enough. Liu's wind blade had already flown in front of him, and his body barely made dodge movements. Puff, boom. Su Bao was hit on the shoulder, and he flew upside down, hitting the wall behind him with a muffled sound. At the same time, blood gushed out from his shoulders. When the others came to their senses, another thug had already died under Liu's sword. Good and fast sword. Grass. Quick, kill them. Seeing that Liu injured Su Bao, he killed another person. Only then did the 2 thugs blocking the door realize that the gun in the holster on Guang's back was gone. Realizing that something was wrong, they immediately wanted to go forward and kill Wei Jianjun who was closest to them. But it was too late. Boom, boom. 2 shots were fired, and the 2 thugs were directly taken away by Wei Jianjun's headshot. After all, he was Chu Feng's powerful comrade in arms in his previous life. When he was in the army before, he was not only the king of soldiers, but also the king of spears. At such a close range, it is natural to shoot one at a time. A thug on the side wanted to draw his gun to fight back, but suddenly found a man covered with scales appearing in front of him. The speed of the opponent is very fast, and the claws are also very sharp. While one animal claw was holding down his holster, another animal claw pierced his throat. He looked terrified and incredulous. There is no doubt that it was Wu Jiang who made the shot. In the face of these scumbags who threatened his life, let alone Wei Jianjun with excellent psychological quality, even he went straight to the killer. Originally, Wu Jiang had never killed anyone. But the actions of these people have seriously threatened his life. Coupled with the chaotic order of the last days, after following Liu's ears and eyes, he dared not hold back the slightest. Turned on the transformation directly, and killed the thug who wanted to draw his gun. Yan Yun and Dai Lian took the opportunity to rush out, just in time to meet Xiaojin and He Shui who came to reinforce them. The 2 women opened the door with a tacit understanding, and then found a place to hide. 2 huge beasts rushed into the hall without any resistance. Bite, bite, kick. The entire police hall instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. Now this time period. Except for the protagonist and Liu's team, no one else knows the existence of the crystal nucleus. So in the face of Liu who is in full condition, where did they get the strength to resist? Although someone once said that martial arts is compared with a gun, the gun is faster at 7 steps, and the gun is accurate and faster within 7 steps. But that is only for ordinary martial arts practitioners. For Liu, who has wind powers and 5 times the mental strength of ordinary people, it is not worth mentioning at all. No matter how fast the bullet is, it still needs people to shoot it. After people's reaction speed was completely crushed. As long as the opponent's firepower is not intensive enough, Liu even has the confidence to dodge the bullet the moment the opponent shoots. Even if he didn't use the concentration method, he could still give these people a wind blade before they drew their guns. What's more, Wei Jianjun also seized a gun in advance. In less than a minute, the battle in the hall was over. Wei Jianjun, who got the gun, was like an ADC with Liashan outfit for 15 minutes. A kid with a shot. The hall of the police station was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The enhancer among the thugs is the deputy leader of the team. After a face-to-face meeting with Liu, he hung up immediately. Psychic power control. Sensing that there was a spiritual force trying to invade his brain, Liu put the King's sword on Su Bao's neck, and sneered at the corner of his mouth, "The awakening ability is pretty good? Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. Brother, don't kill me." Sensing the killing intent in Liu's heart, Su Bao immediately begged for mercy. And put the gun in his hand to fight back on the ground, raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. The few people in front of them not only have ridiculously strong fighting abilities, and also brought two powerful monsters? Most importantly, it seems that my own ability has no effect on this kid with a sword? How is this going? Su Bao didn't have time to think about this. After all, life-saving was the most important thing. Wei Jianjun picked up the gun and skillfully searched Su Bao's body. Seeing that there were no other living people in the hall except this Su Bao and Guang who was lying on the ground crying. Liu is not in a hurry anymore. Wu Jiang, besides that kid, see if anyone else is pretending to be dead. Okay, boss. Rhyme. What? For safety's sake, Yan Yun and Dai Lian walked in with their noses covered when they heard Liu calling themselves. Help me move that stool over here. Oh, here we come. Yan Yun obediently moved a stool next to her and put it behind Liu. If she saw Liu killing people before, she still had a little resistance. So now, she has adapted to the end of the world. Seeing Liu kill these inhuman thugs, not only did she feel no discomfort, but she felt a sense of joy. These bastards are lawless and cruel to their compatriots for no reason. It is simply a crime worthy of death. And Liu, who killed them, looks so handsome at this moment. He really deserves to be his husband. Not to kill you? Please give me a reason not to kill you. Liu sat on the stool and asked a question unhurriedly. I. Su Bao was suddenly at a loss for words. Because he suddenly realized that he really didn't seem to have any reason to let the other party let him go. But then he thought of something again, and quickly opened his mouth. By the way, as long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a secret. What secret? You first promise not to kill me. Hearing this, Liu narrowed his eyes. Fine, as long as your secret is worth a life, I can promise not to kill you. Really? Don't believe me? Then I'll kill you. Don't, I say. Su Bao hurriedly said, I have a treasure. Chapter 111 The Predator. The total amount of attributes strengthened by the black iron crystal nucleus is 3 to 5 points, and the best will be 6 points. The total amount of attributes strengthened by the bronze crystal nucleus is 8 to 11 points, and the best will be 12 points. Moreover, the non-attribute crystal nucleus of bronze can already help humans improve a small amount of spiritual power. Vitality, 55. Mental power, 52. Power, 56. Agility, 53. Enhancement level, Bronze Elementary. Ability level, Wind Attribute, Black Iron High Level. Villain Exclusive Skills, Villain Eye, Special Evolution, Villain Heart Villain Halo. Personal Skills, Sacred Body Berserker, Changed, Spirit Gathering Step Concentrated Warfare Swordsmanship Mastery, Full Level, Fighting Skills, Top Level, Axe Hammer Mastery, Advanced Level. This is Liu's current attribute panel. After Liu advances to bronze, the 4 attributes will not increase naturally. And because of the number of bronze monsters, Liu's attributes did not increase much. But his personal skills are so much more. In addition to the full level of swordsmanship proficiency, everything else is the ability obtained by killing Chu Feng. Needless to say, proficiency in skills, what is proficient is what ability you are good at. Concentration combat method, it is to enter a special combat state. This state needs to consume mental energy, so that the attention becomes more concentrated and the reaction becomes faster. Spirit Gathering Step, it is the ability Chu Feng used when escaping in the secret realm. Use the method of later generations to concentrate the strength of the whole body on the legs. According to the proportion of the remaining physical strength, the running speed of this proportion is increased on the original basis. The duration is based on the enhancement level. For example, a black iron high-level enhancer in full state can increase the movement speed by 100% for about 15 minutes. But the black iron high-level fortifier with only half of his physical strength can only increase his movement speed by 50%, and the duration is also about 15 minutes. This skill is not very useful, it is only used when you encounter a strong enemy and cannot escape. As for Berserker, Changed? Needless to say this. Chu Feng's last explosive skill. Strong explosive power, but also strong side effects. Chu Feng's ability is not a Berserker. This skill was independently developed for ordinary enhancers based on the abilities of those berserkers in later generations. Cooperating with Chu Feng's own sacred body, the side effects can be minimized. It's a pretty good skill. There are a total of 16 thugs in the police station, only one superhuman and 2 strengtheners. Now a reinforcer is on guard on the top floor. In the lobby, only Su Bao, the supernatural being, and another enhancer were left. It is basically impossible for such a lineup to compete with Lu's team. Because talent is something that not everyone has. That enhancer, even though he tried his best, almost reached the black iron middle level. The strength and agility are around 20 points, and he can only fight and fight, without any serious fighting ability. Faced with Lu, who was at the elementary level of bronze, top-level fighting, and full-level swordsmanship, he couldn't even take a single move. As for Su Bao, this person's ability is a bit special, but because of his talent, he can't pose a threat to Lu. Why can't he control Lu with psychic powers? Because if you want to use your mental power to control your opponent, you need not only a certain amount of time, but also a certain distance. At least the current Su Bao has distance and time constraints. The distance cannot exceed 2 meters. The stronger the mental power of the opponent, the longer it will take for Su Bao to control the opponent. And the most important point is, your mental strength must be stronger than others. Mental power is weaker than others, what do you use to control others? Although the supernatural powers controlled by the spiritual system have been awakened, their natural vitality and spiritual power are higher than those of ordinary awakened people. Even when using this ability, mental power will increase for a short period of time. But with Su Bao's current level, a 30% increase would be quite remarkable. Without using the crystal nucleus, can Su Bao's mental power reach 30 points? Certainly not. Lu's mental strength is different from ordinary people after time travel, and the guy with extraordinary talent is only at this level. Why would Su Bao have it? And even if there are 30 points, after an increase of 30%, it is only 40 points. How does he control Lu? Unless he is a master of the protagonist or the country camp, no matter how bad he is, he must be a master of the villain camp. Otherwise, you can only control ordinary people and abuse those awakened rookies. In front of Lu, he couldn't make any waves at all. At this moment in the police station hall, 10 thugs, 8 have died. Yueguang was controlled by Wei Jianjun who had collected his weapons. Xiaojun and He Shui are at the door. The other came to Lu's side to protect his safety. Su Bao was hit by a wind blade by Lu. Although he reacted in time because of his high mental strength, he was only hit on the shoulder. But as the leader of the mob, Lu must take special care of him. So as soon as he pulled out his gun, before he had time to aim, Lu's King Z sword was on his neck. After being searched by Wei Jianjun, he knelt down in front of Lu. Treasure. Hearing his words, Lu raised his eyebrows, feeling a little curious. What's the situation? How can this guy have treasures? Although the villain has his own luck, it shouldn't be so high, right? I just came to the police station to get equipment, but I never thought about getting any treasures. This is it. Su Bao didn't dare to be negligent, and resisted the pain from the shoulder wound, and took out the pocket watch from his trouser pocket with his blood-stained hand. At this moment, he felt a little apprehensive, and his hands trembled a little. Because he doesn't know what this thing is for. If Lu looked down on this thing, would he kill himself directly? However, after Lu saw this watch, he couldn't help being stunned. Is it really a treasure? Predator, tracking props. Explanation, this is a tracking item that only the strong can have. With it, you can track any prey you want, including humans. Note 1, this item is a tracking item. Although it does not require a drop of blood to identify the owner, the item or body tissue used by the prey is required when tracking the prey, such as flesh and blood, hair, feces, clothing, etc. Note 2, this item can usually be used as a compass. When using the tracking function, just put the tracking item into the groove on the back of the hunter. Tracking priority, body tissue is greater than the used item, and using the item to track may fail. He took the pocket watch over and held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully for a while. After confirming the information of this thing, Lu threw it into the storage ring calmly. The explanation is a bit much. In short, this is a tracker for the strong to hunt. In this last days full of bloody smell everywhere, the tracking ability of canine mutant beasts will undoubtedly be affected to a certain extent. This tracker makes up for this defect very well. Although this thing is of little use to Lu, it is better than nothing. Where did you get this thing? In a special room. Su Bao told the process of getting it. Okay. After listening to Su Bao's narration, Lu couldn't help feeling this guy's good luck. Can you encounter a secret realm even in prison? This operation is really weird. This thing is indeed useful, but it's not worth your life. Then what do you think? Well, you can answer me a few more questions. If your answer satisfies me, I will let you go. Hello, you ask. Su Bao originally wanted to scold Lu a few words, But when he saw the corpses and blood all over the ground, as well as the giant dog staring at Liu beside him, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and bow his head in admiration. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. This sentence is not without reason. Besides you, how many survivors are there in the police station? I didn't count. Liu frowned, didn't count. I really didn't count. Su Bao was about to cry. Said that he had never been so depressed in his life. As soon as the survivors arrived, he had his men throw them into the interrogation room. When there are a lot of monsters coming, or there are dying survivors, he will have his men throw them out. Everything is done by his subordinates, so why would he care about these things? Then where are they locked up now? Most of them are locked in the interrogation room. Where are your people? How many are there in total? 16. 16? In other words, there are still 6 missing. Yes. Su Bao replied honestly, 2 were sent out by me to search for supplies, and 2 were in charge of security on the top floor, and the other 2 were sent out by me just now. In order to save his life, Su Bao knew everything. Send people out to search for supplies, Liu can understand. After all, in the last days, materials are the key to survival. Those on the top floor who are in charge of security should only check if there are outsiders, or if there are a large number of monsters. Might have heard the gunshots in the lobby by now and took cover. But just sent out 2 people? Liu frowned. What are the 2 people you sent out just now? You should have heard the loud noise before? I heard that it was made by a black minibus, so I sent 2 people to check it through the front door. What? Black minibus? Chapter 112 The Crazy Xiao Fan. Before Su Bao finished speaking, he was interrupted by Liu's surprised voice. Wei Jianjun, Wu Jiang, and Yan Yun all exchanged glances with Liu. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Damn, is it such a coincidence? When I was at school, the scene where a black minibus pulled thousands of monsters was still fresh in their memory. Now here again? Are you sure it's a black minibus? Liu put the treasure matter behind him and asked his doubts. Guang, that's how you reported it to me. Su Bao grinned in pain, but still answered Liu's question honestly. He didn't know why Liu and the others were so awesome. I don't know how Liu, a student, is so ruthless. But he knew that when facing a stronger, more ruthless, and calmer guy than himself, only by being obedient can you save your life. It looks like it should be the car from before. Liu muttered to himself. From the apocalypse to the present, except for the black minibus, Liu has never seen any other vehicles that can be started. So Liu has reason to believe that this is the same car. But why is this black minibus here? Is it? Liu thought of a possibility, and then looked at Guang. You are Guang, right? Yes, yes. Your boss, is what you said just now true? Hearing Liu's question, Guang nodded in fear. It's true. Ah, that's good. Now, can you let us go? Su Bao clenched his teeth. Of course can. Liu stood up slowly. Old Wei, take Guang away, this guy may still be useful. Guang was poisoned and kicked by Liu. In this state, he no longer has much fighting ability. So Liu was going to keep him and ask him for some other information. It is good. Wei Jianjun nodded, kicked Guang on the head, get up for me. At the same time, handsome He next to him suddenly rushed towards Su Bao. It opened its mouth full of fangs, biting Su Bao frantically. Seeing this scene, several teammates who were familiar with Liu's work style were not too surprised. Guang has been frightened silly. What? Su Bao desperately resisted the attack of the giant bulldog, yelling and cursing loudly, you idiot, little bastard, you don't keep your word. Not trustworthy? Who said I was not trustworthy? You said you let me go. Did I kill you? Didn't I? My mutated dog is wild and unruly. It wants to kill you. What can I do? I can't hold it back at all. Liu shrugged and said with a helpless face. Did I draft it? Fuck me. Hearing Liu's rascal words, Su Bao really wanted to scold her. Because he was the one who treated others like this in the past, but he didn't expect it to be his turn now. It's really a good reincarnation, who will the heavens spare? He was already injured, and without a weapon, he was no match for He Shui. He Shui just bit his throat and killed him to death just after the yelling. Hate the Northwest soon. Liu ignored him and got familiar with the use of guns. Then he left one for Wei Jianjun, and put all the others into the ring. I don't know if the glass in this hall is soundproof or not. Old Wei, this gun is given to you. You take Guang and He Shui and kill those 2 guards. It is good. Wu Jiang, Dai Lian, Yan Yun, you 3 come with me, we. Call out, boom. Liu hadn't finished speaking. Something like a signal bomb hit the sky and made a loud noise. Next up. Call out, boom. It was the second sound. Fuck, what's the situation? This is, fireworks. Who's setting off the fireworks? Grass, the fireworks are in the backyard, someone wants to use fireworks to attract monsters? Follow me quickly. Su Bao and his party are thugs. Since they occupied this place, the other policemen should also be killed by them. Facing such scumbags, Liu killed them without any psychological pressure at all. It's been said before. Liu is not a good person, but he does not reject good people. Now is the end of the world when monsters from different spaces invade the earth. It is also a game between humans and monsters. Liu can understand that human beings will kill each other in order to survive. But if they all kill for the sake of killing like Su Bao and the others, Liu will definitely not bother to join them. Not everyone who does evil can be called a villain. The villain and the villain are not necessarily allies. If the human beings in the whole world become people like Su Bao, when the time comes, all human beings in the world will be killed, so what's the point of living as a villain? Therefore, Liu maintains a neutral attitude towards some good people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for others in the last days. He will neither risk his life to help them save others, nor kill them for no reason. It's just that Liu didn't expect that just after he killed Su Bao and arranged work, a huge firework rose from the backyard. The huge explosion immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the second sound of fireworks sounded, Liu had already rushed out of the hall. Then he saw where the fireworks appeared. The backyard of the police hall? Police station backyard. It is the place where Liu and the others came in and passed by before. But now, several large bundles of fireworks have been placed here. Flying to the sky, the kind that explodes instantly. Xiao Fan was carrying a backpack and holding a lighter in his hand. Laugh like crazy while lighting the fuses of these fireworks quickly. Ha ha ha, go to hell, ha ha ha. Fireworks were originally used for celebration before the end of the world, and they also represent joy. But after the end of the world, it became a big killer. The characteristic of exploding when flying in the air makes it not only attract nearby monsters, but also attract many distant monsters. If the sound of the explosion is longer, it will even trigger a wave of terrifying monsters like before. Hey boy, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Fan, Wu Jiang did not recognize him immediately. I only thought Xiao Fan was Su Bao's accomplice. Yo, so fast. Seeing the people rushing out from a distance, Xiao Fan lit a string of firecrackers and threw them at Liu and the others. Nothing, just want to send you to the west, goodbye. After saying this, Xiao Fan turned around and ran towards the back door without looking back. He was very fast, and he was not far from the direction of the back door. In a blink of an eye, he ran out the door. Even Wei Jianjun didn't have time to aim his gun. The fireworks are still going off. The firecrackers started to crackle and explode indiscriminately. Damn it, He Shui, kill him. Liu's eyes were slightly cold, and he had no time to think about other things. Although he didn't recognize Xiao Fan immediately. But he knew what would happen if the fireworks continued to explode. When shooting in the lobby of the police station before, it was fired indoors. The gunshots were about as loud as ordinary firecrackers. No matter how poor the sound insulation effect of the glass door in the police station hall is, the sound will not attract too many monsters. But these fireworks are different. Explosion in the air, without any sound insulation measures. And it can be seen by monsters in the distance. So while ordering He Shui to bite, he rushed to deal with the fireworks first. The silver-grade green sword is extremely sharp. Cut off these blazing fireworks without any hindrance. Xiao Fan, who was running away, saw the dog chasing after the firecrackers, and couldn't help cursing angrily. Grass, this dog runs so fast. Chapter 113 This kid, let end number 039, hang up. Fireworks are currently Xiao Fan's most powerful secret weapon. It was also the solution he came up with after meeting these thugs. This thing can attract a large number of monsters, but the monsters don't bite themselves. Using fireworks to attract monsters and deal with enemies is simply an excellent weapon for him to kill with a knife. When he saw Liu entering the community with a large army in the afternoon, he had already prepared these things. Later, when Liu entered the police station, he decisively moved these things over. Xiaojin and He Shui were left outside by Liu, but they walked around the front door as soon as the door was closed. The two thugs in charge of security upstairs were attracted by the actions of Xiaojin and He Shui. And he took advantage of this time to turn in through the back door and opened the back door. For him now, it is not easy to climb over the wall or something. After hearing the gunshots inside, he quickly started moving the fireworks. Then this scene just happened. However, no matter how fast you run, it's useless, ha ha ha. Xiao Fan burst into laughter. Although the dogs after the end of the world have mutated. But he also strengthened it. With such a long distance between the two sides, even if humans could not outrun dogs, it would be very difficult for He Shui to catch him. So seeing He Shui chasing him out, Xiao Fan was not shocked. He kept drilling into the strange pile. Soon He Shui was trapped by 3 high-level zombies and 7 or 8 lizardmen. It is not known whether these monsters were attracted by the gunshots before, or by Xiao Fan's fireworks. In short, due to the existence of the dark contract, He Shui and Xiao Jin will be judged as aliens by these monsters. When monsters face aliens, even if there is a gap in strength between the two sides, they will do it as soon as they meet. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan stopped, with a smug smile on his face. For the current him, what he likes to see the most is the scene of those desperate guys chasing him, and then being beaten by monsters. Don't be too cool. It was also when Xiao Fan looked smug. Swish, bang. A wind blade sent a high-level zombie flying. Immediately afterwards, several cold lights flashed. Several lizardmen fell to the ground. Undoubtedly, after arranging the finishing work, Liu brought Xiao Jin and chased him out. Even if he didn't recognize Xiao Fan immediately, the other party's behavior of setting off fireworks in the last days was enough for Liu to kill him. I'm stupid, why is this kid so awesome? Seeing that Liu killed several monsters as soon as he came out, Xiao Fan was a little surprised. When I was at school, he had inquired about Liu's strength from other survivors. But the other survivors only knew that Liu knew the ability of the wind system, but they didn't know that Liu was so powerful with a sword. Later, he followed Liu's team far away, unable to see Liu killing the enemy. Therefore, there is only a general understanding of Liu's strength. But now, Xiao Fan was observing Liu. While Liu led Xiao Jin to help He Shui solve the monster, he was also observing Xiao Fan. These monsters, why don't they bite him? After stabbing the 2 lizard men to death, a big question mark had already risen in Liu's heart. There were a few monsters running towards him in the distance, but they all passed Xiao Fan and rushed towards him and the 2 pets. How is this going? Liu didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly hacked to death the 2 nearest zombies, and quickly scanned them with the villain's eyes. Next second. Ding, congratulations on discovering the new protagonist Xiao Fan, the plot is being read, please wait later. Ding, the plot is finished reading, please check with the host. Protagonist? Xiao Fan. The sudden 2 system prompts made Liu stunned. Fuck, this guy is actually the protagonist. Liu, prepare to die. Originally seeing Liu being so awesome, Xiao Fan was still a little flustered. But seeing more and more monsters attracted by the fireworks in front of him, he became unscrupulous again. I just said that besides the thugs, why are there treasures in the police station? So that's what happened. When he found out that the other party was Xiao Fan, and he was also the protagonist, Liu was not surprised but delighted. Xiao Fan. I think of you now. When he traveled through time, he had absorbed his own memory from this world, so he naturally knew who Xiao Fan was. Now this Xiao Fan has become the protagonist, appearing here to seek revenge for himself? Is that treasure on Su Bao's body for this guy? I just cut my beard by accident. So what if you think about it? Today, I will let you die here, come on, give me all, and kill this guy on the other side. With Xiao Fan's awakened power, he couldn't control the monster. But after a dozen lizardmen, 2 scythe mantises and 7 or 8 zombies came from behind. After discovering Liu, they rushed towards Liu like crazy. There are intermediate and advanced levels, and more, and more. Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help frowning. At the same time, he also realized how tricky the other party's ability to awaken was. No amount of these monsters would bite him? What kind of ghost ability is this shit? But at this time, Liu didn't have time to think too much. Seeing that the protagonist is close at hand, he can't let go of this opportunity to kill him. Liu originally wanted to use a gun, but a gun was a very strange weapon to him. If used directly, the accuracy of this distance is obviously not enough. And judging from Xiao Fan's running speed before, he must also be a strengthener. Seeing that he was holding a gun, the other party probably ran away immediately. So Liu had already thought of a countermeasure just in the blink of an eye. With a quick swipe of his right hand to his left, the gauntlet made of high-level lizardman scale armor appeared on his hand. Then he closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, Liu's eyes opened again. Everything around becomes clearer than before. Concentration state, consume about 20% of mental power, and increase your mental power limit by 20% 50% for a short time. The more stable the mind, the more the upper limit of mental power will be raised. This is a fighting state obtained from Chu Feng. The more stable the mind, the more the upper limit of mental power will be raised. In other words, Liu, who has the heart of a villain, is more suitable for this ability than Chu Feng. Facing Xiao Fan who was standing among the monsters, Liu wanted to kill him. So he directly turned on the fighting state and started his own slaughter. The sword moves with the heart and is invincible. These monsters, which caused headaches for other survivors, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered for Liu. There is no fighting back. I saw Liu shuttle freely among the monsters alone with one sword. With every step taken, 1 or 2 monsters will be killed. Xiao Fan was dumbfounded. Damn it! This kid, is he hanging up? Chapter 114 Hunter and Prey. Xiao Fan asked himself that he has experienced the end of the world for a long time, and his adaptability is also very strong. He has seen many survivors of all kinds. But he had never seen Liu like this. Faced with a group of monsters, how could one person not touch himself? Is this Nima too exaggerated? You know, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. A tiger can't hold back a pack of wolves. This is not making a movie. The leading actor fights in the front, but the extras dare not step forward. Is this really one against many? No matter how strong you are, don't you still have to suffer from sap and sneak attacks? But now, although Liu also experienced a one-to-many battle in order to advance to the bronze before. But the difficulty of the 2 battles is not at the same level at all. Last time, the monster level was not as high as it is now. His purpose is only to consume physical strength. When killing monsters, you can retreat while fighting. Never faced more than 3 monsters at the same time. But this time is different. In order to kill Xiao Fan, it was impossible for him to retreat. There are more than 10 high-level monsters that need to be faced at the same time. In this case, how many enhancers can be found in the entire Xia Kingdom who cannot touch the body? Concentrated combat method and green sword and full-level swordsmanship proficiency, let Liu's combat power increase exponentially. No, this kid is too powerful, I have to leave here. Seeing Liu who looked like a sword master, Xiao Fan felt like retreating. Even if the monsters behind were still rushing towards him, he didn't feel any sense of security in his heart. But at the moment when he turned around and was about to evacuate. Swish! An unusually strong wind blade flew out from the group of monsters and went straight to Xiao Fan's back. For his own safety, Xiao Fan kept a distance of more than 20 meters from Liu. This distance is already considered a very safe distance. Neither the gun nor Liu's usual abilities could hit the opponent accurately. But this wind blade was obviously faster than what Liu usually used, and its attack range was wider. Although because of the width, the cutting ability is not as strong as before. But because of its length, it is easier to hit the enemy. Faced with such a sudden sneak attack, most people would not be able to react. But Xiao Fan is the protagonist after all. As if he had eyes behind his back, he suddenly turned around and crossed his hands to shield his head. Puff! Boom! The wind blade hit Xiao Fan's arm and shoulder. Before Chu Feng was hit in the arm, he just took a step back. But this time, a stronger wind force knocked Xiao Fan away. Blood dripped to the ground. What? Xiao Fan fell heavily to the ground, and cried out in pain, damn it! Feeling the pain from his arms and shoulders, Xiao Fan was furious. But he has no time to care about these details now. Get up quickly after landing. Without even thinking about it, I ran into the monster pile. Liu eliminated a large number of monsters blocking the way, and prepared to bypass the remaining ones and continue chasing Xiao Fan. But saw that Xiao Fan had already run away? Run? How come? Seeing Xiao Fan's back going away, Liu couldn't help frowning. This blow was what he had planned in the morning. Although in order to improve the hit rate of the wind blade, he deliberately lengthened and widened the wind blade. The consumption has doubled, and the cutting ability is not as good as before. But if the hit was on the shoulder, it would be impossible for the opponent to stand up in such a short period of time. Just like Su Bao before. After being hit by the ordinary wind blade on the shoulder and sent flying, didn't he fall unconscious for several seconds? Why did Xiao Fan stand up without any pause? It's not logical, is it? Did he awaken other abilities besides not being bitten by monsters? Xiao Fan, don't let me catch you, or I will make your life worse than death. Seeing more monsters swarming towards him, Liu resolutely gave up the idea of continuing to chase Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's ability is really too cheap. In this case, if you catch up, the only one who suffers is yourself. Moreover, my goal has been achieved, so there is no need to chase after it. Let's talk about it after you survive, silly. Oh, shit. Xiao Fan was startled by a high-level zombie next to him before he could swear the word stupid. Because this zombie actually wanted to attack him? Seeing this scene, not only Xiao Fan was a little confused. Liu, who saw his back through the gap of the monster group, was also a little dazed. What's going on? Why did this monster suddenly attack him? Damn it, don't worry about it, Xiaojin, He Shui, cover me. At this time, Liu didn't have time to think about it. Quickly killed the 2 monsters around him, highlighting the encirclement of monsters. Although Xiao Fan ran away, a few drops of his blood remained on the ground. With Liu's current eyesight and mental strength, he will never be wrong. That's why Liu didn't forcefully pursue him. Yes. From the very beginning, Liu had prepared for the worst. The opponent is the protagonist who is lucky. If it is really so easy to die, then what is he called the protagonist? Just like Chu Feng before. When I had a plot, I had to waste so much effort to kill him. How could this Xiao Fan be killed by himself the moment he met? So he had already thought about it from the beginning. If you can't kill Xiao Fan yourself, try to let him leave something behind, and then use the predator to track the opponent's location. In this way the roles of hunter and prey are reversed. Hey, I said before that this treasure is useless, but I didn't expect it to come in handy right away. Liu's state of concentration has not disappeared. With the cover of 2 battle pets, he quickly ran to the position where Xiao Fan was injured just now. Then he dug out the predator he got from Su Bao before from the ring. The predator is made of a special metal. Liu is not very clear about the specific material. The size is about the same as a normal pocket watch, and the front also looks like a pocket watch. There is a protective case on the back. Open the protective case, and there is a thumb-sized groove about 1 centimeter deep inside. According to the instructions seen by the villain's eyes, Liu collected Xiao Fan's blood on the ground with a tissue. Then he opened the back cover of the predator, tore off the tissue with Xiao Fan's blood and put it in the groove. Finally put the back cover on. The predator's pointer began to shake rapidly. Finally, it pointed to the location where Xiao Fan escaped. This treasure, if you don't know the instructions for use, you don't know how long it will take to study it before you know its true use. After finishing all this, Liu couldn't help complaining. Why did Su Bao get this thing but didn't know how to use it? One is because his strength is too weak, self-protection is a problem, how to hunt and kill others. Another reason is because he doesn't have an instruction manual. Su Bao has actually read some movies and novels. I know that there is a drop of blood to recognize the Lord. So he once dripped his own blood on it to try. But he didn't feel any effect, so he wiped off the blood. After the blood is wiped off, the thing turns back into a compass. It's useless. But none of that matters now. The important thing is that this treasure is now in Liu's hands. He locks Xiao Fan's position with this thing. As for the meaning of tracking, priority body tissue is greater than the use of items in the instructions for use. That is, you take a piece of paper and collect a pile of shit. This thing will only help you track the owner of this piece of shit, not the owner who used this piece of paper. Xiaojin, Heishui, withdraw. See, the predator successfully locks on to the target. Liu didn't stay any longer, and quickly called his 2 pets to evacuate towards the police station. Xiao Fan? Is he the guy who drives the black minibus? Probably not. Chapter 115 Policewoman, Lu Ruobing. I ran into that black minibus twice in a row. Liu can basically confirm that the minibus driver is the main character. But Xiao Fan's sudden appearance made Liu a little confused. Could Xiao Fan be the driver of the minibus? After a short thought, Liu felt that it was impossible. Because according to the routines he is familiar with, what Xiao Fan awakened was a supernatural ability, obviously a protagonist with supernatural abilities as the core. And that black minibus is more like a protagonist with a car as its core. 2 people are completely different types. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, 1 protagonist is killing, and 2 protagonists are killing. Whether it's the same person or not doesn't matter at all. As for the reason for killing them? Needless to say this. The past grievances with Xiao Fan are not important, just rely on his act of lighting fireworks. Liu will definitely not let him go. As for that black car? Before pulling monsters to block the road and killing so many people, Liu didn't bother to pay attention. But he couldn't forgive himself for wasting so much time back to the city. If it wasn't for him, he could have gone back to the hotel earlier and soaked in the bathtub with his sister in his arms. Where else do I need to take a detour here? Inside the police station. Some scattered monsters were already attracted by the fireworks. After Liu came back with 2 battle pets, he quickly searched for the figures of Cangyun and the others. Liu, this way. At the door of an office building in the backyard, Cangyun anxiously waved to Liu. Seeing this, Liu hurried over. He casually glanced at a few people. Cangyun, Dailian, Wujiang, Wei Jianjun, and even Guang are here. However, Guang's nose is bruised and his face is swollen, and his hands are handcuffed by Wei Jianjun. Boss, who was that guy who set off the fireworks just now? Why does it look familiar to me? Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. What? You mean Xiao Fan? Wujiang was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something. Is it Xiao Fan who was beaten and hospitalized by us before? Okay. Fuck, there are so many monsters out there, how did he find us? Now is not the time to say that. Liu calmly interrupted Wujiang's question. Old Wei, what's the situation here? There are more and more monsters attracted by the sound. I only killed 1, but judging from the current situation, the other one should not survive. Well, okay. In order to kill Xiao Fan, he took away the two pets. The two thugs in charge of security were not in the same position. It's normal to kill only one. Luu, what should we do now? Seeing more and more monsters outside, Cangyun was a little panicked. Don't worry, let's deal with the bloody smell on our bodies, and just find a place where there are no corpses and blood to hide. Luu has the heart of a villain, and he calms down much faster than normal people. Therefore, his speed of thinking about problems is also faster than that of ordinary people. Look for a place to hide. Dai Lian was a little puzzled. Can't we just break through? Of course not. Luu resolutely refused. Monsters from all directions are rushing here. You don't know how to break through the specific number of monsters. That's right. But the hall is definitely not suitable. We came out in a hurry before. Not only did the door not close, but there were still a lot of corpses and bloody smell inside. What about the interrogation room? No way, not only are other survivors imprisoned there, but it is also very close to the hall. If there is a ground dragon running over, it will be very troublesome. Cangyun suddenly thought of something, and quickly said, there are two dormitory buildings behind, we can go there and have a look. Dormitory. Luu raised his eyebrows and looked towards the backyard of the police station. On the left side of the backyard is a 5-story office building. Going around the place blocked by the office building, it seems that there is really a dormitory building? Okay, let's go to the dormitory building. The dormitory is not only suitable for human living, but also the doors and windows are relatively narrow. Easier to defend than lobby or something. Coupled with staying away from the hall full of blood, it is not particularly difficult to avoid these monster attacks. This is true. There are 2 dormitory buildings in total. The position is one in front and one in back. And the monsters on the ground were almost cleaned up by Su Bao. In order to save time, Luu took everyone to the outermost dormitory building, let Cangyun deal with the bloody smell at will, and then found 2 rooms and got in. Dai Lian, Wu Jiang, and 2 pets share a room. Wei Jianjun took Guang to a room with Luu and Yun. After Luu went in and sat down, he did nothing else. Instead, he immediately studied the information of the protagonist Xiao Fan. Although the opponent's position has been locked with a tracker before. But knowing yourself and the enemy is the only way to win every battle. Especially this Xiao Fan's ability really made Luu a little curious. From the current point of view, he must have other abilities besides not being bitten by monsters. Just don't know what. But after Luu studied for less than 3 minutes, Cangyun's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Luu, there seems to be someone in the building opposite. Someone. Luu came back to his senses, his eyes were slightly cold. Is it the remaining thug? No. Wei Jianjun denied Luu's thoughts. I forced that thug to the office building of the Criminal Investigation Department, and he will not appear here. Who would that be? Luu looked at Guang, who had a bruised nose and a swollen face. Brother police. Shouldn't you explain it? Don't kill me, don't kill me. Guang came back to his senses and replied in panic. Obviously, the scene of Luu's murder just now scared him out of his psychological shadow. Seeing Guang's performance, Luu was furious. Kill your mother, I asked who is the person in the building opposite you, what are you talking about with me? Ah? I'm sorry. Guang hurriedly apologized, the person opposite is, a policewoman. Policewoman? Hearing this, Luu couldn't help being taken aback. What's the situation? Tell me carefully. That's right, when we occupied this place before. Guang didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly told what he knew. After listening to Guang's story, Luu became even more curious. With hot weapons, you don't dare to attack by force? Is this policewoman so awesome? Quickly looked at the situation in the dormitory building opposite. The 2 dormitory buildings are not facing each other, but a front, a side. From Luu's angle, he could only see the vertical row of dormitories on the far right of the opposite building. At this time, the 3rd floor of the dormitory opposite. A woman in a tight black shirt is standing at the window. She seems to be writing something. In less than 2 minutes, she raised a huge calendar in her right hand. On the white part behind the calendar, several large characters were written with a marker. Who are you? Is there anything to eat? Since the 2 dormitory buildings are not very far apart, Luu can not only read the words on them clearly, but also see each other's appearance. The policewoman's hair is not very long, barely tied into a high ponytail. After so many days of the end of the world, his complexion is not very good, and he looks a little tired. But the exquisite facial features and good-looking face make people want to look at her more. Not only strong, but also so beautiful. Luu's eyes were slightly cold, this is a bit unscientific. The policewoman's face was a little dusty, and people were also standing in the room. So Luu couldn't see her whole picture. But just based on the tip of the iceberg, Liu can conclude that the other party's figure and appearance are definitely not bad. Liu has only seen this kind of policewoman with both martial arts and looks on TV. When in reality did there exist such a capable and beautiful policewoman? Then Liu thought of something, and quickly refocused his attention on Xiao Fan's plot information. I was bitten by a zombie. This is the name of Xiao Fan's plot data. In general, it was a poor guy who was bullied by others. After being bitten by a zombie, he awakened a special ability that was regarded as the same kind by monsters. It did not record Xiao Fan's other abilities, which made Liu a little disappointed. But after seeing Xiao Fan's character relationship diagram, Liu was a little surprised. Because according to this plot data, Xiao Fan is a blackened protagonist. The script is also a script without a heroine. Or in his script, no matter how beautiful the female characters are, they are just tools for him to vent. Not really a heroine at all. But there are two female characters that are very special. One name is Qin Xiao. Another name is Lu Ruobing. And this Lu Ruobing is a policewoman. Lu Ruobing? Hee. Didn't expect it was really her. After reading Lu Ruobing's information, Liu raised a smile. Yan Yun, quickly find a pen and paper, tell her our identities, and let her hold on for another 2 or 3 hours. Chapter 116 One Person, One Sword, as fast as lightning. Name, Lu Ruobing. Age, 25. Height, 172. Weight, 108. She is beautiful, has long legs, can fight and has a vest line on her waist and abdomen, all of which are her characteristics. She was not originally from Yanqing, and she came to Yanqing only to hunt down a few fugitives. The thugs like Su Bao were just caught by her when she and her colleagues were handling the case here. When the end of the world came, she had just arrived in the bureau not long ago. I am discussing with my colleagues which rice noodles are better. Then some colleagues and civilians who worked on business turned into zombies, plus the surprise attack of monsters from different spaces. The police station was thrown into chaos immediately. The living policemen didn't know how powerful the monsters were, so they fought them immediately. As a result, there were countless casualties. Later, the prisoners escaped from prison and occupied the police station's weapon depot. Annihilate all her remaining colleagues with a hot weapon. Relying on her awakened ability, she killed 2 thugs and fled to this dormitory building. Seeing that she was powerful, those thugs naturally wanted to drive her to death in order to avoid future troubles. Facing a large number of hot weapons, she didn't have much to do. When trying to break through, I accidentally failed. So she could only rely on the few food in the dormitory to fight those thugs to the end. The thugs have limited ammunition, and the sound of gunfire will attract monsters. So she decided not to attack her by force, but sent someone to watch her. Attempt to trap her here to death with the method of trapped beasts. Then, the two sides went into a stalemate for more than 10 days. Originally Lu Ruobing stayed in the dormitory alone. Not only was he injured, but he also ran out of food and water. The whole person has fallen into despair. But suddenly heard gunshots coming from the direction of the hall. It didn't take long to see the gorgeous fireworks over the police station. From her side, there is a dormitory and an office building in the middle of the hall. So she doesn't know what's going on outside. But sound will attract monsters, she is still very clear. It's just that she never thought that the sound of fireworks, which should have made things worse, gave her a chance. A burly man and several young men and women escorted a thug into the dormitory building next door. Why did she dare to ask Liu and the others for help? It was because the thug was wearing a pair of handcuffs. Although she didn't know why these young men and women could kill those thugs. Don't know if they are good or bad. But she felt that the people who could conflict with these thugs couldn't be so bad. So she wanted to try it. Seeing that the other party seemed to have seen her message, Lu Ruobing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I started to get nervous again. Because the opponent can kill those thugs, proving that the fighting power is superior to his own. If the other party has bad intentions, forget it, the big deal is death. Lu Ruobing muttered to herself. During this period of time, she has seen too much life and death, especially 2 days before the end of the world. Now she is also tired, knowing that those thugs have received their due punishment, she has nothing to worry about. So, why should we be afraid of death? Thinking of this, Lu Ruobing took a deep breath. Looking at the bandages on her shoulders, she quickly calmed down. At this moment, the other party's reply appeared in her sight. What? The other party used 2 posters with the words. We are students of Yan University, we have something to eat. You hold on for another 2 or 3 hours until there are fewer monsters. See the other party replying to your message in the same way. Lu Ruobing was taken aback for a moment, then hope rose in her heart. Is it enough for 2 or 3 hours? But the other party is just a student. When did the students become so powerful? A big question mark rose in Lu Ruobing's heart. Even subconsciously think. Killing those thugs should be all thanks to that burly man. Meanwhile, outside the police station. Although the monsters around the police station were cleaned up by Liu, they were also attracted by the black bus. Even Xiao Fan's fireworks were stopped by Liu in time. But no matter what, the fireworks went off so much. Add gunshots and firecrackers. So many voices gathered in the police station. Those monsters can't even think about it. At this time, a large number of monsters have swarmed from all directions. The bloody smell in the hall of the police station quickly attracted the attention of the monsters. Plus the corpses of those monsters outside. When Liu found Lu Ruobing, the police station had already become a gathering place for monsters. 300, 500, 700, 1000, the number of monsters is constantly increasing. Brother, what should we do? Seeing more and more monsters on the black chariot, Xiao Luli Lin Shui asked in extreme fear. The two guys in police uniforms wanted them to go to the police station together. Because Lin Chen has persecution paranoia, of course he will not trust others easily. Who would have thought that after rejecting the other party 2 or 3 times in a row, those two guys would turn into anger and point their guns at Lin Chen in the driver's seat? Fortunately, the glass of this car is completely bulletproof. Otherwise they are really dangerous. But bad things happen one after another. Just after they got rid of the 2 fake policemen, fireworks suddenly went off at the police station. Lin Chen was taken aback by this situation. But Lin Chen is the protagonist after all, so he calmed down quickly. Don't worry, the target of these monsters is the police station. As long as we stay still, we will definitely be able to make it through. Is there enough energy for defense? No problem. Hey, that's fine. Hearing this, Lin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. This post-apocalyptic chariot is extremely strong, and the scythe of the sickle mantis can hardly leave too many marks on the body. And there are various protective devices inside. As long as there are no major accidents, they can completely survive the monster tide. As time goes by, there are more and more monsters in the police station. All the monsters who were able to travel long distances to the police station were extremely hungry. So the corpses of Su Bao and others were eaten up by them. They didn't even let go of the disgusting minced meat and blood all over the front yard. At 7:30 in the evening, there was only a glimmer of light left in the sky. After the monsters finished their sweep, they started wandering around. Brother and sister Lin Chen, relying on the sturdy doomsday chariot, bathed in the tide of monsters unscathed. Xiao Fan also found a place to hide. Although he had a little accident during his escape, it did not affect the fate of his son of luck. It is very difficult for a child of luck like him to want to die. And the dormitory building of the police station. Seeing that there were only a few scattered monsters in the open space, there were suddenly hundreds of wandering monsters. The hope in Lu Ruobing's heart turned into disappointment again. There are so many monsters, shouldn't they come over? With so many monsters, even if you stand still and kill them, you may not be able to kill them all. What's more, monsters will fight back, and the sky is almost completely dark. How could the other party put himself in danger in order to deliver food to him? In fact, Lu Ruobing's thoughts are also human nature. With the current weather, no more than 10 minutes, absolutely invisible. No one dared to give food to a stranger without self-sacrifice under such circumstances. Even if this stranger is a beautiful policeman. But Liu, who read Xiao Fan's plot information, did not follow the routine at all. So it took less than a minute for Lu Ruobing to think about it. The figure of Liu's team appeared in his sight. This time, Liu kept Wu Jiang and Dai Lian to watch Guang. Only Wei Jianjun, Yan Yun, and 2 battle pets were brought. 1 person, 1 sword, as fast as lightning. My god, is he the reincarnation of the sword god? Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Chapter 117 Special Heroine. I saw the sword light flashing downstairs, and the corpses of monsters were scattered in all directions. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened with disbelief. To know. Fighting skills for killing enemies cannot be obtained through awakening. Can only rely on hard work and hard work. And Liu. The sword is very sharp, and the speed of the sword is also very fast. The most important thing is that when the posture is good looking, can it still be clean and neat? This is simply not something that ordinary students can do. Even if the ability is awakened. After those monsters found him, they all rushed towards him. But often in the process of rushing forward, he would be stabbed by the long sword, and then died directly. If it wasn't for his amazing eyesight. Can't even see how he draws the sword? The burly man who I thought was stronger before. Although the strength is not bad, compared with this handsome young man. Totally like a support. But soon, she found something wrong again. Why are those 2 pets dragging the corpse? Looking at Liu's 2 battle pets downstairs, not only did they not participate in the battle. Instead, he kept dragging some bodies that Liu had killed to a room on the ground floor on his side. A hint of doubt appeared on Lu Ruobing's face. But at this time, she didn't have time to think about anything else. Because it took only 10 minutes for Liu to kill all the monsters around the open space downstairs. There are at least 300 monsters? Only took 10 minutes? On average, 1 monsters need to be killed in -minute? How can it be? Although because of the speed of movement, most of the monsters downstairs are lizardmen, sickle mantises and zombies. But that's exaggerating too, okay? Old Wei, you and Xiaojin, stay in this room tonight. Okay, young Master Liu. The conversation outside the door reached her ears. Next up. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Hey, are you still in there? Lu Ruobing came back to her senses, and quickly responded, I am here. Just open the door, why are you standing there? Hearing the impatient words of the other party, Lu Ruobing was not surprised but happy. Because she could hear the difference between the other party and the way the mob spoke. And with the opponent's strength, even if he was not injured and returned to his peak state, he couldn't be his opponent. So she opened the door without much hesitation. Because it was too dark. The first thing Liu did when he came in was not to find a place to sit, but to seal the window and light a candle. With the faint light of the candle, Liu looked at the other party again. Lu Ruobing, special heroine, a policewoman trapped in the police station by thugs, and escaped because Xiao Fan solved the thugs. Special heroines, these heroines are very special existences. You will not be able to get any attribute rewards for killing them, and there will be no additional rewards for changing their fate or making them lose their heroine fate, but you can pull them into your villain camp. When they voluntarily join your villain camp, you will trigger at least one hidden plot. Hidden plot. Hidden plot refers to the plot that will only happen to the heroine. In the plot, there will often be some protagonists with low strength. These protagonists will not be affected by your villain aura, that is, they will not be your natural enemies. You can freely choose the relationship between the two parties. Friendly reminder, the protagonists in the hidden story are the protagonists no matter how low their strength is. They may not have the potential as much as other protagonists, but they are definitely stronger than most villains, and some protagonists will carry powerful treasures with them. Please be careful with the host. This is after the evolution of the villain's eye. What Liu read from Xiao Fan's plot data? The plot information he read is equivalent to the outline of a novel. It clearly marks the relationship between various characters and the protagonist. Although some details may not be related. But there must be some key people who are helpful to me. And the font color is different. Although Xiao Fan is a protagonist without a heroine. But in his script, the two female characters Qin Xiao and Lu Ruobing are very special. Where are they special? Except for the words special heroine marked after the name, and the description just now. The most special thing is that although they were only a flash in the pan in Xiao Fan's script, they had a huge impact on Xiao Fan. For example, Qin Xiao. Before the end of the world, she was the daughter of Qin Zheng, the richest man in Yancheng. At the beginning, Xiao Fan was bitten by a zombie just to save her. After Xiao Fan woke up, Qin Xiao was nowhere to be found. The two never met again in the end of the world. This is a pity for Xiao Fan, and it is also the reason why he went farther and farther on the road of blackening. As for Lu Ruobing's plot? That's even more nonsense. According to the plot of the original book, Xiao Fan should come to the police station to pick up weapons 2 days later. In other words, it is impossible for him and Lin Chen to appear in the police station at the same time. And after he trapped the thugs with fireworks, he also found Lu Ruobing who was starving. After being blackened, he didn't want to have any relationship with Lu Ruobing at all. He directly used force and food to coerce and lure Lu Ruobing into submission. As a result, Lu Ruobing would rather die than follow, and tried her best to fight Xiao Fan. After forcing Xiao Fan back, she set herself on fire. For Xiao Fan, this was not only a regret, but also a blow. In other words, Lu Ruobing was originally a character in Xiao Fan's plot. But since the relationship between the two is not great, no matter what method Liu uses, he can't get a reward from her. But now that he saved her, it was equivalent to rewriting her fate. As long as you can turn her into your teammate, it is possible to trigger the hidden plot. Hiding the plot, to put it bluntly, is another plot. In this plot, Lu Ruobing will become the new heroine. Good-looking, strong enough, and able to help him attract a new protagonist who is not his enemy. That's why Liu couldn't wait to come and save her. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Liu. She is my girlfriend, Cangyun. After lighting the candles, Liu took Cangyun to find a seat and sat down, and handed over some bread, biscuits and water and said, you should eat something first. At this time, Liu was also very tired. After all, there are so many monsters to face when the sight is not good at night. The consumption of mental power will be greater than during the day. Even if he ate the spare bronze crystal nucleus before, he could still feel a little tired. Fortunately, Cangyun is more sensible. When Liu introduced herself as his girlfriend, she was very happy. After coming in, he squeezed Lu's shoulders and beat his back. He was very busy. Seeing Lu being so straightforward, although Lu Ruobing had many doubts in her heart, she didn't have time to think about other things. After taking the food from Lu, he unpacked it and ate it. While eating, he opened his mouth and said, Lu, Yan Yun? Thank you for the food. My name is Lu Ruobing, and I am a student. Forget it, the previous occupation is not important. You are hurt. Well, I was injured by those thugs. No wonder you are trapped here with your strength, so you were injured. How do you know me? Hearing Lu's words, Lu Ruobing was stunned again. He stopped eating, and looked at the other party with an unbelievable expression. What's the situation with this guy? Chapter 118 I and number 039, am your future husband. By the faint candlelight. Looking at the bandage wrapped around Lu Ruobing's shoulder, Lu was thoughtful. Lu Ruobing has a good figure and exquisite facial features. It fully meets the standard of a beautiful policewoman in my heart. At this time, she was wearing a black tight-fitting shirt on her upper body, camouflage pants and military boots on her lower body. But the sleeves on the left shoulder are slightly rolled up. Gauze and bandages were wrapped around it, and the bandages were stained with blood. Injured so unable to break through? You can only maintain your strength here to confront those thugs? Hearing Lu's question, Lu Ruobing ate a biscuit and replied very calmly. She was injured during a standoff with the mob. Although one was killed, several were injured. But she also took a shot in the shoulder because she was not familiar with her abilities at the beginning. I have to say, this policewoman is different. Even though he was physically and mentally exhausted, when he spoke, the heroic spirit between his brows remained undiminished. Only after hearing Lu's next words, she was shocked again. You know my abilities. Although those thugs fought against themselves. But she was sure that none of the thugs knew what their true abilities were. But listening to what Lu said just now, it seems that he knows his own ability very well? Not only know, but know very well. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible, our family Lu can see the future. Seeing Lu Ruobing's surprised expression, Yan Yun explained with pride. Then she thought of something again, and looked at Lu with a flushed face. After seeing that the other party had no special expression, she was relieved. She was put to sleep by Lu for this reason. So thinking of this, she blushed a little. But the heart of guarding against others is indispensable, which is what Lu taught her. As a result, because of Lu Ruobing's professional relationship, she subconsciously let her guard down and blurted out. Fortunately, Lu didn't mean to blame himself. See the future. Lu Ruobing herself is an awakened person. It is natural to know that after the end of the world, human beings will awaken their abilities. Judging from Lu's previous performance, he felt that Lu's ability to awaken should be related to the sword. But now. Almost. Lu said calmly, you don't have to be so surprised. Some people are gifted and have more than one ability to awaken, just like you. Right. Is your wound infected? Yan Yun also saw the wound on Lu Ruobing's shoulder and asked tentatively. What seeped out of the bandage was not only blood, but also pus. And it looks like an old injury from many days ago. The wound has festered and is relatively large. If it continues to rot like this arm will be lost. Yet. Lu Ruobing explained, this is a gunshot wound, and the medical conditions here are very limited, so I can only deal with it myself. After all, not everyone is Chu Feng. There is no divine body. In the absence of food shortages and no disinfection tools, it is not easy to avoid being infected in the face of such a gunshot wound. Let me show you. You. Lu Ruobing looked at Yan Yun suspiciously, are you a doctor? No. Yan Yun replied honestly, I'm a healer. Okay. She has come into contact with too few supernatural beings. So when I heard the words healer with supernatural powers, I was a little uncomfortable. But now. Following Yan Yun's removal of the gauze, she put her hand on her arm. The injury on her arm was restored in a few minutes, and Lu Ruobing's 3 views were refreshed again. It is true that Yan Yun's current healing ability is not enough. The purification ability of the healing technique has a natural restraint effect on this kind of infected wound. For wounds like Lu Ruobing, Yan Yun would not feel exhausted after treating 10 wounds a day. My god, this healing effect is too good, right? This world really is thank you, Yan Yun, you gave me food and healed me, I don't know what to say. Move your arms. Did you really feel no pain at all? This feeling. I don't know how long it took before Lu Ruobing accepted these realities again. You're welcome, it's easy. By the way, why did you conflict with those thugs? Lu Ruobing calmed down and began to understand the situation. Is such that you want to come here to get a weapon? Yeah, originally we wanted to investigate the source of the loud noise first, but we didn't expect to be tricked in by a mob. As time went by, the two sides got to know each other a little better. Lu Ruobing also knew the purpose of Lu's coming here. The two women asked and answered, quickly bringing the relationship between them closer. Cangyun knew that the other party was a policewoman, so she was less on guard and more intimacy. And because Lu Ruobing gave them food and drink, and also healed her wounds, she soon developed some trust in the two of them. I see. Lu Ruobing nodded thoughtfully. Lu didn't speak until the two women had a good chat. Officer Lu, are you the only policeman here? Probably. Mentioning this, Lu Ruobing's eyes flashed with sadness. After all, those thugs are not good people. If it weren't for her strong psychological quality, she would have collapsed on the first day of the end of the world. Then what are your plans for the future? Lu Ruobing was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. I have no plans. Before you guys came, I didn't even know how many days I had left. Want to come with me? Follow you? Where? Lu nodded straight to the point. I have a team of survivors, and I need a powerful helper like you. Hearing Lu's words, Lu Ruobing smiled bitterly and said, Hee, classmate Lu, don't make fun of me. In front of you, can my level be considered powerful? Of course. Lu said as it should, at least among the survivors I have seen so far, except for Chu Feng, your ability to awaken is the strongest. The awakened ones that Lu has seen so far. The strongest person is the former protagonist Chu Feng. Chu Feng's awakening ability, although it looks very ordinary in the early stage, is very powerful in the later stage. It's directly immortal, isn't it? The second should be myself and Wei Jianjun. Strengthen the ability user, double strengthening. Judging from the way of attack, he might be stronger than Wei Jianjun. After all, it can be near or far. But this Lu Ruobing's ability is stronger than that of himself and Wei Jianjun. If you don't count the full level of King Z sword and swordsmanship, and the skills obtained from Chu Feng. I can't see enough of myself. Is it true that I have no secrets in front of you? Hearing Lu's words, Lu Ruobing couldn't accept this reality. This feeling is like being stripped naked and showing it in public. Very uncomfortable. What do you think? Lu pretended to be profound and said, don't talk about your personal ability, even if it is your future husband, I can know who it is. My future husband? Who is it? Lu Ruobing asked subconsciously. Lu suddenly smiled playfully, I said it was me, do you believe it? Cangyun, dot. Lu Ruobing, dot. After a while, Lu Ruobing pouted. This joke is not funny at all. Then do you want to join us? Lu didn't care. I don't seem to have any other choice. Hearing Lu Ruobing's words, Lu stretched out his right hand with a smile. Hee, welcome here, Dre. Ba, welcome to my team, Ms. Lu Ruobing. Student Lu, please give me more advice. Chapter 119 Need to replenish Yang Qi. Two hands of different sizes and colors gently held together. It's an alliance. Lu Ruobing was originally a martial arts practitioner, and his palms should have been very rough. But Lu's touch is as soft as boneless. And a little cold? Are your hands a little cold on such a hot day? It is obviously a manifestation of severe palace cold caused by too much yin qi. Absolute dysmenorrhea during menstruation, need to replenish some yang energy. Of course, at this time, Lu would not say something that would damage his image, such as replenishing yang qi. It can be said that Lu Ruobing joined Lu's team very smoothly. She is a very straightforward person, and has her own ability to distinguish. Her home is in Yanjing City, thousands of kilometers away from Yancheng. Naturally, he would not naively think that he could go back home in a short time. Therefore, teaming up with other survivors is indeed a good choice. Although she didn't know why Lu had such a strong fighting power. I don't know why Lu can become the leader of a team at such a young age. But through the brief conversation just now, she could know that the handsome boy in front of her had no malice towards her. And it's not the same as those thugs. He's not even an ordinary team leader. Now the order outside has collapsed, and I can't do anything by myself. Follow him, maybe you can do many things that you couldn't do before. So she accepted Lu's invitation decisively. The next thing is relatively simple. The two sides chatted casually about the current situation, and Lu prepared Cangyun to go downstairs to the room where the monster's corpse was stored. Lu didn't have time to collect the crystal nuclei for those monsters that Xiao Fan had killed before. He was too busy to save people just now, but he didn't have time to collect the crystal nucleus. But just now he asked two battle pets to store all the corpses of these high-level and above monsters. Now that the person has been rescued, of course he will come to collect the crystal nuclei. Crystal nucleus? What is that? Hearing what crystal cores Lu and Cangyun were going to collect, Lu Ruobing looked puzzled. It's something inside the monster's brain. Cangyun was free and told her the function of the crystal nucleus. Thus, Lu Ruobing's worldview was refreshed again. Can the crystal nucleus enhance a person's strength, let humans evolve again? Is it so amazing? Having recovered a little from her injuries and physical strength, she offered to help. It was declined by Liu with the reason of just recovering and need more rest. Just looking for a crystal nucleus, why do we need so many people? It was pitch black outside the dormitory, and many monsters in the open space were attracted by those corpses. Just because of time, not many gathered. Liu took He with him, relying on the sensory jade pendant and 2 fluorescent sticks, he quickly came to the room where the corpse was stored. A total of more than 80 corpses were seized before. Among them, more than a dozen are bronze beginners, and the others are all black iron high grades. Yun suppressed her nausea and searched quickly. Liu, there is a crystal nucleus here. There's one here too. This bronze monster has it too. Hey, Liu, why is this crystal nucleus different from the previous one? Holding a round and plump black iron crystal core, Yun asked with a puzzled expression. An ordinary black iron crystal nucleus is the size of a small fingernail. There are black lines on it, and the shape is also irregular. Although this black grain is much less, it is obviously larger than the ordinary crystal nucleus. And it's round and plump, like a smaller marble. Seeing the crystal nucleus Yun handed over, Liu smiled. Black iron essence? Haha, I didn't expect to find one after searching for so many days. Black iron essence, it is a crystal specially used for advanced bronze. Although it is about to evolve into a bronze-level monster, there will be a high chance of black iron essence appearing. But this kind of monster must be stuck in the middle of the 2 levels. High-level black iron is not good, nor is elementary bronze. And this kind of monster is not like Xiaojin in the secret realm, who can naturally advance through absorbing the energy of the secret realm. When they want to advance, they will instinctively attack the same kind and eat the corpses of the same kind to achieve the purpose of evolution. In this way, they are destined to have fewer monsters than bronze rank. Since Xioxi's death, Liu has only seen 2 such monsters in so many days. And there is no black iron essence. This is the 3rd one. Black iron essence? What is it for? Used to advance to bronze. Can you help me advance? Then let's take it back and feed it to Uncle Wei. Having been with Liu for so long, Yun certainly knows that the awakened human beings are classified into different levels. And this grade is named according to the lines on the crystal nucleus. Now Liu's team, besides Liu himself, the strongest is Wei Jianjun. Liu is now bronze, and he no longer needs this thing, so he should give it to Wei Jianjun. Uncle Wei Wei. Hearing Yun's name, Liu couldn't help but twitched his lips. Because Wei Jianjun is 14 or 5 years older than Liu and the others, boys call him Brother Jun. Girls call him Uncle, nothing wrong with that. Don't give it to him, he can break through by fighting, but you can't, so this thing is actually for you. Ah? Is that so? Then I'm so embarrassed. Come on, hurry up and find the crystal nucleus. When there are more monsters outside, we won't be able to get out. Oh. Okay. As the work continued, the body was quickly searched. Liu counted it. A total of 2 bronze non-attribute crystal nuclei, 7 black iron crystal nuclei, and 1 black iron essence were obtained. Among them, the black iron crystal nucleus, one is the life system, and the other is the spirit system. Another one is fiery red. A black iron fire attribute crystal nucleus. This was found in the brain of a high-level zombie. This zombie is no different from ordinary zombies. At least Liu didn't remember the difference between killing it and killing ordinary zombies. It's a pity it's not windy. Liu muttered to himself. The improvement of the ability level is different from the strengthening of physical fitness. There is no need to use so many crystal nuclei to stack. Because after the end of the world, the natural elements in the air increased dramatically. People with supernatural powers can absorb the natural elements in the air for their own use through breathing and cultivation, so as to achieve the purpose of improving their abilities. In other words, the biggest function of the attribute crystal nucleus is to increase the storage capacity of abilities. Theoretically speaking, as long as the physical fitness is strong enough, this storage capacity is infinite. My current physical fitness is at the elementary level of bronze. The ability level is only black iron high level. Judging by the amount of power storage he currently has. If you improve normally, within a month, you will be automatically promoted to bronze elementary level. But if there is a black iron grade wind attribute crystal nucleus, should be able to break through immediately. Putting the crystal nucleus into the ring, Liu took Yun back to Lu Ruobing's bedroom. He glanced at Lu Ruobing's current attributes. Name, Lu Ruobing. Vitality, 33. Mental power, 31. Power, 32. Agility, 35. Enhancement level, Black Iron Advanced. Ability level, Psychic Warrior, Black Iron High level. Talent skills, Melee Master Danger Perception Fire Phoenix Sword Host. Chapter 120 Hero Template, Lu Ruobing. Looking at Lu Ruobing's attribute panel. Even though Liu had known her ability for a long time, he still looked envious at this moment. Not to mention her physical fitness, which can naturally evolve to more than 30 in all attributes. After all, Liu's natural evolution is almost at this level. The physical fitness of the female policewoman was better than that of Liu before the end of the world, and it is normal to evolve to this level. But she has so many skills, it feels very unfair. You know, natural skills are not personal skills. This thing, like a supernatural power, needs to be awakened. Yes. There is so much injustice in this world. Some people are mediocre all their lives, and some people are born very smart. Others are rich second generation born with golden keys in their mouths. Even if the end of the world is coming. The moment the awakened person awakens, there are also many injustices. Take Lu Ruobing as an example. Not only does she have more awakening abilities than ordinary awakeners, and the potential is greater than ordinary awakened ones. Even the speed of improving strength is faster than that of ordinary awakened people. Maybe it's out of inner dissatisfaction with God, or maybe it's envy and jealousy of their abilities. In later generations, people jokingly called them the awakened ones of the hero template. The meaning of the hero template is that the awakened ability is like a hero in the game. Not only many, but strong. Lu Ruobing is not only an enhancer, but also a psychic warrior. Shinix is not the ability to kill ghosts. It is a kind of energy unique to warriors. Its function is similar to the grudge in fantasy novels. It does not have any attributes and can perform long-distance attacks. Although the attack distance and killing range are not as good as water, fire, wind, and thunder, these elemental abilities. But this energy also has its own advantages. That is, any kind of crystal nucleus can provide a small amount of spiritual energy for a spiritual warrior. This is one of the main reasons why Shinix warriors improve their strength quickly. Moreover, the energy of a Shinix warrior can also be attached to some special weapons of his own, used to enhance the defense and cutting capabilities of your own weapons. As for her other three natural skills, Danger Perception, has an extremely keen perception of danger. When confronting the thugs before, Lu Ruobing relied on it to block a lot of bullets flying from blind spots. If she hadn't just awakened this ability, even those thugs would not be able to hurt her even if they used guns. Melee Master, possesses a strong melee talent. No matter what method you use to engage in melee with the enemy, there is a certain chance that you will learn some powerful melee skills without a teacher in battle. Fire Phoenix Sword Host, Divine Soldier from Different Space. Seeing Lu Ruobing's three innate skills, Liu just wanted to say hee. In front of her, I don't deserve the words extraordinary talent at all. If it were a female lead, in Lu Ruobing's situation, she could be the heroine. I have to say that Lu Ruobing's awakening ability is really enviable. If the male protagonist she meets is not Xiao Fan. With her awakening ability, she can definitely shine in the late end of the world. But it doesn't seem too late now? Because after Liu killed Chu Feng, there were more male and female protagonists like Wei Jianjun and Cangyun by his side. With their presence, Liu seems to have gained some luck from Chu Feng. Somehow, he met this policewoman before Xiao Fan. Liu, I'm sorry tonight. Lu Ruobing took out a blanket and handed it to Liu. It's okay. Go to bed quickly, too. This night, in order to recharge his batteries, Liu had no time to think about other things. So, two women sleep on the bed, he sleeps on the sofa. Hearing Liu's words, Lu Ruobing stopped talking and turned back to the bed. After Liu gave Cangyun 6 crystal nuclei before, Cangyun came to the bottleneck of the high-level black iron. Now that she has the black iron essence, she is of course busy breaking through. With the help of Liu and Cangyun, Lu Ruobing healed his injury. After eating a lot of food, I recovered my physical condition. Hearing the roar of the monster outside, he looked at Liu who was lying on the sofa. Lu Ruobing let out a long breath. Everything she experienced during this period was like a dream. Monster, doomsday, thug? Haha. Silent all night. Early the next morning, the open space downstairs was filled with monsters again. Xiao Fan used fireworks to attract too many monsters. It was too easy to attract monsters from other places to the corpses of those monsters killed last night. Liu carefully looked at these monsters. Did not see the figure of Xing Long Dixing. This is good news. After all, this thing has rough skin and thick flesh, so killing it or not killing it is a problem. In addition to the monsters before, I can occasionally see a few mutated mosquitoes, flies, dragonflies and so on. These mutated creatures, with their wings spread out, are basically as big as soup bowls, or even wash basins. But the actual combat power is limited. As long as they are not in groups, the threat to humans is still not as great as imagined. Next, how do we go? Let Lao Wei break through first. Where is the police station's weapon depot? Just behind that office building. Okay, let's go, old Wei, I'll give you the crystal nucleus, you can use it to break through first. Liu saw that he already had 32 black iron non-attribute crystal nuclei. And Wei Jianjun was only 5 points away from the high-level black iron bottleneck, so he decisively threw 5 of them to him. Okay, young Master Liu. Wei Jianjun nodded and did not refuse. He has been in Liu's team for a long time, so he naturally knows what breakthroughs need to rely on. After eating the crystal nucleus and absorbing the energy, he went directly to the group of monsters. With the protection of Liu, Lu Ruobing, and Yan Yun, there was no danger. An hour later, Wei Jianjun broke through successfully. Vitality, 50. Mental power, 42. Power, 62. Agility, 41. This is the attribute after Wei Jianjun's breakthrough. How did his spiritual power come up? Of course, Liu forcibly brought it up with the spiritual core before. But through his attributes, Liu also confirmed a fact. That is, 4 strengtheners. Everyone's physical condition is different, and the attribute points obtained after using the crystal nucleus are also different. Wei Jianjun is obviously a power-type enhancer. So every time he uses the crystal nucleus, he will definitely gain more strength and agility, sometimes even less agility. It's not as balanced as the attributes you get. So even before the apocalypse, there was not much difference between his strength and agility, there is still a certain gap between these two values at this time. Ms. Lu Ruobing, I will centrally distribute the crystal cores. Do you have any objections? Liu looked at Lu Ruobing beside him, and suddenly asked a question. Of course not. Lu Ruobing shrugged indifferently. If it wasn't for Liu, she wouldn't even know the existence of crystal nuclei. Liu nodded, and then said, that's good, can your sword cut the lizardman's back now? Sword? What sword? Hearing Liu's words, Wei Jianjun and Yan Yun were stunned at the same time. I have no idea what Liu is talking about. Lu Ruobing's face was also full of helplessness. In front of him, I really have no secrets at all. No, it's okay for the small ones, but it's a bit difficult for the big ones. Is that so? Leave the lizardman to me, the mantis to you, and other monsters at will. No problem. Lu Ruobing nodded, and then grabbed at the void. A slender, fiery red longsword appeared in her hand. Weapon type, sword. Weapon name, Fire Phoenix Sword. Weapon grade, black iron. Explanation, the magic soldier from different space came to the earth due to the staggered time and space, and automatically chooses the master, and the weapon grade will be gradually unlocked according to the master's physical strengthening level. Chapter 121 Fire Phoenix Sword. What's the situation with this policewoman? Wu Jiang and Lu Ruobing in the opposite dormitory were bewildered. Although Wei Jianjun didn't speak, he couldn't hide the jealousy in his eyes. Is this the talent gap between the awakened and the awakened? Sister Ruobing, you're so handsome. Although after a night of getting along, Yan Yun and Lu Ruobing are already sisters. But Yan Yun still didn't know Lu Ruobing's ability. So when he saw Lu Ruobing took out the sword, he also had an admiration on his face. Lu Ruobing's sword is also a kind of hard sword, but it is thinner and longer than Liu's King Z sword. Liu's King Z sword is only 1.1 meters long. She is at least 1.3 meters above. The fiery red sword body is covered with black lines, from the hilt to the tip. It is not ordinary at first glance. Although it is not uncommon for Lu Ruobing to have a mutated cold weapon. But the way she took out the weapon was a bit beyond everyone's understanding. Grab this weapon directly from the air? It's like Liu taking something from the storage ring. But she doesn't have any treasures on her body, does she? And when she was holding the sword, everyone clearly saw a distortion in the space where her hand was located. In other words, this sword exists in a different space? Lu Ruobing flicked her wrist, and a mass of light blue energy came out from the hilt of her sword. And through the black lines of the long sword, it quickly covered the entire body of the sword. Let the originally fiery red longsword have a light blue halo. This woman's weapon will not only gradually unlock power as the host's strength increases? Is he still a psychic warrior? Liu just wanted to say, he. With the addition of Lu Ruobing, the combat effectiveness of Liu's team has been raised to another level. Lu Ruobing's sword is not suitable for chopping due to its slender body. But the effect of stabbing out is better than that of King Z sword because of its length. It is most suitable for dealing with the scythe mantis. Wei Jianjun did not participate in the battle because he had just broken through. He just followed behind everyone and hurriedly recovered his strength. Wu Jiang rushed downstairs to join the team. 3 people and 2 beasts began to harvest the battlefield. Under the action of the King Z sword and the Fire Phoenix sword, the monsters downstairs in the dormitory died one by one. The crystal nuclei were also collected by Liu one by one. Black iron crystal nucleus. The more the better. Bronze crystal nucleus, Yes, yes. Water attribute? Keep it for later use. Wind attribute? Haha, I found you. When he found a wind attribute crystal nucleus from a high-level zombie, Liu couldn't help laughing. Liu has been thinking about this for a long time. But the probability of black iron level monsters producing attribute crystal nuclei is really pitifully low. So it is really not easy to find a crystal nucleus that belongs to you. According to the summary of experience during this period, Liu also discovered the law of the emergence of crystal nuclei. Lizardman and Scythe Mantis seem to only have 3 kinds of crystal nuclei. No attributes, life, and spirit. There are obviously more types of crystal nuclei in the zombie body. Whether it was the fire before, or the water and wind just now, they were all discovered from inside the zombie's body. Ding! Congratulations, your wind attribute ability has been upgraded to the first level of bronze. Feeling the energy contained in his body, Liu clenched his fists. With the current ability level, it shouldn't be too much to use a defensive wind walk or something, right? Boss, is this kid still useful? After solving the monsters downstairs in the dormitory, Wu Jiang pulled Guang over and asked. It's useless, just kill it. Liu waved his hand casually. Guang's role to Liu is that of a waiter in a martial arts movie. If the police station doesn't understand something, it's absolutely right to ask him. But now that Lu Ruobing has joined, this guy is naturally useless. After asking about the location of the black minibus, he became an outcast. Don't kill me. Go in peace. Guang wanted to beg for mercy, but Wu Jiang never gave him any chance to argue. He was pushed into the pile of monsters in 3 or 2 strokes. Ah! Came Guang's screams. In less than 2 minutes, he was torn into pieces by the lizardman. Seeing this cruel scene, Lu Ruobing did not stop it. Because she has experienced the end of the world for so many days, she also hated these thugs to the bone. If she hadn't considered that there were other things she hadn't done, she would have wished to do it herself. How is it possible to stop it? Hey! This is... After cleaning up the monsters and collecting crystal nuclei, Liu was about to follow Lu Ruobing to the police station's arsenal. But suddenly sensed what? Quickly took out the predator from the ring. Predator. After tracking the target, when the target is close to 1000 meters for the second time, the pointer above will flash a faint red light. The closer you are to the target, the more frequently the red light will flash. At this moment the predator is blinking. Although the frequency is not high, it also shows that Xiao Fan has gone and returned? Xiao Fan has gone and returned? Indeed so. Because at this time Xiao Fan was very unwilling in his heart. His ability to awaken is so awesome, why can't he kill Liu? So after he was sure he was safe, he wanted to come back and take a look at the results of his fireworks. It turns out that after bleeding, those monsters will also attack themselves. At this time, his wound was no longer bleeding, and it had already been bandaged. But thinking of the scene where the high-level zombie attacked him before, Xiao Fan couldn't help cursing angrily. After a whole night, he certainly wanted to understand why he was attacked by that high-level zombie. There is no problem with one's own ability. But the smell of blood will still be detected by monsters. It was because the zombie smelled the smell of blood before that it attacked him. Damn it, don't worry about it, let's see the situation of that guy first. Xiao Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Quickly and cautiously walked towards the police station. His ability is very special, even if Liu finds out, he still has a chance to escape. So he didn't panic at all. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the monsters in the front yard and hall were still basking in the sun. The fact that the monster is still there proves that Liu hasn't rushed out yet. Xiao Fan didn't rush in either, but searched for the survivors in the 2 buildings in the lobby. Originally, he wanted to find out if there were any thugs who survived, and ask about Liu's situation. But found out, those survivors in the interrogation room whose limbs were interrupted. At this time, these survivors seemed to be completely desperate. Seeing Xiao Fan open the door, he didn't even think of calling for help. And Xiao Fan, too lazy to ask them, closed the door and continued to search. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Fan was attacked. Oh? Still an awakener. Looking at the man attacking him in front of him, Xiao Fan raised a disdainful smile. He doesn't have a system, doesn't know about enhancers or anything. All people who have awakened special abilities are awakened in his mouth. The thug who escaped from Wei Jianjun was named Zhou Ping. Although his strength is not bad, he is not Xiao Fan's opponent at all. Even if Xiao Fan doesn't know how to fight, he can easily win with his absolute attributes. After being kicked to the ground by Xiao Fan, Zhou Ping clutched his chest with a look of displeasure. Xiao Fan ignored him and asked Zhou Ping a few questions casually. Originally, he wanted to kill the thug after the questioning, but he suddenly thought of something when he lifted his foot. What's your name? Zhou Ping. Be my dog, I'll take you out of here. Xiao Fan's voice was calm, as if it was a matter of course. Hearing this, Zhou Ping was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Okay, as long as you are willing to take me away, let me do anything. Wei Jianzhen wanted to kill him. If he stays here, he can only wait for death. So it doesn't matter whether the dog is a dog or not, the most important thing is to leave here to survive. Wise choice. Obtaining Zhou Ping's allegiance, Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. After learning from him where Liu and the others were hiding, he found a hidden place to observe. It's a pity that from this position, you can't see what's going on inside Liu. Xiao Fan didn't dare to go in either. In the end, there was no other way but to get Zhou Ping out first. But when Xiao Fan killed 2 survivors to attract monsters, and took Zhou Ping to the street outside the police station, a black minibus full of metallic texture appeared in his sight. Hey, this car looks a bit unusual. Looking at the black minibus from afar, Xiao Fan frowned. Then he quickly found a bunker and took out his binoculars. There seems to be someone else in the car. Chapter 122 The Real Arsenal. Liu himself is very powerful in combat, and there are several teammates with good strength around him. Xiao Fan wants to take revenge, it is not enough to trap the opponent by attracting monsters. Xiao Fan understood this very well. So after seeing Zhou Ping, he began to think about accepting his younger brother. On Liu's side, looking at the top of the predator, Xiao Fan went from far to near, and then from near to far. I can't help but have some doubts in my heart. What does Xiao Fan want to do? Judging by the frequency of the predator red light flashing, the distance between the two sides did not exceed 300 meters just now. But this guy didn't stay for long, so he just left? What's happening here? Liu frowned, and at the same time thought of a question in his mind. There are so many monsters out there now. If I want to kill Xiao Fan, just having this tracker is not enough? The other party is not a fool, if he sees him and runs away, there is absolutely nothing he can do about him. Even if the two sides are only 100 meters apart, it will be very difficult for him to kill him. So, no, you have to find a way to kill him. Otherwise, this guy keeps jumping around, it's really annoying. However, how can we kill him? Liu frowned, thinking hard. Unexpectedly, within 2 minutes of thinking, Lu Ruobing's voice brought him back to reality. Captain, we're here. Liu's combat effectiveness and calm way of thinking. It was approved by Lu Ruobing. He himself is the leader of a team. So for the sake of action, Lu Ruobing called Captain Liu. It was already 12 o'clock at noon. After collecting the crystal nuclei before, Liu strengthened Wuqiang and Lu Ruobing to the black iron bottleneck. Although in a short period of time, if you use too many crystal nuclei continuously, the effect of restoring physical strength and mental strength will diminish. Especially in the case of repeated use that consumes a lot of energy. However, in the case of continuous use in the full state, this diminishing effect is negligible. So in order to move smoothly later, Liu gave them enough spiritual system and non-attribute crystal nucleus. Strengthen the vitality to 40 points at one time. Anyway, there are more crystal nuclei now, and there will be more black iron crystal nuclei in the future, so there is no problem of not enough. At this time, everyone has arrived at the police station's weapon depot. The weapon depot of the police station is behind the office building between the hall and the dormitory. There are a total of 2 rooms inside and outside. The outer one has only some common equipment, such as handcuffs, batons, 92 pistols, 95 assault rifles, explosion-proof shields, etc. There are not many bullets, because the weapons here are only those armed soldiers usually used to patrol. In the peaceful Xia Kingdom, there is basically no need to shoot. So the real ammunition arsenal is in this one. The 2 weapon depots are connected together, separated by a thick steel door in the middle. The armory inside is like a huge safe. There is no other entrance but this heavy steel door. This door not only needs a key, but also a rotating code like a safe. Su Bao didn't know where the key was, let alone the password. So his weapons and bullets are limited. After so many days in the apocalypse, he has almost used up all the bullets in his assault rifle. He couldn't open the arsenal inside. So they can only use pistols at ordinary times. But now, before the director died, he gave Lu Ruobing both the key and the password. Su Bao and his group of thugs were killed by Liu again. So now this arsenal belongs to Liu's team. Liu glanced at him casually. In addition to the previous 2 weapons and a large number of bullets, there are also 88 sniper rifles, 97 explosion-proof guns, grenades and flash bombs, etc. These are weapons prepared in advance by the police station to prevent riots outside. It is also a weapon that other police officers did not have time to take when facing the apocalypse. There are dedicated people for maintenance, but in the peaceful Xia Kingdom, it is used less than once in 3 to 5 years. Seeing the dazzling arsenal in front of them, everyone was surprised. My god, there are so many weapons here. This is too awesome. It's also fortunate that the door in the arsenal is strong enough, otherwise if Su Bao and the others get these weapons, the consequences will be disastrous. This is the real weapon arsenal? Now that we have these weapons, the monsters outside are no longer a concern. Liu also came back to his senses and temporarily put Xiao Fan's matter behind him. Every man has a gun dream in his heart, and Liu is no exception. Looking at the metal assault rifle in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Come on, choose a weapon that suits you, and don't point the gun at your own people. Yan Yun, you and Dai Lian don't need to carry guns, just put on bulletproof vests and help change magazines. Okay. No problem. The group was under the command of Lu Ruobing and Liu. Put on the body armor and put on the tactical vest. Pistols, tactical knives, magazines, or hang on the waist. Or hang it in a tactical vest. Wei Jianjun had an explosion-proof gun hanging on his body, and a row of bullets on his shoulders. He also has an assault rifle in his hand. Magazines and the like are all equipped, as if he looked like an outlaw lunatic. Others are about the same. Just other assault rifles, only one is equipped. When everyone is equipped, Liu took back all the remaining weapons to the ring. After all, this is a police station, not a military area. No amount of weapons is limited. Liu only needs to load all the bullets, grenades, and flash bombs. Take as many pairs of handcuffs as you want, and as many guns as you can hold. Liu threw the luggage of Jiao Manli and the others into the community. So after a wave of ammunition will be consumed. Liu's ring is barely enough to hold the ammunition here. By the way, Captain, who set off the fireworks before? Lu Ruobing asked while tying the laces of her military boots. Although she was surprised to see Liu use the storage ring to install weapons, she was not too surprised. Because she asked Liu this question last night. When Liu just came over last night, the sword disappeared. When giving her food, she also conjured it out of thin air. So it's normal for her to ask some questions about this. A person who has a grudge against me. Is there any grudge against you? Does he want to trap all the people here to death? It's the end of the world outside, and you still expect him to consider other people's feelings. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing was taken aback for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Yes, now is the end of the world. In the current 6-member team, Wu Jiang's betrayal rate is the highest. Even taller than Dai Lian and Lu Ruobing who just joined the team. But as long as it's less than 50%, Liu won't care. After all, it is difficult to say that people do not betray each other at all. If there is really a reason enough to betray yourself. Even if the opponent's defection rate is only 20%, those who should betray will also betray. 2 in the afternoon. In the police station, Liu and his party got the guns they dreamed of and are preparing for the war. Outside the police station, the black minibus was still parked steadily on the side of the street not far from the police station. A large number of abandoned vehicles and dense monsters around them made them dare not move easily. Xiao Fan was not stupid enough to touch this car directly. Because he is a very cautious person. I won't be bitten by monsters. With such a special ability, how could the other party have no defense against him? So even though he knew that this car was not simple, he decided to take a long-term view. Brother, should we continue to wait like this? Of course, these monsters are resting when they are full. When they are hungry and want to find something to eat, they will naturally leave. Oh. Tell me, are there any survivors at the police station? There should be, but judging from the number of monsters, even if they weren't killed, they would definitely be trapped there. Ah? Shall we save them? Help? Hee hee. Through the car window, Lin Chen looked at the 2 police uniforms on the ground that were torn to pieces by the monster. He couldn't help laughing and said, "It's not like you didn't see what happened to those 2 guys just now. We still need to save people." That's right, but... Boom. A sudden gunshot startled the 2 of them. It also made the surroundings full of food and drink, and the monsters who were basking in the sun instantly woke up. They looked up and turned around. They all looked in the direction of the sound. Immediately afterwards, there were several more gunshots. Bang bang bang. Is this gunfire? My god, what a dense gunfire. Chapter 123 I and number 039, am actually a reborn. Intensive gunfire was heard from the direction of the police station. The 2 brothers and sisters looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. Originally they thought it was after yesterday's fireworks. There are very few survivors inside. Even if there are still survivors, they will never dare to make a sound again. Didn't expect it till now. How come? Lin Shui was surprised. Don't the people inside know that the sound of gunfire will attract monsters? It's impossible. Lin Chen denied the other party's statement. I feel like they are giving up on themselves. Abandon yourself. Looking at the monsters around and started to move towards the direction of the sound, Lin Shui suddenly felt that what Lin Chen said made sense. Trapped by so many monsters after all. If there is not enough food, it is better to die than to face hunger and fear every day. But what happened next completely exceeded their expectations. Because there are not only dense gunshots, but also the sound of bombs? That's not right. Looking at the monsters around who were full of food, drink, and basking in the sun, they ran towards the police station at the same time, and there were many monsters running over from a distance. Lin Chen immediately made a decision. When these monsters are gone, let's follow them. Meanwhile, inside the police station. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da-da. Boom, boom. Ruobing, just pay attention to the sky. It is good. Xiaojin, He Shui, you are in charge of covering, don't rush up. Wang. Squeak. Hit me hard. Kill, 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 kill them all. Ha ha ha. Fuck, boss, I can't make the call, don't you still have the gas tank? Hurry up, panic, let's wait until there are more monsters. Why don't you hold down the gun for me, don't waste my bullets, idiot. Sorry boss, this is the first time I use a gun, I didn't know the recoil of this thing is so strong. Now you know? If you can't hold back, transform me into a form. With the help of Lu Ruobing, Liu obtained the hot weapon in the arsenal behind the director's office building. Then, leaning against the dormitory building, use gunshots to attract all the monsters around you to die. Anyway, no matter if you want to break out, or you want to pick up Li Wanning and the others. It is necessary to kill all the monsters around. So Liu didn't do anything, just let go of his courage and made a vote. The gasoline barrel that Wu Jiang was talking about was not the round iron barrel that filled gasoline, but some small white plastic barrels of more than 10 or 20 liters. It was collected by Su Bao and his thugs to deal with monsters. The production method is very similar to that of Molotov cocktails. There are also many. Liu put these oil drums in the open space outside. There are several rows of front and back. Then Wei Jianjun and Wu Jiang stood in the windows of the two rooms on the first floor. Liu and Lu Ruobing stood at the door of the two rooms. Two pets stand on both sides to prevent the monsters on the side from protruding. The corner of that office building became a place where everyone gathered fire. The monsters and zombies who heard the sound swarmed from that corner. When the distance between the monsters was almost the same, everyone started shooting with assault rifles. Although Liu has never used a gun, he is still a rich second generation in this life. The time to study these things is definitely much more than that of Wu Jiang. Under the guidance of Lu Ruobing and Wei Jianjun, he quickly became familiar with the rhythm of the gun firing. Wu Jiang couldn't hold back the gun body, mainly because he was too unfamiliar with this thing. But he doesn't change shape, so at least he has twice the attributes of ordinary people. So with Liu's reminder, he quickly became familiar with it. Anyway, there are so many monsters, and there is no need to aim at them. Da-da-da. Boom, boom. Bullets, grenades, kept shooting towards the monster. Clip, clip. Ha 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 ha, killing monsters like this is really cool. Watch out for the sides. It's okay, just leave this to me, just pay attention to the front. Okay, okay. Good cooperation. For the lizardmen on the ground, 2 headshots can make them incapable of fighting. The praying mantis in the sky can also be shot down with a single bullet. There are too many monsters to fight, so just come with 2 gasoline barrels and 1 or 2 Molotov cocktails. Or throw a few grenades in the past while changing the magazine. The close-up monsters were either killed by He Shui, or were sent flying by Xiaojin. Liu shot twice at will. Since everyone was leaning against the dormitory, the place where the monster in front came was relatively narrow. Liu and the others took advantage of the favorable location and harmony. The monsters quickly killed and injured countless people. Yan Yun and Dai Lian had nothing to do, they just changed magazines for the 4 of them in the bedroom on the first floor. For this battle, they were fully prepared. Under Lu Ruobing's guidance, he not only learned how to change magazines, but also how to press bombs. When there are enough bullets, magazines, and guns, they don't have to do anything else, they just need to keep changing the magazines of the guns, and then put the guns with the magazines replaced next to Liu and the others. Over time, the corpses of monsters on the ground became more and more. 100, 200, 300, 500, and soon the entire dormitory floor was filled with corpses. The monsters rushing over were not as dense as before. Boss, those crystal nuclei won't be destroyed by the fire, right? Looking at the raging fire, Wu Jiang asked with some concern. The crystal nucleus is the key to improving the strength of the awakened. As long as there are enough crystal nuclei, the team can cultivate more awakened ones. So now, he is also very concerned about this issue. The crystal nucleus contains special energy, and it cannot be destroyed by fire, not to mention that the crystal nucleus is in the monster's head, how can it be so easy to burn? Hey, that's good, but there seem to be a lot fewer monsters than before. Liu shot the 2 zombies to death with a gun, and glanced at the situation outside, get ready to switch to close combat. Hey Shui, you stay and protect them, and the others follow me. The four of them kept shooting before, and they all felt like they couldn't beat them. Even if there are gasoline barrels and Molotov cocktails that have been placed in advance, monsters will occasionally get close. But now? The corpse of the monster has turned into a mountain of corpses. The ground was also in disorder, and there were densely packed corpses of monsters lying on the ground. Only other monsters who are full and have nothing to do will run over the corpse wall to die. Liu and the others even had to aim for several seconds before shooting, otherwise it would be a waste of bullets. So in order to save ammunition, Liu decisively ordered melee combat. Coming. Hearing Liu's order, Wei Jianjun took down the gun and threw it aside. He took out the fire axe and jumped out of the window. Boss, wait for me. Wu Jiang also picked up a steel bar and made the same movement as Wei Jianjun. Although they do not use weapons, they are also very capable in melee combat. But having a weapon will save a lot of effort, and it can also increase the attack distance. Swish! Liu Yueguang's sword also came out of its sheath, and while holding the hilt tightly, he stared at the monsters charging up. Come on, bastards! Captain, are you really only 21 years old this year? Why do you ask this all of a sudden? I just think that your abilities and behavior are not like those of your age. Liu. To be honest, I am actually a reborn person who came back from 10 years later. Ah? Rebirth. Chapter 124. Two swords combined, no grass grows. Liu's sudden answer made Lu Ruobing a little unresponsive. Reborn? If someone said this, she would definitely not believe it. After all, this kind of thing is really a bit outrageous. Compared with the end of the world, the ability to awaken and predict the future is even more outrageous. But what Liu said seems to be completely justified. He himself is only 21 years old, not only does he know a lot, but he is also so strong. Most importantly, does he still know his abilities? It's really like being born again, isn't it? Ah what, quickly draw your sword. Liu's cold shout brought her back to reality. When she came back to her senses, she saw that the monster was already in front of her. He had no choice but to forget what happened just now, and went up to him with a sword. The sickle mantis is a nightmare for ordinary enhancers below the black iron middle level. But for Lu Ruobing, it's not so powerful. Not only is she more agile than sickle mantis, but the sword in her hand is longer than sickle mantis's scythe. It is often able to pierce the opponent's head at the moment of avoiding the attack of the sickle mantis. Then, Green Chi sword, Fire Phoenix sword, two swords combined. The entire basement of the dormitory building became barren of grass again. 4:30 p.m. The black pattern of Lu Ruobing's fiery red longsword turned into bronze. Wu Jiang's claws are sharper, and his scales are more defensive. There is also a tail growing from behind. Obviously, both of them advanced to bronze. From the first shot to the present, after more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, the corpses of monsters in the backyard of the police station were densely packed, and it was impossible to count how many there were. Puff! The last zombie fell under Liu's sword. Hey! Looking at the undead zombies and some scattered monsters, Liu sat slumped on the ground, panting tiredly. No! Zaijin, come on! Due to the continuous use of crystal cores, the recovery effect will diminish. Everyone has been promoted to the bronze level again. When the bronze crystal cores are used up, everyone who has used the crystal cores many times today can no longer use the black iron crystal cores to restore their physical strength. So Liu is very tired now, so he can only let Zaijin do the finishing work. Xiaojin is now a bronze intermediate. After receiving Liu's order, he walked over without saying a word and crushed the zombie's head. Red and white things were scattered all over the place. It has to be said that the dark contract is awesome. As long as there are enough monster corpses, they will have inexhaustible physical strength and energy. There's not even talk of diminishing returns yet. Damn, I'm exhausted. With so many monsters, you still have to collect crystal nuclei? How long does it take to collect them? Wu Jiang also wants to cry but has no tears. At this moment, he didn't even want to move. Let's talk about it later. Too tired, I can't do it. Me too. Lu Ruobing was also leaning against a wall at this time, looking exhausted. Cangyun was in charge of healing several people. After such a bitter battle, it is unrealistic to have no injuries at all. Not to mention Wei Jianjun and Wu Jiang, even Liu and Lu Ruobing were slightly injured due to exhaustion. Under Liu's arrangement, Cangyun treated Wu Jiang and Wei Jianjun who were seriously injured first, and then Lu Ruobing. The last one is Liu. I don't know how long it took, the injuries of several people were healed by Cangyun one by one. Dai Lian, pass them the water and food. Okay, young master Liu. Hey, Liu, are you a wound caused by a zombie? After treating the last Lu Ruobing, Yan Yun looked surprised at a clear scratch on Lu's arm. Others also looked at Lu subconsciously. Yeah, I'm going to become a zombie, are you afraid? Lu smiled. He was physically exhausted just now, facing 2 mantises and 5 or 6 zombies attacking from all sides, he really couldn't dodge them all. He had no choice but to avoid the serious and take the light, and chose to be clawed by the zombies. After all, my current sacred body is immune to corpse poison of the same level. Once the corpse poison enters the body, it will be eliminated by the immune system immediately and excreted along the wound. No, isn't it? Master Lu. Old. Boss. Even Lu Ruobing was a little surprised. She was also injured, more seriously than Lu. But not because of zombies either. How? How did you become a zombie? No, definitely not. I don't believe you will turn into a zombie. Yan Yun panicked, her eyes were red, and she hurriedly checked Lu's physical condition. After a while, she stopped her movements and looked at Lu with a grieved expression. Bastard Lu, you, are you bullying me again? Ha ha ha, you are my woman, if you don't bully me, who do you bully? Stop making such jokes in the future. Dot. What's the situation? Aren't the scratches on the boss's arm a zombie? Everyone was puzzled, Yan Yun explained. It was caught by zombies, but there is no corpse poison in his body at all. Yes. After Yan Yun was promoted to bronze, what she awakened was her ability to detoxify. No matter what kind of poison, she can cure it. Although it cannot be completely removed, it can already reduce the damage caused by most toxins to the human body. Even corpse poison. What? How could this be? Actually, corpse poison is not as scary as you think. Lu explained casually, although it is fatal to ordinary people, ordinary awakened people have a certain resistance to corpse poison. The higher the self-enhancement level, the higher the resistance. If the awakener's enhancement level is lower than that of a zombie, he will definitely become a zombie, but if the enhancement level is higher than that of a zombie, he will not become a zombie after being infected. He will have a high fever for 10 days and a half months at most. Is that so? Several people looked puzzled, but they had no choice but to believe it. After all, Lu's predictive ability is there. If you don't believe him, who can you trust? Of course it is. What good does it do for me to lie to you? Lu replied as a matter of course. Wang. A sudden dog barking interrupted the chatting of several people. Hey Shui, what did you find? Ho ho. Hey Shui growled in the direction of the corpse mountain, making Lu frown. Then, under Lu's signal, Hey Shui ran towards the monster corpse mountain. Yan Yun, continue to heal your wounds, Dai Lian, hurry up and take a look. Okay, young master Lu. Dai Lian's awakened ability is poison. Because before the end of the world, she was just an ordinary student. And she's a female student. So in the battle just now, she didn't play a big role. I can only do logistics with Yan Yun. I want to ask if Dai Lian will take advantage of everyone's weakness to kill people and seize treasures at this time? This is not so. Because the current Dai Lian is just a female student who has just experienced the end of the world. Not the poisonous lady from the previous life. Even if she is, Lu still has the villain's eyes to prevent her from betraying. And from ancient times to the present, which betrayal did not need the support of reasons and interests. Although I don't have much fighting power now. But Xiaojin and He Shui are there? In this situation, even Wu Jiang didn't dare to betray herself, so why would she dare? So while Yan Yun was healing other people, Dai Lian didn't hesitate too much, and followed He Shui up to the mountain of corpses full of blood and stench. Soon the scene on the other side of the corpse mountain came into his eyes. Dai Lian, what's the matter? Is it a group of bug-like monsters? No. Young Master Lu, this seems to be a group of robots. What? Robot? Hearing this, Lu couldn't help being stunned. Then he thought of something. Yeah. They're like spiders, but they fly, and they're all digging monster heads. I'm stupid, boss. Hearing this, Wu Jiang didn't know where the strength came from, so he turned over and sat up. Someone wants to snatch our crystal nucleus. Damn it, Xiaojin, hurry up and shoot these robots down. Chapter 125 Wu Jiang vs Lin Chen. Lu knew that Xiao Fan was not far away. And it's just over 1000 meters range. But apart from being a bit annoying, this guy is no longer a threat to himself. His own predator had locked his position, and it was basically impossible for him to use fireworks to bully him like before. So Lu was not afraid that Xiao Fan would sneak in at this moment. But he forgot that there was a black minibus not far from the police station. Can't say forget. It should be that he didn't expect this black car to come to his door by himself. When he heard about the robot, the first thing he thought of was the black minibus. All vehicles fail to fire, only this one can stand alone. Black technology like a robot, who else can exist besides him? Although Wu Jiang doesn't know why there are such things as robots. But the action of the robot digging the monster's head is obviously trying to grab the crystal nucleus of his team? Robot? Where did the robot come from? Lu Ruobing also glanced slightly. She hadn't heard the sound of a car or seen the lights all this time. Naturally, electrical energy is considered unusable. The arrival of Liu also confirmed her guess. But if there is no electricity, how can there be robots? What do these robots do to work? It doesn't matter where it came from, anyway, these robots can't let the crystal nucleus be taken away. Liu supported his tired body and stood up. Damn, this minibus driver. I didn't have time to find him, and he took the initiative to find me? Court death. Liu, your arm injury hasn't been healed yet. Liu looked at his arm. There are 4 paw prints in total, none of which are particularly deep. Now Yanyun has stopped the bleeding, but the healing work is only halfway through. Forget it, that's it, it's important to solve the problem of crystal nuclei first, you follow me. Although Yanyun has healed the injuries of the others, they are all extremely weak now. Especially Wei Jianjun and Wu Jiang. They lost too much blood, and there was no way to recover in a short time. But these monsters were killed by everyone working hard together, and now someone wants to steal the fruits of everyone's labor? No one will allow such a thing to happen. So even though everyone was extremely weak, they hurried towards Dai Lian's direction. At the same time, on the black minibus at the back door of the police station, there is a 7.0 sized display at the headrest position on the back of the driver's seat. Lin Shui sat behind Lin Chen, holding a drone remote control in her hand, carefully staring at the corpses of a large number of monsters in the video in front of her. Brother, these people are quite powerful, don't they look like those bad guys before? Lin Chen's central control screen also displayed the situation in the police station. It doesn't matter if the people are bad or not. We just want the crystal core, and we don't think about going to war with them. That's right, but wouldn't it be a little bad for us to go directly to get their crystal nuclei like this? What's wrong? People don't do it for themselves, heaven and earth are destroyed, and they don't know the existence of crystal nuclei. We are helping them use waste. Lin Chen said something of course. They came after the last wave of monsters. After arriving at the police station, he parked the car at the back door of the police station. At that time, Liu just ordered to fight the monster in close combat. He has a stealth drone in his car for spying. This drone is not an ordinary stealth drone. It is a drone that can achieve optical invisibility. After entering the invisible state, the kind that is invisible to the naked eye. Through this drone, Lin Chen can see the battle taking place in the open space downstairs of the police dormitory without being noticed. Seeing that Liu and the others did not collect crystal nuclei after the battle, he thought for a while before making a decisive move. Hearing what Lin Chen said, Lin Shui stopped talking and focused on the crystal nucleus collector on the screen. Crystal nucleus collector is the name of the robot responsible for collecting crystal nucleus for this chariot. There are 20 in total. Like the stealth drone, it is the black technology that comes with this chariot. At this time, all 20 crystal nucleus collectors were dispatched, shuttling back and forth among the monster piles. Hey, brother, they seem to have found us. Found? Yeah, no, that monkey is hitting our collector. Don't worry, the material of the collector is special, ordinary creatures can't hurt them, you can just call the collector back. It's already being tuned, my god, that dog brought them here, what should we do? Look in the display. The giant dog drove others towards her. Lin Shui was a little anxious. It's okay. Lin Chen calmly comforted his sister's emotions, I'll negotiate with them. Why did he dare to come directly to search for crystal nuclei? One is because his car needs a lot of crystal nuclei to keep running. Another reason is that, in his mind, it is impossible for other people to know the existence of crystal nuclei. In this case, even if the other party discovers his behavior, you can also use the secret of the crystal nucleus to exchange with the other party. There is no possibility of conflict at all. And even if there is a conflict, with the opponent's current state, he is not his opponent at all. Thinking room. 6 people and 2 beasts appeared in Lin Chen's sight one after another. The crystal nucleus collector also flew too high to return to the tank door in order to avoid Xiao Jin's attack. At this time, he was forced to stop on the roof of the car. All the surrounding monsters were attracted by Liu's gunshots and killed them all. So everyone followed the collector and found the location of the black car very smoothly. Bang bang bang! Drafting, idiot, get out of here! As the younger brother, Wu Jiang came to the front of the black car first. Impatiently knocked on the bumper of the black car with the steel bar in his hand. Originally, seeing a spider-shaped robot snatching the crystal nucleus, he choked back his anger. Now see that the owner of these robots is this black car? His anger grew even bigger. At the back door of the school before, this black car attracted the monster, causing him to be seriously injured on the way to escape. If it weren't for Yan Yun's healing technique, he might have lost his arm due to wound infection. This hatred. He remembered it from the first day he entered school to today. Seeing Wu Jiang being so rude, Lin Chen, who originally wanted to be polite to a few people, immediately became upset. Stupid? Why don't you try to curse again? Lin Chen's car is very soundproof. So his voice was also transmitted outside the door through the special loudspeaker in the driver's seat. Yo, you're quite arrogant. What's wrong with me scolding you? I advise you to be more polite. You're welcome. I'm polite to your mother. Wu Jiang was even more impatient, and knocked a steel bar on the front of the car. Hurry up and get off me. I won't get out of the car, just say so if you have anything to say. Seeing that Wu Jiang was full of swear words and didn't intend to speak properly at all, Lin Chen frowned even tighter. For him who has persecution paranoia, he can't trust anyone except his own sister. Only by staying in the car can he feel safe. This Wu Jiang made him feel very uncomfortable, and he who wanted to discuss it with the other party changed his mind immediately. My Nima. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wu Jiang was so angry that he wanted to hit the windshield in front of the black car with the steel bar in his hand. But Liu stopped him. Wu Jiang. Old. Boss. Let me talk to him. Wu Jiang didn't dare to say more, nodded his head quickly, and stepped aside. Liu moved his sore arm. He walked to the front of the black car and looked at Lin Chen who was in the driver's seat. Hey, boy, are those gadgets on the roof yours? So what? Don't you think it's a little too much? We worked so hard to kill the monsters, and you use these things to grab our crystal nucleus. You guys know this is a crystal nucleus. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help being stunned. During this period of time, besides myself, is there anyone else who can know the function of the crystal nucleus? How is this going? But after thinking about it, it's no wonder this group of people are so strong. It turns out that they already knew the existence of crystal nuclei. Oh. Hearing Lin Chen's words and seeing the other party's expression, Liu instantly understood Lin Chen's thoughts. So you thought we didn't know the existence of crystal nuclei, so you did this. Forget it, return the crystal nucleus you just collected to us, and I cannot pursue other matters for the time being. Don't pursue it for the time being. Hehe, what if I tell you that I don't want to return these crystal nuclei? Chapter 126 Stealing the Car. Don't pursue it for the time being. Hehe, what if I tell you that I don't want to return these crystal nuclei? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, then asked with a sneer. There are 6 people in Liu's party, 3 of them are women. The 2 women among them are top-notch in both figure and appearance. One is youthful and beautiful, and the other is heroic. If you just look at the appearance of this group of people, Lin Chen thinks that they are not some sinister and cunning villains. It is fundamentally different from the previous thugs. So Lin Chen really thought at the beginning, if the other party knew the existence of crystal nuclei, at worst, he would help them collect the crystal nuclei. Then discuss it and get a little reward is enough. It's really not good. Well, he never thought about returning these crystal nuclei from the beginning to the end. After all, in the last days, strength is the most important thing. It's really not normal to rob cultivation resources or something. What's more, Lin Chen was very dissatisfied with Wu Jiang's behavior. Very dissatisfied. This kid called himself an idiot. Still hitting the front of your car with steel bars? It looks like a pretense. The young man he called the boss didn't look like a good bird either. That condescending tone made Lin Chen feel uncomfortable. Still not pursuing it for the time being? Who the hell do you think you are? Not return. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Liu's eyes were slightly cold, then you can try. After confirming that the name of the minibus driver is Lin Chen, he is also another protagonist. Liu also confirmed his position. The opponent is the protagonist, and I am the villain. The protagonist and the villain are incompatible. Even if the two didn't have any conflicts before, they would still dislike each other the moment they met. What's more, the two have already had a holiday. So hearing Lin Chen's arrogant words, Liu also had a plan in mind. But who is Lin Chen? He is the master of the doomsday chariot and also the son of luck. None of the children of luck in the last days is cowardly. If Liu spoke well, even if he was a little more polite, he might have compromised directly. But he couldn't bear the way Liu threatened him. Looking at Liu outside the car, Lin Chen tightened his steering wheel, and suddenly the voices of other people outside the window rang out. Hey, are you being reasonable? We killed the monster, why did you snatch our crystal nucleus? That's right, boy, do you want to grab it? Hearing Lin Chen's words, the others were also a little angry. Even Lu Ruobing, who is a policeman, is very disgusted with Lin Chen's behavior. But think again. Strength is the most important thing in any age. For some oil, chips and other resources, big countries will calculate each other, not to mention the end of the world. So Lu Ruobing didn't speak, just wanted to see how Liu would deal with it. He, I'm really sorry, you two beauties. Originally, I wanted to return your crystal nucleus, but now I suddenly don't want to return it. Lin Chen grinned and said, that's it, we will meet later. Boom. After Lin Chen said this, he immediately started the car. I have to say, beautiful women are indeed pleasing to the eye. The presence of Yan Yun and Lu Ruobing also made Lin Chen's anger disappear a lot. But this does not mean that he will bow to the evil forces. I have this doomsday chariot, so I am still afraid of your threats? Are you kidding me? Want to go? Seeing Lin Chen start the car, Liu immediately felt a killing intent in his heart. Although it is quite normal to rob treasures and cultivation resources in the last days. But sometimes people are so double-standard. For Liu, you can only rob others by yourself. When is it someone else's turn to rob you? What's more, the other party is still a protagonist. Drafted. Seeing this, Wu Jiang quickly slammed the steel bar in his hand on Lin Chen's windshield. He wanted to break the glass, grab Lin Chen out and beat him up. It's a pity that his physical strength has long been exhausted, and the opponent's windshield is bulletproof. The steel bars hit the glass without leaving even a trace of white marks. Asshole! This kid! Seeing Lin Chen starting the car and wanting to leave directly, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, but there was nothing they could do. Because they have no physical strength at this time, the ammunition was almost used up before. The remaining ammunition was either on Liu's body, or it was still in the warehouse. And the opponent's car is obviously bulletproof. In this situation, Lin Chen wanted to leave, but no one could stop him. But just when everyone felt that they could only suffer from being dumb, Liu's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Are you Bing, old Wei, help me take care of Yan Yun. Xiaojin, handsome hey, follow me. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen kicked the accelerator and rushed out with the black minibus. Wu Jiang dodged in panic, and the figures of Liu and his two pets also disappeared in place. Boss! Liu, you! My god, where did he get the strength? Seeing that Liu took Xiaojin at some point, and easily jumped onto the roof of the minibus with the help of the electric pole next to him, He Shui who received the order also followed closely behind. Everyone was surprised, especially Lu Ruobing. Although Liu's action is not difficult for the strengthener. But with Liu's current physical condition, how did he do such a thing? Isn't everyone exhausted? And for that little crystal nucleus, it wouldn't be so desperate, right? Everyone was surprised, puzzled, and all kinds of emotions came to mind. Only Wei Jianjun looked at Liu's red skin on the roof, and couldn't help but think of something. Isn't this the ability that Chu Feng used before? When did young Master Liu learn it? Yes. Liu is indeed exhausted now. The bronze crystal nucleus has been eaten, and eating the black iron crystal nucleus has no effect. But he also has a fighting skill. Berserker, modified. This ability does not require physical strength, nor does it require supernatural powers. It is powered by human blood. Before the end of the world, the blood of the human body will circulate twice more at most, which will increase the body's immunity, increase the body's compensatory ability, repair function, and so on. It will not help humans recover their physical strength. But after the end of the world, every cell in the strengthener's body contains a certain amount of energy. Although under normal circumstances, the function of human blood is still the same as before the end of the world. But the birth of the profession of berserker has changed the inherent thinking of human beings. Because once a berserker gets angry, the blood in his body will boil. Although they will easily lose their minds when they are angry, their combat effectiveness will also increase exponentially. Scientists of later generations have studied this ability, and then improved this ability and used it on ordinary enhancers. Ordinary enhancers may have greater side effects when using this ability. The increased combat power is not as much as that of the berserker. But it will not lose consciousness due to madness. The development of this ability has increased the survival rate of those human enhancers by at least half in the face of desperation. As for why Liu worked so hard? Just for that crystal nucleus? Of course not. There are only 20 crystal nucleus collectors in Lin Chen's car. A collector can hold up to 3 crystal nuclei. If He Shui found these collectors at the first time, Lin Chen could take away at most dash crystal nuclei. Even if there were 2 or 3 bronze crystal nuclei, it wouldn't make Liu work so hard. Is that for saving face? Being robbed by Lin Chen, Liu couldn't swallow this breath in his heart? Of course not. In the last days, how much is face worth? A handsome and strong guy like Liu doesn't need to risk his life to win back his face. So Liu's real purpose from beginning to end is only one, to seize the car. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 127 Lin Chen finally panicked. In fact, the moment I saw Lin Chen and confirmed that the other party was the protagonist, Liu didn't even need to read the other party's script, the idea of seizing the car was already in his mind. No way, this car is too cool. The body is full of metal texture, fully enclosed metal shell and bulletproof glass. A black technology like a crystal nucleus collector. As long as you are a normal person, you will become greedy after seeing this car up close. Liu is no exception. It's just that there are relatively righteous people like Wei Jianjun and Lu Ruobing in the team. If Liu seized the car inexplicably, it would inevitably arouse their dissatisfaction. Liu didn't want to lose such a strong teammate so easily. So he needs to find a reason to seize the car. Just at this time, Lin Chen's aura of the protagonist collided with his own aura of the villain. This guy actually snatches his own crystal nucleus without any moral bottom line? Then what I did to him is not too much, right? Although the other party is the son of luck, this car may not be so easy to grab. But as bold as man is, so productive is the land. Go for a bike and turn it into a motorcycle. If you miss this village, you don't know when the next store will come. Originally, Liu thought about letting Xiaojin smash the glass, but after thinking for a while, he immediately rejected this idea. Because the glass of this car is obviously bulletproof, even if Xiaojin wants to smash it, he can't do it in a short time. It's also impossible to give yourself too much time with a starting vehicle. So when he couldn't count on others, Liu had no choice but to take Zijin and jump on the roof of the car. Damn, this guy, where does the strength come from? Realizing that Liu and Xiaojin jumped onto the roof of the car, Lin Chen, who was driving in the driver's seat, cursed angrily. He knew that Liu and the others were very powerful. But in their previous state, it is obvious that they have no fighting power. How could Liu jump onto the roof of his car so easily? Brother, what should we do? Seeing Liu chasing after him desperately, Lin Shui also asked very anxiously. In fact, in her heart, it was inappropriate for her brother to do so. But to survive in the last days, one cannot have a moral bottom line. During this period of time, she has seen too many survivors who left their companions and fled alone. So she knows that most human beings are selfish. My brother is just for the two to live smoothly. There is nothing wrong with grabbing someone else's crystal nucleus. As long as she didn't take the initiative to hurt those good people, she wouldn't care. But now that Liu has caught up, she panicked a little. Don't worry, Clang. Lin Chen was still calm, but before he finished speaking, a metallic crisp sound came to the ears of the two of them. Lin Shui subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, and was instantly stunned. The original material is so hard that even the sickle mantis can only leave a shallow scratch on the roof. There was actually a silver sword tip? Oh my god, he pierced the roof. How is this possible? Hearing what his sister said, Lin Chen also had a look of disbelief. Although he already knew that Liu and Lu Ruobing had two powerful swords. But the previous two were just hunting monsters with these weapons. Facing flesh and blood, it is normal for a mutated sword to have such power. But the roof of my car is made of steel plates? Although the steel plate is not very thick in order to maintain the power of the whole car, it shouldn't be pierced by a sword, right? Quickly use electric shocks to beat these two guys down. Lin Chen made a quick decision. The two parties have already formed a bond, and at this time, there is absolutely no way to be kind to a woman. As long as the two guys on the roof are killed, the mutant dog following behind is nothing to worry about. Have to say, Lin Chen perfectly displayed the calmness and decisiveness that a protagonist should have in the last days. The black minibus is still moving forward rapidly. Due to the speed of the vehicle, the robots collecting crystal nuclei could not return to the body hatch in the first place. Only through the suction cups or magnets on the spider feet, slowly moved towards the tank door. Liu Zhang and Zijin were crawling on the roof of the car. At this time, Liu's skin and eyes turned red all over, and all the fatigue disappeared. A large amount of energy in the body spilled out of the body, and various attributes of the body have also been greatly improved. If it is said that Liu's previous physical strength is already close to the bronze intermediate level, then he definitely has a bronze high level right now. In this state, if he is singled out with others, he must be a rare opponent. But now? Liu's opponent is not a human being, but a doomsday chariot covered in pitch black. There is nothing on the roof of Lin Chen's black chariot except those 20 collectors. A bare piece. So even though Liu and Xiaojin had excellent physical fitness, it took a while to recover their mobility. This is electricity? Damn. After Liu had just adapted to the speed of the car and stabbed the green sword into the roof of the car, a strong sense of numbness suddenly passed through the body. Although Liu doesn't know how many volts this voltage is, it is definitely greater than the 220V of general household electricity. Because he is now in the form of a berserker. Not only is the body and skin protected by the burst of energy in the body, but the sensitivity of pain-sensing nerves is also reduced by at least 70% compared to usual. In this state, he could feel a strong sense of paralysis. If it was in a normal state, would he be sent flying out by the electricity? A powerful electric current spread throughout Liu and Xiaojin's bodies. Xiaojin's golden hair stood up quickly, and soon there was a smell of paste. Squeak! Boom! Xiaojin couldn't bear the current, and fell directly from the roof of the car and fell heavily to the ground. Due to inertia, it rolled countless times on the ground before barely stopping. Xiaojin still wanted to chase after him, but the electric shock just now had burned his body extensively, and the severe pain and numbness from his whole body also greatly slowed down his ability to move. In this case, how can it catch up with this moving chariot? He Shui, who followed closely behind the chariot body, was taken aback by Xiaojin who landed on the ground. But the existence of the dark contract made it ignore the injury of its comrade in arms, and directly crossed Xiaojin and chased in the direction where the black car left. Am I drafting? Seeing this scene, Liu knew that he had no turning back. Resisting the pain caused by the electric shock, he clenched the hilt of the sword with both hands, and pressed down 2 points hard. Then he pulled the King's sword in front of him. Crunch! The sound of metal cutting that made teeth sore reached everyone's ears. If I don't kill you, my surname will not be Liu. Liu shouted. As soon as the voice fell, the current from the car body suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Warning, warning, the energy of the chariot is insufficient, please replenish the energy of the chariot in time. Warning, warning, the energy of the chariot is insufficient, please replenish the energy of the chariot in time. My god, what's the matter with this guy? Electric shock doesn't work. See, just a monkey falling out and the roof punctured. The sirens from the chariot now? Lin Chen finally panicked. Chapter 128 My Doomsday Chariot. Why was Lin Chen so confident when he was in the police station? Apart from the fact that he was protected by a chariot, the biggest reason was that Liu and the others were exhausted. In this case, as long as I don't get too entangled with them, they will definitely not be able to pose a threat to myself. Later, Liu jumped into his car with Xiaojin, although Lin Chen was a little surprised. But he still knows that crystal nuclei can restore physical strength. So even though Lin Chen was shocked, he didn't panic. But now Liu's situation has completely exceeded his cognition. Even if the remaining energy of your chariot is not enough, you can only release 380V low-voltage electricity. And it won't last too long. But that's not something humans can resist, is it? Even if it is a strengthener, can it withstand this voltage for a few seconds? But now... Damn it, Xiaoxiu, sit still. Lin Chen didn't have time to think about anything else, so he quickly yelled at Lin Shui. It is good. Lin Shui came to her senses and quickly fastened her seat belt while holding onto the armrest of the seat next to her. The moment she finished all this... Crunch! What? With Lin Shui's exclamation, the black car made a sharp turn. It is clear. He wanted to use the powerful inertia of the car to throw Liu out. Originally, according to the normal situation, there is no borrowing object on the roof. No matter how strong Liu's physical fitness is, it is impossible to violate the principles of mechanics. But at this time, he was in the form of a berserker, and he had already thought of various countermeasures before getting into the car. How could it be possible not to guard against the opponent's move? So his sword remained half inside the body from start to finish. While Lin Chen was making a sharp turn, Liu, relying on his terrifying physical fitness in the shape of a berserker, tightly grasped the hilt of the King's sword, and pressed down hard. Not only did the powerful inertia not throw him out, but it stretched the opening in the roof a little wider. Lin Chen sensed something was wrong, and wanted to flick his tail a few more times. But because the car body is too large, not only the interval between two flicks is longer, but also the speed must be slowed down. The moment the vehicle turned and decelerated, Liu had already recovered his ability to move. He pried the King's sword in his hand up along the opening. Although the chariot is strong, even with the King's sword, you can clearly feel strong resistance. But in this form, Liu's strength is already 1,000 catties. Liu pried it like this, and then took out a one-handed hammer with the other hand. Boom! 2 hammers smashed down. A fist-sized, diagonally downward gap appeared. Go to hell, this is the price you have to pay for grabbing Lao Tzu's crystal nucleus. Liu snorted coldly. Before the opponent's chariot flicked its tail for the second time, a grenade was thrown into the gap. Ding ding! The grenade rolled down the slope of the roof and fell to the ground inside the car, making a crisp and pleasant metal crashing sound. Realizing that a grenade had fallen in, the brother and sister were shocked. Little Snow! Elder brother! The two exclaimed at the same time. Next second. Boom! A huge explosion sounded inside the tank. In an instant, the shouts of the two brothers and sisters were drowned out. The glass of Lin Chen's minibus is bulletproof, and the materials used in other places are all steel plates. Even the chassis is welded to death by special steel plates. Coupled with the defense system that comes with the body, not to mention that the defense is comparable to a tank, at least it can be regarded as indestructible. There are only two ways for Liu to hurt the people inside. Either use violence, or trick Lin Chen out and kill him. But how difficult is it to trick Lin Chen out? My Chariot of Doom. This is the name of Lin Chen's script. Seeing this name, I thought about Lin Chen's reluctance to get off the car before. Even if Liu didn't have time to read Lin Chen's information, he knew that Lin Chen was a very cautious person. Unless you can follow him all the time, do you want to see him get off the car? Basically an impossible thing. So he can only choose to use violence. But Liu is also very clear. Since Lin Chen's car can be called the Doomsday Chariot, taking it is definitely a very dangerous move. This is especially true when you don't know how far the opponent's tank has been upgraded. So Liu had already thought about it the moment he jumped into the car. If his green sword can break through the shell of this chariot, then he can try to seize the chariot. But if the King's sword can't break through the shell of this chariot, then I can only wait for the next time fate arranges for the two to meet each other, and then find a way to seize the car by myself. But at that time, the difficulty of seizing the car will definitely be greatly increased because of his actions today. Fortunately, the end result is obvious. Although the shell and defenses of the tank are very good, but neither the burst of power nor the green sword from Berserker, modified, disappointed Liu. He resisted the electric shock and pried off the roof of Lin Chen's car. Along the prying position of the King's sword, a grenade was thrown in. This moment, it was supposed to be a hard chariot shell protecting Lin Chen and the others, but instead it became a cage that restricted their movements. Hearing the exclamation of a woman inside, Liu was a little surprised. Because he had never heard this woman's voice before cutting the roof. But now that the grenade has been thrown out, it is useless to say anything. Plus this woman is called Lin Chen brother. Therefore, since they are brothers and sisters, if they die, they will die, and there is nothing to be sorry about. Boom! The huge explosion was deafening. The chariot screeched to a halt. The shrapnel from the grenade and the unique iron sand inside flew around the carriage in an instant. Smoke and dust soon covered the entire carriage. However, the car's anti-seismic ability is super strong, even the explosion of the grenade did not shatter the glass around the car body. A large amount of air is ejected from the pried opening. After stabilizing his figure, Liu waited for the air to finish spraying, and quickly continued to cut the roof of the car while the state of the Berserker hadn't disappeared. In a moment. Boom! A large piece of steel fell into the car along with the interior compartments. Drink! Just when Liu was about to check the situation inside through the cut-out entrance, a woman's coquettish voice suddenly sounded. Almost at the same time, a transparent ice cone about 10 centimeters long shot at Liu's face. Liu seems to have expected it. But after turning on the Berserker, not only can't use the concentration method, but the reaction will become much slower. So even if Liu made an evasive move in advance, his cheek was still cut by the ice pick. And the ice picks at the back, one after another? Damn! I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Liu wiped the blood stain seeping from his cheeks, and after cursing angrily, he wiped the ring on his left hand again with his right hand. Ding ding ding! He threw in a grenade again. At the same time, he hid aside and quickly covered his ears. Zioxu, be careful! Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly reminded her. The grenade exploded instantly. It's just that this time what Liu threw was not a grenade, but a flash bomb. Boom, hum. Light and noise blare. Although the two people in the car took defensive measures, they didn't have time to look away. When he didn't react in time, he was stunned by the strong light and noise attached to the flash bomb and let out a scream. What? Ah, brother, my eyes. Hearing these two voices, Liu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Let go of your hands covering your ears, and jump into the car. After landing, Liu immediately looked for Lin Chen's location. Seeing Lin Chen who was leaning on the handrail in the driver's seat with his eyes closed, he directly stabbed the green sword in his hand towards him. Lin Chen? Die. Chapter 129 Lin Chen and number 039, S sister, really nice. Liu is actually not a bloodthirsty person. If the other party has not offended you, or has no conflict of interest with you, Liu generally would not kill people. Even if this person is the so-called protagonist of the system. But Lin Chen's actions obviously exceeded Liu's bottom line. Grab your own crystal nucleus in front of yourself? Are you kidding me? I am a master who robs people, how can I let others rob me? So Lin Chen wanted to kill Liu so that he could leave smoothly. Liu also wanted to kill Lin Chen and seize his chariot. After some entanglement between the two sides, Liu successfully entered the inside of the chariot. But just when Liu determined Lin Chen's location and stabbed the sword at Lin Chen, the accident still happened. Clang! There was a metallic crisp. The King's sword, which was able to break through the steel plate of the chariot before, was actually blocked by something? This is... Liu frowned and looked carefully. What blocked his blow was actually a layer of energy shield. A blue spherical energy shield, like in a sci-fi movie? Energy shield? Can't even the green sword penetrate it. Liu didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly shifted his goal. Damn, it's really not that easy. If this is the case, then we can only deal with this woman first. Lin Chen is the owner of the Doomsday Chariot. This car, not only the shell is completely bulletproof. Most of the stuff inside is also bulletproof. And Lin Shui is an ice-type superhuman. The thickness of the created ice layer is already enough to block bullets. So even inside the chariot, the two successfully defended Liu's first grenade. Lin Chen used a special protective device. Lin Shui, on the other hand, hid behind a bulletproof seat and activated her ice ability. Liu knew that Lin Chen was the son of luck, and it was not so easy to kill him. Before jumping down, he was prepared for the death-defying counterattack of the people inside, but the two of them were really fine? After being attacked by Lin Shui, he threw a flashbang in. Although the protective abilities of the two are extremely strong, they are both transparent. I didn't guard against it for a while. As a result, the scene just now appeared. The strong light and noise caused temporary blindness and tinnitus to the siblings. After Liu came in, he immediately chose to kill Lin Chen. But the opponent was protected by a layer of blue spherical energy shield. I don't know what the principle of this energy shield is, even the green sword can't penetrate it. Liu had no choice but to divert his target. Lin Shui is only this year, younger than Cangyun. Without experiencing real cruelty, no matter how powerful the awakening ability is, it is limited. Coupled with the effect of the flash bomb, before he could react, he felt that someone had grabbed his hair. The other party was so strong that he pulled her hair and pressed her to the stool next to her. She didn't even have the strength to struggle. Oh brother, help me. Before Lin Chen's eyesight and hearing had fully recovered, he heard his sister calling for help. He was shocked, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Don't hurt my sister. Late. I beg you. Sensing Liu's anger, Lin Chen didn't have time to think about it, and quickly yelled, I beg you, it's my idea to grab the crystal core, it has nothing to do with my sister, if you want to kill me bar. After speaking, he turned on his energy shield. He didn't know how Liu regained his strength. I don't know why Liu can resist his electric shock. I don't even know why the opponent's sword can break through the roof of his own car. He only knew that because of his wrong decision-making, he and his sister were in danger. At this time, nothing else matters, the most important thing is to keep my sister. Kill you? Hehe, you guys are really brothers and sisters? Since that's the case. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Liu, who was pressing Lin Shui's head with his left hand, squinted his eyes, and then put the green sword in his right hand into the ring. He took out a 92 type pistol and shot Lin Chen, then go to hell. Boom. Gunshots sounded. Elder brother. Lin Shui's sight also did not recover, but most of her hearing has recovered. Hearing the gunshot, he immediately yelled. Although the siblings have only been together for 3 years, their relationship is extremely deep. If the other party died like this, the other party would definitely be heartbroken. But did this shot kill Lin Chen? Of course not. Lin Chen is the son of luck, how could he die so easily? Seeing that the protective cover was raised again to block his own bullets, Liu frowned again. Damn, do you dare to play me? Let yourself kill him, and then open the protective cover to block your own bullets? I didn't. Lin Chen seemed to have noticed something and hurriedly replied, it's this car, yes. My protective device is connected to this car, little a, remove the protective device. It is detected that the chariot is damaged, the host is being attacked by strangers, and the protective device cannot be removed. This is a cold mechanical female voice. I have to save my sister. Lin Chen roared angrily. The protective device cannot be disarmed. Crap. Lin Chen wanted to curse. Nima. Hearing this voice, Liu was also very upset, but he didn't take action immediately. Because Lin Chen's defense cannot be broken now, the power of the berserker activated in his body is about to be unable to withstand it again. Killing Lin Shui under such circumstances would not only fail to take the car, but would also make Lin Chen go berserk. Do you have to choose to give up? No, never. How could I just give up after wasting so much time on the side effects of being a berserker? But if you don't give up, what should you do now? The fading of the power of the berserker made Liu's brain clear. Just for a moment, he thought of a good way to kill Lin Chen and take the chariot. Okay, boy, you are lucky today, if you still want your sister to live, open the car door immediately. Lin Chen. Hurry up and open the car door. If you hesitate for a second, I will kill her immediately. Liu shouted angrily. After saying this, he didn't ask Lin Chen anymore. Instead, he quickly took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and handcuffed Lin Shui's hands to the left and right seats. Lin Shui was handcuffed, and her back was turned to Liu. Don't dare to move at all. And Lin Chen's sight also recovered most of it at this time. As a child of luck, he seemed to sense something when he saw Liu's red skin and eyes, as well as the series of actions just now. But in order to ensure the safety of his sister, he has no other way. He could only follow Liu's arrangement. Okay, I'll drive. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and opened the car door. Woof. Ho ho. After catching up with the chariot, the giant bulldog, which was as tall as a person, rushed up immediately. It wanted to rush towards Lin Chen, but was stopped by Liu in time. He Shui, come here. Hearing his master's order, He Shui resolutely gave up attacking Lin Chen and ran towards Liu. Help me watch this woman. Liu took a deep breath, then looked at Lin Chen. You, get out of the car. You. I let you get out of the car. Liu roared, making Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. But there is nowhere to vent the anger that is full of anger. I'll get out of the car, you, don't hurt my sister. The dogs have already been put on, what else can he do but get out of the car? After Lin Chen got out of the car and closed the door, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. He Shui loyally protected the lord and stood in front of Liu, staring at Lin Shui who was facing away from him. And Liu was before the power of the berserker completely faded. Take a closer look at the woman in front of you. How Lin Chen's younger sister, she looks pretty good, right? Look at her delicate skin and tender flesh. Chapter 130 Liu and number 039, S Soul Torture. There is no doubt that Liu asked Lin Chen to open the car door to let Shui in. Don't kill Lin Shui. It was only because he discovered that the two brothers and sisters were deeply in love, and wanted to use Lin Shui to restrain Lin Chen. He still didn't believe that the energy of the shield on Lin Chen would be unlimited. Contain the opponent for a while, and wait for the opponent's protective cover to disappear before taking the car. Facts have proved that Liu is right. The energy of Lin Chen's shield is indeed not unlimited. However, the persistence time does not seem to be short. At least after He Shui got into the car, his energy shield hadn't disappeared yet. So just in case, Liu stopped He Shui and drove Lin Chen away. Although Lin Chen was reluctant to get out of the car, Lin Shui is now in Liu's hands. Unless he doesn't want his sister's life. Otherwise, you can only compromise obediently. After Lin Chen left, Liu had time to observe the interior of this car. The first half of this chariot is full of seats just like an ordinary minibus. In addition to the driver's position, there are about a dozen positions. 6 on each side. It's just that these seats have all been remodeled. Not only are the directions all facing forward, but they are also larger and more comfortable than ordinary bus seats. The spacing between the front and rear seats is also wider. The outside of the chair is a thick layer of cushions, and the inside is made of hard steel. The gaps are not too big, the kind that can be bulletproof. The second half of the bus should be a place for people to live. In the fully enclosed rest area, except for a small locked door, Liu couldn't see what was going on inside. As for Lin Shui, although he is short in stature, he has good skin. Pure and lovely appearance. Double ponytails, JK uniform plus knee-white stockings and black leather boots. The absolute JK little lowly did not run away. But Liu doesn't have much time to appreciate her now. Because his red skin and eyes have changed back to their original color. Weakness, exhaustion, and body aches immediately spread throughout his body. Even breathing became very difficult. Liu felt that except for the brain, which was still his own, every other part of his skin felt as uncomfortable as if he was being burned. The wounds on the arms and cheeks, the blood has completely solidified. Throat and lips are also unusually dry. It is clear. The previous electric shock caused a lot of necrosis in his body's cells, and the boiling blood also caused a large area of water in his body to be lost. Before he had time to think about anything else, he quickly took out a life crystal nucleus and a bottle of mineral water from the ring. This bottle of water is half of the bottle left after I drank 2 sips before. But even so, it took all of Liu's strength to unscrew the bottle. Grumpy grumpy. The life crystal nucleus was thrown into the mouth, and a large amount of the source of life was also poured into the mouth by Liu. The cool feeling went down the throat, passed through the esophagus, and came to his stomach. The joint irrigation of the life crystal nucleus and the source of life reduced Liu's burning pain by 2 points. Call. In less than a moment, after drinking most of the bottle of water, Liu let out a sigh of relief. Although he was a little unfinished, he didn't drink the second bottle, but looked at Lin Shui in front of him and opened his mouth slowly. You must not try to resist or commit suicide, or I will make your brother's life worse than death. The sudden words made Lin Shui tremble all over, and then decisively gave up the idea of attacking Liu. Yes. She has recovered her eyesight, just now she was using the reflector on the car to look for an opportunity to sneak attack Liu. As long as Liu is killed, he can use the ice ability to block the dog, and then persist until Lin Chen gets in the car to save himself. It's a pity that Lu's body was blocked by the big dog. She searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable angle. In the end, it was discovered by Lu. What on earth do you want? After being told by Lu, Lin Shui didn't dare to act rashly. She is just an ice-type ability user, not a strengthener. This was felt when Lu came in to fight her. Although in the early days of the end of the world, supernatural beings are indeed more powerful than enhancers in single combat. But that is only the case when the strength of the two sides is not much different, and there is a certain distance between them. Like Lu and Lin Shui, they are not at the same level at all. And Lin Shui's eyesight and hearing were affected by the flash bomb? In this case, let alone fighting Lu, any enhancer can easily subdue her in close quarters. What do I want? Lu couldn't help sneering when he heard the words, when you snatched my crystal nucleus, didn't you think about this problem? At this time, Lu couldn't move his whole body, but his brain was still awake. And after drinking water, there is no big problem in speaking. Next, just drink some water, eat something, and wait for the sacred body to slowly help repair the body. It's our fault that we snatched your crystal nucleus, but. Lin Shui spent a long time, but couldn't tell why. Because the rules used in the last days are the law of the jungle where the weak prey on the strong. Failure is failure, and any reason is superfluous. Are you going to kill us? In the end, Lin Shui gave up her sophistry, but asked with a cry in her voice, which was extremely frightened. She is only this year, has not enjoyed the prosperity of this world, and does not want to die at all. Meeting. Lu's voice was calm. Lin Shui burst into tears with a wow. Wow woo woo, you're going to kill us, woo woo, can you stop killing us? I'm still young and I don't want to die yet. Lin Shui begged for mercy while crying. This cry made Lu very upset. He was about to yell at him. Boom. Bastard, what did you do to my sister? Lin Chen suddenly opened the car door and ran up, shouting at Lu angrily. At this time, the energy shield on his body has disappeared. But Lu no longer has the strength to draw his gun. He wouldn't be so stupid as to let He Shui go head-to-head with the opponent at this time. Now I am extremely weak and need the protection of He Shui. If He Shui left, he might be killed by Lin Shui. Even if Lin Shui was handcuffed by herself at this time. Who the hell asked you to come up? Seeing Lin Chen coming up, Lin Shui stopped crying, but Lu's eyes were slightly cold. Get off. You. Lin Chen hesitated to speak. Seeing that his sister was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and said loudly to Lu. If you are still a man, don't bully my sister. Hehe, you don't need to judge whether I am a man or not, but... The corner of Lu's mouth raised, if you don't want me to bully your sister, then go and do something for me. What is it? Go and kill 2 monsters, and then throw the monster corpses to my monkey. What? Hearing Lu's words, Lin Chen couldn't help being stunned. It seemed that he had guessed Lu's intention in doing so. Whether you go or not is up to you, anyway, if my monkey dies, your sister will have to be buried with him. It is very difficult for Lu to speak now, and he doesn't want to talk too much at all. Xiaojun was knocked out of the car by the electric current from the body. Lu can't see it now, but he can still feel that it is not dead yet. So he was going to ask Lin Chen to save it. Okay, I'll go. But if I come back and see that my sister is missing a hair, I will definitely not let you go. Lin Chen uttered a harsh word, then picked up the tomahawk on the car, and ran towards the place where Xiaojun fell before, aggrieved. Seeing Lin Chen leave, Lu ignored him, but instead had an evil smile on his lips. Your name is Shuelin, right? Yab. Lin Shui didn't dare to contradict Lu. Because she understands it very well. Although my brother is powerful, he may not be able to beat this dog inside the carriage. It is estimated that the 2 brothers and sisters are about the same. You two, brother and sister, have a good relationship, don't you? What are you trying to say? Lin Shui suddenly had a bad feeling. Really? Lu's soul torture followed one after another. If I only let you 2 brothers and sisters live one, who do you think is more suitable to live? Chapter 131 The Injustice and the Debt. Walk the way of women, so that women have nowhere to go. This is what Lu is doing now. The question Lu asked is similar to the question in reality, who do you save first when my mother and I fall into the water at the same time? It's just that a woman asked a man. The other one is what Lu asked Lin Shui now. Hearing Lu's words, Lin Shui couldn't see Lu's expression behind her. But just by thinking about it, I knew that Lu's face must be full of ridicule. You and your brother can only live as one? How would you ask a little girl like her to answer this kind of question? Her body was trembling, tears were in her eyes, and she was obviously at a loss. But Lu didn't have the slightest intention of pity. Don't you want to answer? Then you two can die together. Don't hurt us. Frightened by Liu, Lin Shui obviously panicked again. Are you really unwilling to let us go? Big deal. Big deal, we will return the crystal nucleus to you, and then apologize to you. Ah. Liu chuckled, but he was too lazy to talk nonsense. If at the very beginning, Lin Chen took the initiative to return the crystal nucleus, and then apologized to Liu. Maybe after taking the car, Liu will really let Lin Chen live. But now Liu has moved to kill. This Lin Chen must die. Hearing Liu's chuckle, Lin Shui's eyes shed tears of regret, and the cry came again. But last time it was crying, this time it was just sobbing. Because she didn't cry loudly, Liu didn't care about her anymore. Instead, after recovering some strength by relying on the life crystal nucleus, he took out another bottle of mineral water. While drinking water and eating with all his strength, he checked Lin Chen's script. Doomsday Chariot? Actually there is nothing to say. It is a protagonist who gets a black technology chariot at the end of the world. Then rely on this chariot, collect resources all the way in the end of the world to upgrade the chariot, pretending to be a story. Although along the way, Lin Chen saved many survivors. There were also many girls who got on the bus secretly promised Lin Chen Fang, but Lin Chen only chose Lin Shui in the end. This is a post-apocalyptic article with a single heroine. From this point of view, Lin Chen still has some merits. At least only love one in the last days, Liu can't do it. Hey, and many more. Lin Shui? What the hell, Lin Chen only chose Lin Shui in the end. Aren't these two brothers and sisters, how did you end up together? Isn't this just a doomsday chariot article with a single heroine? Or an orthopedic article? Seeing this, Liu became curious, and hurriedly searched for clues with the mentality of eating melons. Finally, according to the introduction of Lin Shui, the heroine, Liu figured out the whole story. It turns out that she and Lin Chen are not related by blood at all. Lin Shui is Lin Chen's father's second wife, who had a child with someone else. In other words, Lin Chen's father was cuckolded by his second wife. Raising someone else's daughter for 15 years in vain? Although judging from this relationship, Lin Chen's father is very sad. But successfully let his son complete the feat of orthopedics? Doomsday vehicle plus orthopedics? Haha, interesting. If we really only have one to live. Lin Shui's sobs brought Liu back to reality, then let my brother live. Lin Shui who said these words seemed to drain all the strength from her body. After all, she only had one, and it was still too difficult for her to die calmly. Oh. Liu raised his eyebrows when he heard this, aren't you afraid of death? Afraid? Lin Shui burst into tears again, but she didn't cry, but I don't want my brother to die for me. Although I don't know your name, I beg you to let my brother go. He snatched your crystal nucleus to protect me. I beg you to let him go. Hehe, your brother-sister relationship is really touching. Liu said something strangely, and then changed the topic. Well, I will give you two a chance to survive. What opportunity? Liu smiled playfully, don't worry, I'll tell you in an hour. However, you'd better not do anything to provoke me during this period, or the consequences will be very serious. Hearing Liu's words, how dare Lin Shui make a fuss? Liu took the opportunity to end the conversation with Lin Shui. Meanwhile, on the other side. According to Liu's instructions, Lin Chen found the seriously injured monkey. There are no other monsters on this road. But Xiaojin's injuries were much more serious than Liu's. The energy in its blood couldn't protect it, and it was hanging there with only one breath left. But even in such a seriously injured situation, because of the contract, it tried its best to move towards Liu. Seeing such a loyal Xiaojin, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Hurry up and get the corpses of two lizardmen from the buildings on both sides of the street, and drag them in front of the monkey. Xiaojin was taken aback when he saw the lizard man's corpse, and then immediately gnawed on the lizard man's body. Eat meat, eat brains, drink blood. Look at the monkey who has recovered a lot of injuries in less than 5 minutes. Lin Chen was surprised again. He sensed something was wrong, and hurried towards his chariot. Xiaojin followed closely behind him. When one person and one monkey returned to the side of the chariot, more than 40 minutes had passed. Why did Liu make Lin Shui wait for an hour? Because Liu was weak for almost an hour. Even if he has a bronze-level sacred body, and eats a lot of food and water plus a life system crystal nucleus, it also takes at least an hour to recover. And it's just back to normal. Want to get back to a fighting state, there is no 3 days to go down at all. This is the side effect of madness. Don't think that 3 days is an exaggeration. If you want to switch to another strengthener, you will have to lie on a hospital bed under the care of a doctor for at least half a month. After Xiaojin came back, Liu didn't let him get into the car, but let him continue to find the monster to recover his injuries and strength. Lin Chen got in the car and glanced at his sister, and after confirming that Lin Shui was safe, he was kicked out by Liu again. After Liu had rested and regained some mobility, the real drama finally began. Boom! Xiaojin, who had fully recovered his physical strength, didn't care about Lin Chen's life-saving grace at all. A monkey punch hit Lin Chen's back directly. Lin Chen is now a bronze beginner. Although he had been prepared for a long time, but because he was too worried about Lin Shui's safety, he did not completely guard against Xiaojin's sneak attack. This punch hit his back shoulder and sent him flying. Grass! You bastard! Lin Chen cursed angrily, picked up the battle axe in his hand, and wanted to fight Xiaojin desperately. But at this moment, Liu opened the window and the sound came from the window. If you dare to fight back, I will chop off your sister's hand. What am I? Boom! Lin Chen was stunned, and was kicked out by Xiaojin again. This time it's the sternum. No matter how strong his bronze elementary fighting ability is, this real blow still broke his bones. Seeing this scene, Lin Shui was stunned, then turned to look at Liu. Why did you let it hit my brother? The injustice has its head, and the debt has its owner. Liu said calmly, since it was your brother's idea to seize the crystal core, then I will naturally find him for revenge. But you just said you would give us a way out. Don't worry, I will give you this way of life. The evil smile at the corner of Liu's mouth appeared again, and he slowly approached Lin Shui's ear and whispered, let your brother hand over the car to me, and I can not only let you go, but also let my teammates heal your brother's injury. You. When Lin Shui heard this, her heart was shocked. Before he could say anything, Liu's ghostly voice sounded again. You guys should know the healing ability of my teammates, right? It doesn't matter even if you don't know, anyway, there are two ways in front of you now, either agree to my conditions, or I will torture and kill your brother to death, you choose one. Chapter 132 Desperate Lin Chen. Liu's voice, like the whisper of a devil, resounded in Lin Shui's ears. Lin Shui's face instantly turned pale, and her brain became chaotic. Liu's current position is in the aisle in the middle of the minibus. There are 12 seats in front and the RV rest area behind. The whole person sat on the floor in the aisle, leaning against the partition of the rest area. He Shui's tall body stood in front of him. Lin Shui also knelt and sat in the aisle. Liu handcuffed his hands to the stools on the left and right respectively. She couldn't move her hands, and she couldn't see Liu who was blocked by handsome He even if she turned her head hard. But outside the car window, she could barely see the scene of Zijin beating her brother. Didn't Zijin do it immediately when he came before, and did it suddenly when Liu resumed his action? Any fool can see that Xiaojin was instructed by Liu. Although when Liu broke into the car, Lin Shui knew that the two of them were doomed today. But when it came to this point, she still couldn't accept it. The car is the most precious thing for me and my brother. If I give him the car, what will happen to me and my brother in the future? With the chariot on one side and her brother and her own life on the other, how should she choose? Boom! Lin Shui was thinking. Lin Chen, who endured the severe pain and stood up, was hit by another meatball from Xiaojin. The whole person was hit and flew out again. What? Lin Chen clenched his teeth and screamed in pain. Originally, Lin Chen's combat power shouldn't be so unbearable, even if Xiaojin had a higher level of enhancement than him, he wouldn't be abused like this. But with Liu's words, he dare not fight back. As soon as Liu fights back, he will deal with his sister. How can he fight back? So one side attacked unscrupulously, and the other side could only be beaten passively. Lin Chen couldn't bear it at all. After a few rounds, puff! Lin Chen was dizzy and spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaojin took advantage of the victory to pursue, and had no intention of stopping at all. Stop hitting, I promise you, I promise you. Seeing this scene, Lin Shui had already lost the ability to think, so she cried and begged for mercy, as long as you let my brother off, I promise you anything. At this moment, she finally understood why her brother kept emphasizing that people are sinister in the last days. I and Lin Chen just snatched dozens of crystal nuclei from them, and this guy will use this method to deal with them. This is simply cruel. Hearing Lin Shui's compromise, Liu raised a smile. Zijin, stop. Liu's voice sounded in time. Xiaojin, who beat Lin Chen violently outside the car, really stopped his movements. The monkey punch that hit Lin Chen's thigh was also taken back in time. Click. Liu took his time and closed the windows of the chariot first. Since you agreed, then tell me how to use the chariot. Don't lie, or your brother will die miserably. Are you really going to let us go? Don't worry, although I'm not a good person, I still mean what I say. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that you can leave alive. It is good. Hearing Liu's words, Lin Shui bit her lips tightly, her face full of unwillingness. But does she have a choice? No choice. Unless she is not afraid of death and doesn't care about her brother's life. Otherwise, they can only be at the mercy of Liu. The tank is fully enclosed and very soundproof. Now except that there is a sunroof-sized entrance in the roof. All other places have been sealed tightly. At this time, Lin Chen was beaten half to death by Xiao Jin, and it took him a long time to regain consciousness. Although he already knew that Luyu would not let them go so easily. He has also been working hard to find a way to deal with Luyu, a difficult enemy. But his biggest reliance is this chariot. Now the opponent has the ability to withstand the electric shock and break open his chariot. In addition, his younger sister fell into the other party's hands again, and he was helpless. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather in October is not so hot. Lying flat on the warm ground with multiple fractures on his body, Lin Chen with blood on the corner of his mouth stared blankly at the sky. Could it be that this life is over like this? Lin Chen was panting heavily, full of unwillingness in his heart. He couldn't figure out why Luyu's sword could break through his own car. I couldn't understand why Luyu could withstand the electric shock. If it wasn't for these two reasons, how could I have fallen to where I am today? Are you still too impatient? Lin Chen heaved a sigh of relief, and had already made a decision in his heart. This time it was the danger caused by his own decision-making mistakes. So, no matter what, my sister shouldn't. Xiaoxiu. Thinking of his sister, Lin Chen suddenly thought that his sister was still alone in the car with Luyu. The already dizzy brain also flashed a little clarity at this time. He didn't know where the strength came from, he struggled desperately to stand up, and ran directly towards his chariot. Bastard, bastard! Lin Chen roared in his heart, what is this bastard doing to Xiaoxiu? He has a chip that controls the tank. So no one can keep him out of the chariot. But when he opened the car door and wanted to go up, that annoying monkey appeared in his sight. Boom! Ah! Lin Chen let out a scream. How could Lin Chen, who was already seriously injured, still be Xiao Jin's opponent, was once again kicked by Xiao Jin, a rabbit and an eagle, and flew out. This time, he only felt the pain in his internal organs as if they were twisted together. He wanted to stand up, but the dizziness in his brain and the pain in his body did not allow him to do so. Did I draft it? Let my sister go soon. Lin Chen supported his body, covered his wound and yelled with all his strength. Elder brother! Lin Shui's cry came from the skylight, causing Lin Chen to freeze in place for an instant. Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu! I'm here to save you, I'm here to save you. Lin Chen struggled for a long time, but couldn't stand up no matter what. Lin Shui's worried voice reached his ears again through the skylight. Brother, don't come here, you will die if you come here again. No. Lin Chen raised his head to the sky and screamed, his shouts were full of pain and despair. He was obviously a strong and calm young man, but at this moment he shed tears of regret. Why? Why is this happening? Why? My brother and him. You don't have to worry, his injury is not fatal, as long as he doesn't want to come here and try his best, I guarantee he will be fine. Chapter 133. As the saying goes, Lolita has three good things, light body and soft body. Lin Shui is not tall, only about 156. The top circumference is not as good as Yan Yun, at most it is a B+. But such a height and bust, combined with her lowly dress, looked very harmonious. Looking at the pair of knee-high white stockings with his back facing him, Luyu felt itchy. But he had just driven the berserker, and his body was so exhausted that he couldn't spend too much energy on Lin Shui. So after asking for detailed information, he started his own plan to seize the car. 6:20 in the afternoon. Luyu stretched his sore arms, heaved a sigh of relief, loosened Lin Shui's double ponytails, and tore off a button of her clothes. After doing all this, Lin Shui was released from the handcuffs. Take off a sock and go find your brother, I hope you won't be stupid enough to sneak attack me with a supernatural power. Click. The two handcuffs were opened one by Luyu. Take off a sock. Lin Shui rubbed her swollen wrist, she didn't understand Luyu's request, but at this time her brother Lin Chen was still lying on the open space outside, so she didn't have time to think too much. After quickly following Luyu's instructions, he opened the car door and ran towards Lin Chen. Under Luyu's deliberation, the two stayed in the car for -minutes. But it was these 20 minutes that made Lin Chen suffer physically and mentally. He didn't know what Luyu did to his sister inside. Asshole! Asshole, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Lin Chen, who was lying on the ground, was on the verge of collapse, and repeated this sentence in his mouth. This series of consequences was caused by his own decision-making mistakes. Lin Chen suddenly felt that he couldn't bear it at all. He couldn't figure out why it had become like this. I really can't figure it out. If you really want to say why. He felt that it should be because he had too much trust in his chariot. If it wasn't for the lack of defense strength of his chariot, how could it have become what it is now? Laugh. The air pressure door of the chariot suddenly opened, and Lin Shui ran down from the chariot. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen recovered a bit of sanity. But when he turned his head and saw his sister's hair was disheveled, her clothes were disheveled, and there was only one white stocking left. Lin Chen clenched his teeth, and his heart was even more furious. This bastard, bastard! Brother, how are you, brother? Lin Shui knelt beside Lin Chen, checking his injuries. I'm fine, Xiaoxiu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Brother didn't protect you well, brother didn't protect you well. Hearing Lin Shui's worried voice, Lin Chen felt even more regretful. He knew that he was really finished this time. Completely finished. I didn't keep anything I cherished. It's okay. Brother, we. Lin Chen's words made Lin Shui unable to control her emotions, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The two showed their true feelings and moved everything in the world. Only Liu remained unmoved, and slowly walked to a position within absolute safe distance from Lin Chen with his two pets. Boy, you should thank your sister, if not for her. Based on what you did before, you are already a corpse now. What is the difference between me and a corpse now? Lin Chenhao gritted his teeth tightly, not hiding the killing intent in his heart. At this moment, he didn't think about anything, he just wanted Liu to die. It seems that there is no difference. The corner of Liu's mouth raised a playful smile. Come on, Lin Shui, let your brother hand over the car to me. Car. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Lin Shui, and immediately understood something in his heart. Exchange 2 lives with my sister's body and my chariot. Haha, what an irony. At this moment, Lin Chen understood what it means to make a mistake and become eternal hatred. I also understand what it means to be innocent and guilty. If he didn't have this car, wouldn't he have met so many survivors who coveted his chariot? If I hadn't successfully dealt with those survivors with evil intentions every time, wouldn't I have such an inflated style of dealing with things now? If you don't have such an inflated style of doing things now, wouldn't you encounter things like this now? Brother, give him this car. Lin Shui was about to cry at this time. We can still live without a car. Can you survive? Lin Chen laughed at himself, already made a decision in his heart. Although this car is not a treasure in the fantasy world, it does not need blood to recognize its owner. But there are technical certifications. For example, DNA, fingerprints, retina, human face, and so on. If you want to switch masters, the procedures you need to go through are cumbersome. And Lin Chen didn't want to give it in his heart. This bastard Liu has defiled his sister in front of him, which is a shame to any man. Now you still want your own chariot? Are you kidding me? Elder brother. Xiaoxiu, you don't need to say any more. Lin Shui wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Enduring his injuries and struggling to stand up, Lin Chen looked at Liu. Don't you just want a car? The control chip of the car is in the cab, let my sister give it to you. As Lin Chen spoke, he lifted up his sleeves, revealing a silver watch full of technology. He took off the watch and handed it to Lin Shui. Lin Shui didn't have a special expression when she got the watch, she just looked at Liu, then at Lin Chen, then turned and walked towards the chariot. Hey Shui, follow me and have a look. Liu said lightly. Wang. He Shui obediently followed Lin Shui onto the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen had no special expression. After seeing a man and a dog get on the chariot, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Liu again, my heart was once again filled with anger. You bastard, want my car? Next life. The voice just fell. Laugh, boom. The chariot door closed instantly. Is it? Liu didn't even look at it, but looked at Lin Chen in front of him with a mocking smile on his lips. You think I don't know what tricks you want to play? Lin Chen, you are underestimating the relationship between your brothers and sisters. Or are you underestimating me? What do you mean? Seeing that Liu was not in a hurry, Lin Chen felt something was wrong. Do you want your sister to drive away alone, and stay behind me? Hehe, let alone whether your sister has this ability, even if she does, do you think she will leave you and run away alone? Give up struggling, maybe I will really let you live. No need, I would rather die than live without dignity like this. Lin Chen roared with all his strength. Liu narrowed his eyes, don't you think about your sister? Laugh. As soon as the words fell, the door of the chariot opened, and Lin Shui's figure reappeared in the sight of the two of them. Elder brother. Seeing his younger sister reappear, Lin Chen was moved but despaired. Almost at the same time, the mutated dog was also holding the watch he gave Lin Shui, and ran up to Liu. Liu took the watch from He Shui's mouth and glanced at it casually. Chariot signal receiver, contains a super artificial intelligence chip, which can activate the energy protection device when placed in the crystal core. Energy protection device, create an energy shield that lasts for 10 minutes. The shield can theoretically resist any attack, but any attack will consume the energy of the shield. The stronger the energy of the attack, the more energy the defense device will consume. Currently the remaining energy of the protective device, 20%. Note, as the level of the chariot and the crystal nucleus increase, the strength of the shield will also increase. Chapter 134 Xuelin and number 039, S choice. No doubt. This high-tech watch is the key for Lin Chen to control the chariot and release the energy shield to block Lu's attack. Since it is already October, the weather is not too hot. Lin Chen was wearing long sleeves again. So Lu didn't notice the existence of this thing at first. When Lin Chen gave this thing to Lin Shui, Lu read its information. And immediately thought of what Lin Chen wanted to do. Lin Chen is a strengthener, and he has no protective ability. The watch is indeed more suitable for him than for Lin Shui. But at this last moment, he wanted to use 20% of the energy of this thing to protect Lin Shui from evacuating. Have to say, a bit whimsical. Perhaps Lin Shui could indeed rely on the last 20% of the watch's energy and her own abilities to survive in He Shui's hands. But will Lin Shui leave Lin Chen and escape alone? Judging from the information Lu read, Lin Shui would not do this. Even if she will. Lu can also ask He Shui to stay on the chariot and not act rashly for the time being. After the energy of Lin Shui's shield expires, look for a chance to take back the chariot from Lin Shui. Take a closer look at the receiver's instructions. This energy shield can only exist for 10 minutes. Does every attack consume the energy of the shield? Seeing this explanation, Lu couldn't help but smile. If I had known earlier, I would have smashed Lin Chen's shield with a slash of swords, and hacked this guy to death. Where is the need for such trouble? But Lu also knew that he was just thinking about it. Because the time of the berserker form is limited, without knowing how long the shield energy can last, the longer the time is delayed, the more unfavorable it will be for Lu. So how could Lu waste time on breaking the shield? Zioxiu, why are you back? Brother, Lin Shui hesitated to speak, she didn't know how to answer Lin Chen's question. Lin Shui didn't know the function of Lin Chen's watch. It's not that Lin Chen can't trust Lin Shui, but that Lin Chen has considered some possible accidents. The less Lin Shui knew, the safer she would be. So Lin Shui really wanted to get some control chip from the chariot just now. As soon as she got into the car, the door closed, and then she was stopped by handsome He. The two brothers and sisters can be regarded as a tacit understanding. At this moment, she understood what her brother was thinking. But just as Lu guessed, she would not leave Lin Chen alone. So this scene just happened. Asshole, why is this happening? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. No man can endure this kind of humiliation, and Lin Chen is no exception. Seeing that his sister had no hope of escaping, he immediately entered the runaway mode. It's a pity that he is seriously injured now, and his arm is still tightly held by the disheveled Lin Shui. Brother, forget it, we can't beat him. If you can't fight, you still have to fight, you let go. Lin Chen's anger is full, but Lin Shui still refuses to let go. Elder brother. Although Lu seemed to have no fighting power. But those two mutant beasts. If it is in full condition, face these two bronze-level mutant beasts. Maybe they can still rely on the weapons and pulling in their hands to have a slight chance of winning. But given Lin Chen's current physical condition, he couldn't think of other adjectives other than sending Lin Shui to death. You let go. Okay, since you want to fight, then I will fight with you. Lin Shui suddenly made a decision, which made Lin Chen stunned. Zioxiu, you. Brother, let me accompany you, we are going to die together. Seeing Lin Shui's serious appearance, Lin Chen clenched his teeth, and finally nodded fiercely, okay, let's deal with this scum together. Instead of letting my sister fall into the hands of these scumbags and suffer all kinds of abuse. It would be better to die directly. Oh. Seeing this scene, Lu frowned, are the brothers and sisters united? It seems that Lin Shui's extra reward is no longer available. For changing the heroine's fate, Lu can get extra rewards. But this change of fate does not mean that it is enough to simply sleep with the heroine. It is to cut off the relationship between the heroine and the hero, and make the heroine fall in love with him. This task is a bit difficult, and Lu has only managed one Cangyun so far. So when he saw that Lin Shui was a single heroine, Lu wanted to try it. This is partly the reason for promising Lin Shui not to kill Lin Chen. Although he never thought about letting Lin Chen go. But as long as the chariot can be captured, it doesn't matter if they die later. However, the relationship between the two brothers and sisters is obviously beyond the scope of ordinary people. Love each other until death. In order to let the other party live, would you rather die yourself? Even if Lu achieves this level, it is useless. Forget it, let you die with dignity. Lu sighed helplessly, and under the cover of He Shui and Xiaojin, he slowly retreated to the chariot. The chariot was seized, and the younger sister was humiliated. Lin Chen obviously didn't want to live. Lin Shui didn't seem to want to see her brother die tragically either. Although it was a pity that Lin Shui died, Lin Shui's heart was already on Lin Chen. So, since there is no way to change it, we can only accept it. Liu has no fighting power now, so he fights with 2 pets. Fortunately, Lin Chen is not Chu Feng, and he doesn't know how to use any berserkers. Otherwise, Liu would be really in danger. There is basically no suspense in this battle. Lin Shui had already consumed a lot of supernatural energy in order to defend against grenades and attack Liu who was invading the chariot. Lin Chen is now seriously injured again. In this case, facing 2 intelligent bronze-level mutant beasts, they have almost no chance of winning. You know, when Liu used the wind blade to sneak attack He Shui, he was unsuccessful. Now that they are fighting head-on, they can't get past these 2 monsters to attack Liu. Just a few minutes. Lin Chen was bitten by the neck by He Shui, and Lin Shui was also punched in the temple by Xiao Jin. Fortunately, she used her ice ability to prevent it in time. Otherwise, this punch would blow her head off. Xiaoxiu, I'm sorry, it's my brother who hurt you. Lin Chen was dying, but he kept apologizing to his sister. Lin Shui's head was also dizzy, lying on the ground unable to move. Stop talking, brother, this is my own choice. Hee. Why did God treat us like this, why? Hearing Lin Shui's words, Lin Chen smiled miserably, and his heart was full of unwillingness. But he couldn't say a word at this time. As the blood flowed more and more, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally he closed his eyes slowly. Xiaoxiu, I'm sorry, brother. Let's go first. Ding, congratulations on killing the protagonist Lin Chen and gaining the operation authority of Doomsday Chariot. Elder brother. Realizing that Lin Chen died, Lin Shui burst into tears. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Shui was tired from crying and relieved. Looking up at Liu who was walking in front of her, she spoke slowly. Can I ask you one thing? Say. Could you stop our brothers and sisters from being exposed to the wilderness? Although I still don't know your name, I want you to bury me and my brother together. After saying this, Lin Shui paused again, for the sake of being obedient just now. Can. Liu nodded slightly. Hearing Liu's affirmative answer, Lin Shui raised a tragic smile. Then slowly took Lin Chen's hand, and then pressed the other hand towards his heart. Thank you. The voice just fell. Puff, an ice pick pierced her heart. Blood stained the front of her shirt red. Soon Lin Shui also fell silent. The 2 brothers and sisters just held hands and died together. Ding, the heroine Lin Shui died, you get the basic reward, all attributes plus 10. Liu. Zijin, am I being too bad? Squeak. Forget it, you can't tell the difference between good and bad, let's go, move their bodies to the car. Squeak. It is detected that the host of the chariot has no signs of life, and all information about the host is erased. The new host is being confirmed, please wait. Chapter 135 Space Compression Technology. Lin Chen died. Died at Liu's hands. Not to mention how violent the death was. But as a man, there are things to do and things not to do. Knowing that he could not escape and that revenge was hopeless, he did not choose to live by idling, but chose to confront Liu head-on. This can be regarded as retaining the last bit of dignity of the protagonist. Lin Shui also died. She chose to go with her brother. Liu didn't stop it. Because the bad thing is done by oneself, if you try to stop it, it will inevitably appear a bit like a cat and a mouse. Watching the Lin brothers and sisters die together hand in hand. To be honest, Liu's mood is a bit complicated. In this last days where everyone is in danger and there is no mutual trust, it is not easy to have a completely trustworthy opposite sex who will accompany you through life and death. And they did? If it weren't for the fact that the villain and the protagonist Halo would naturally have an irreconcilable hatred. After letting Lin Chen drive monsters to block him, he ran to snatch his crystal nucleus for no reason. The 2 sides may not meet each other in arms. Oh, if I knew today, why bother? Liu sighed helplessly. In fact, they have long had the consciousness that they must die. If they deal with themselves together, the chance of survival may be greater. Especially when Lin Chen got into the car for the 2nd time. At that time, Liu was the weakest. There is only one handsome black man by his side. If Lin Chen rushed directly to kill He Shui, Lin Shui would use his ice ability to defend himself. He Shui really might not be able to bite Lin Shui to death. But Lin Chen didn't dare to gamble. He didn't know how much combat power Liu had left, and he didn't dare to joke about his sister's life. So he lost, completely lost. Not only lost his life, lost his car, but also lost his own sister. Lin Chen is not like Chu Feng. After Liu killed him, he didn't get any skills except the control authority of the Doomsday Chariot. Killing Lin Shui only got 10 full attributes. Although Lin Shui committed suicide, her death was indeed caused by Liu. So Liu still has the most basic reward. Vitality, 69. Mental power, 68. Power, 70. Agility, 67. Enhancement level, Bronze Elementary. Ability level, Wind Attribute, Bronze Elementary level. This is Lu's current attribute panel. At the Black Iron level, 10 points of attributes can be promoted by one step. The basic standard for Bronze is 50 points of vitality. Only 20 points of attributes can be promoted by one level. Luu ate 2 bronze crystal nuclei in the previous battle. In addition to the 10 points of attributes that just killed Lin Shui, it was just 1 point away from reaching the middle level of Bronze. Forget it, let's rest for a while before talking. Looking at the bodies of the 2 brothers and sisters in the car, Luu heaved a sigh of relief lying on the driver's seat in the chariot. The corpse must be buried. After all, it is Lin Chen who has a grudge against Luu, not Lin Shui. It is also inappropriate for such a cute little girl to be exposed to the wilderness. However, this chariot can be studied carefully at this time. This Luu, why hasn't he come back? Who knows? It's so late, nothing will happen to him, right? Probably. No way? Luu is such a measured person. I think so too, sister-in-law, don't worry. Police station, upstairs in the dormitory. Cangyun and the others lit candles and looked at the vast number of monster corpses waiting anxiously downstairs. It was less than 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Luu came out to chase someone. When Lin Chen died, it was about 7 o'clock in the evening. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. If you can't see your fingers outside, the danger factor has doubled, but Luu has not seen anything? Others may be okay, after all, the relationship with Luu is just like that. Dai Lian and Wu Jiang didn't feel much, but they were thinking in their hearts, if Luu died, what should they do in the future? Lu Ruobing and Wei Jianjun felt a little pity. After all, Lu's ability and force are top-notch. Without him, it would be difficult for the team to find such an outstanding person to lead everyone. Only Cangyun was really worried about Lu's safety. Luu, don't worry about anything. Looking out of the pitch-black window, Cangyun clenched her fists tightly, with anxiety written all over her face. Although Lu's method of obtaining her was despicable, he had to admit that Luu was an excellent person. After getting along for this period of time, she has completely fallen in love with this boy who always has a smirk on the corner of his mouth. If Luu died, she felt that she would be sad. Yes, I will definitely cry with sadness. Seeing Cangyun like this, no one else could do anything. 10p.m. Luu still hasn't come back yet. Everyone had to go back to their dorms. Lu Ruobing walked behind Cangyun and patted her shoulder lightly. Yuner, let's sit down for a while, he is so strong, he will definitely be fine. That's what it says, but... It's okay, if he doesn't come back tomorrow morning, I'll go find it with you. Really? Of course. Thank you Ruobing sister. Hearing what Lu Ruobing said, Cangyun felt a little better. After all, in Lu's current team, Lu Ruobing is already the person Cangyun trusts the most besides Luu herself because of her occupation and gender. After Lu Ruobing said that, what else could she say? But just when Cangyun was about to turn around and go back to rest, she suddenly heard a voice. Rumble. Hey, this is... It seems to be the car from before. Hearing this voice, Lu Ruobing glanced slightly, and hurried back to the window. They can't see what's going on at the back door from this position. But saw a glimmer of light appearing at the back door? No way. Yes, it's the car from before. Lu Ruobing said with certainty. She is very sensitive to the sound, absolutely can't hear wrong. And this bright light, there will be no one else except that car. Sister Ruobing, this car is back, what about Luu? As soon as Cangyun said this, Lu Ruobing's brows became more dignified. The 4 words more foreboding than good for less instantly appeared in her mind. No, absolutely not. Lu Ruobing muttered to herself, obviously not believing that Luu would die in Lin Chen's hands. Before she had time to think about it, she picked up the light stick and was about to rush downstairs. Sister Ruobing, where are you going? I'll go down and have a look, you stay in the dormitory and don't move. Lu Ruobing was so fast that she had already left the room as soon as she finished speaking. Cangyun originally wanted to follow her to have a look. But she knew that she had no combat power at all, and following the past was just a burden. So I could only wait anxiously upstairs. Since the light outside is very dark, the illumination level of the glow stick is not enough at all. So Lu Ruobing moved very slowly. When she came to the back door, 10 minutes had passed. The black car was still parked firmly outside. All the exterior lights of the black car were turned off, and 2 of the interior lights were turned on and shown on the window. A figure was lying on the window, looking at the direction of the back door, wondering what he was thinking. This is the team captain. Seeing the figure crouching under the window, Lu Ruobing was dumbfounded. Can't believe my eyes at all. Ruobing? I knew you would be the first to come out. Captain, what are you doing? We'll talk about other things later, you come up and take a look at this car first. What happened to this car? Liu pretended to be innocent and smiled. Do you know what space compression technology is? Space compression technology? I seem to have a little impression, but I don't know the specific situation. The principle is similar to that of the storage ring. Many things on it use this technology. For example, the 1 cubic meter water tank, I looked at it, and it contains at least tons of water. Lu Ruobing. Chapter 136 You Are My Wife. For Lin Chen, the doomsday chariot. Liu really didn't know if he didn't look at it and was shocked when he saw it. After the deaths of the Lin brothers and sisters, Liu has been studying this car. The sunroof on the roof is still there. The stool, the glass, the body of the car, and the ground were all burnt black by Liu's grenade. But Liu didn't care about these injuries. Instead, after bringing up the corpses of the brothers and sisters of the Lin family, they immediately came to the driving seat. Originally, even if Liu got the signal receiver, he did not have the authority to operate the car. But after he killed Lin Chen, the car erased all information about Lin Chen. The chariot also became unowned. Liu took advantage of the situation and changed the host of the car to himself. In general, this car is similar to those treasures that recognize the owner with blood. It's just that the identification of the owner with blood drops has become fingerprints, face and retinal scanning identification, etc. Unless the owner takes the initiative to give permission, other people who want to use this car will only have a chance when the host dies. Liu spent an hour researching the functions of this car. The core of the chariot is the fist-sized power stone, which is located in the central control room inside the chariot. That is, directly above the gear on the right hand of the driver's seat. There's a red tactile button there. Need to use fingerprint to unlock. Press lightly, and a dark cabin with a length and width of 20 centimeters will automatically open from the middle to both sides. It's like an automatic door. As for other functions, in addition to those functions that Lin Chen used before, there is also a resource storage room, which shows the current remaining metal materials. Titanium alloy, steel, copper, leather, and screws of various specifications. Except that titanium alloy is currently only less than 1 kilogram, other resources are basically sufficient. There are also nanobots in the cabin for repairing and upgrading the tank. Fortunately, these nanorobots can only be used on chariots, not on the human body. Otherwise, Lin Chen's personal combat power may be even more terrifying than Chu Feng. There is also an energy-air mixing cannon driven by electric energy in front of the car. The front and rear of the vehicle and the position of the tires also have hidden sawtooth for cutting monsters and the like. All in all, this car has a lot to offer. The development potential is also very large. If Liu hadn't been prepared, he would have been so surprised by the functions of this car that he could not speak. Where's the guy driving? Lu Ruobing didn't rush to get in the car, but asked such a sentence suddenly. Before, he thought it was Lin Chen who killed Liu, and then drove back to grab the crystal nucleus. Now it looks like Liu killed Lin Chen? Killed. Liu didn't mean to hide anything, this guy violated my bottom line. He's the only one in the car. Lu Ruobing continued to ask. After Liu left, she also asked Cangyun about the previous conflicts between the two parties. I know that Lin Chen drove monsters some time ago and killed a large number of survivors. But even so, she didn't want Liu to hurt the innocent. And his sister. Liu said frankly, at first I didn't want to kill her, but the two of them must fight me to the death, so I can only. The death of the Lin brothers and sisters had a certain impact on Liu's state of mind. After all, Liu was not a heinous person. Face the real emotions that the two siblings reveal to each other. As long as you are a normal person, you will be somewhat moved. But if Liu wants to take the car, he must kill Lin Chen. If you want to kill Lin Chen, you have to pass Lin Xue's test. So Liu didn't stop Lin Xue from committing suicide. The only thing he could do was to find a good place to bury the siblings. Xiaojun and Heishui dug the pit, and Liu was in charge of burying it. The pit was dug very deep. The location is right next to the roadside green belt, under a big mutated willow tree. In order to prevent the two corpses from being gouged out and eaten by monsters, Liu specially wrapped the two corpses with a sheet. A few boulders were pressed on the grave. Then they put all the clothes, shoes, and socks they left in the car on the stones and burned them. That's why Liu didn't come back until after 10 o'clock. Is that so? Hearing Liu's words, Lu Ruobing was a little puzzled. But didn't say much. Because Lin Chen drove the car very far before. She didn't know what happened to Liu at all. And judging from Lin Chen's previous performance, this guy is definitely not a good person. So she could only choose to trust Liu. After asking Liu some questions, Lu Ruobing slowly stepped onto the chariot. The chariot has only 2 front doors. One for the driver and one for the passenger. There are no middle and back doors. The two mutated beasts were resting on the aisle at this time. Seeing the traces of the battle inside the car, Lu Ruobing didn't pay too much attention. Because Liu has already captured the car, it is normal to have such battle marks. But the layout of the chariot surprised her very much. My god, this car is incredible. Looking at the internal structure of this car, Lu Ruobing couldn't believe her eyes. The first half of the chariot is okay, and it is no different from an ordinary bus. There's nothing else but 12 seats and a few special buttons. But the rest area in the second half is simply exaggerated. Basically, it has the most advanced space technology of the entire tank. On the surface, the rest area only takes up half of the entire tank. But in fact, the size of the rest area is at least 4 times as large as it appears on the surface. Walking in, there is a feeling that you can't see the end at a glance. You know, this is not a vacuum storage ring, but a normal space where people can breathe normally and live normally. There are refrigerators, water tanks, washing machines, bathrooms, and toilets. Is this something that can only be obtained by awakening? It shouldn't be, otherwise I wouldn't be able to become its master now. That's right. Lu Ruobing said thoughtfully, then what are you going to do with this car? Of course I keep it for myself, but if you want to live here, I can arrange a place for you. This is a mobile RV. Passengers can carry a lot of people though. But the rest area in the back is in addition to the necessary places such as kitchen, toilet, bathroom, and so on. There are only 4 bedrooms, and there are 4 beds that are not too big. A bed can sleep up to 2 people. So Liu didn't intend to let anyone other than himself and his wife live here. Arrange a seat for me. Lu Ruobing sat on a chair, looking at everything around her. Isn't this appropriate? What's inappropriate? Anyway, apart from me and my girlfriend, no one else will live here. I'm not your girlfriend. But you are my wife. Liu spoke very casually, but his words were amazing, which made Lu Ruobing stutter in fright. Who is your wife? I said, Captain, can you stop making such jokes in the future? It's not funny at all. I'm not kidding. Liu said seriously, unless you don't believe that I was born again. I'll forget it, I can't say you can do it, can I? Lu Ruobing hesitated to speak, but finally had no choice but to change the topic. Because whether Liu was reborn or not, she really couldn't say for sure. You should hurry up and tell your little girlfriend the news of your return. She was always worried about you. She is worried about me? Is there anyone in this world who is worried about me? What are you talking about? Isn't she your girlfriend? Yeah, girlfriend. Hee. Liu laughed at himself, and said no more, forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you, Xiaojin, Heishui, go and call them out too. Wang. Squeak. The 2 mutant beasts responded, and quickly ran out of the car. Liu didn't care either, and continued to issue orders. Little A, repair the chariot. Xiao A received it, the tank is scanning, please wait. The tank has been scanned. According to the degree of damage to the tank, the best repair plan has been successfully selected for you. The repair needs to consume 20 kilograms of steel, 1 kilogram of copper, 2 square meters of leather, and black iron crystal core *1. Do you confirm this repair, whether? Yes. Following Liu's order, the center console opened a fist-sized hatch. Then a large number of unknown objects flew out of the hatch. Taken out individually, they are almost invisible to the naked eye. But gathered together, densely packed, countless. After they came out, they didn't do other things, but directly attached to the battle traces in the car and got busy. The sunroof on the roof begins to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other scars are also recovering rapidly. In less than 10 minutes before and after, the entire chariot was restored as new. Even the chair cushions that had been burned through by the gunpowder returned to their original state. Chapter 137 How Lonely is Invincible. Liu's method of obtaining Cangyun is a bit shady. So when he heard that Cangyun was always worried about him, Liu didn't know what to say for a while. But he doesn't have time to care about this right now. After ordering Xiaojin and Heishui to pick them up, they started to get busy with other things. For example, repairing the chariot. After seeing these things for repairing the chariot, Lu Ruobing was refreshed again. This is a nanorobot. How come? How can there be so many black technologies on a minibus? Isn't this scientific? Crystal nucleus collectors, space compression technology and nanorobots capable of repairing steel? In times of peace, these things only exist in imagination. Who would have thought that in this apocalyptic world without electricity, she would watch it all over in a minibus? Following Lu Ruobing's visit to the chariot, others soon appeared at the back door of the police station. Wu, Liu, it's great that you are fine. Seeing Liu again, Cangyun cried and threw herself into Liu's arms. Liu couldn't help being taken aback by the beauty in his arms, and then patted her on the back with a smile. Of course I'm fine. Here, Liu, Here are the crystal nuclei collected this afternoon. Cangyun cried for a while, and felt something was wrong, so she quickly let go of Luyu. Then he handed a small kit-like bag to Luyu. Luyu opened it and took a look. That's all? Haven't collected them yet. Well, everyone is really tired, and there are too many monsters, so. It's okay, we don't need to do things like collecting crystal nuclei in the future. Luyu said casually. Chariots have nucleus collectors. The collection of crystal nuclei can be fully automatic in the future. Really? Me? Cangyun wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wujiang's exclamation. My god, isn't this car too exaggerated? This larger water tank can hold so much water. And this refrigerator is at least as big as 2 ordinary 4-door refrigerators. Nima, there's even a kitchen. This is too awesome, where did that kid get this car? Who knows? Seeing the internal structure of this car, everyone was amazed. Luyu also roughly talked about what happened before. It's just that what happened between him and Lin Shui was omitted. After everyone listened, they not only lamented how powerful Luyu was, they were also full of confidence in the future. Especially Lu Ruobing. Because the technology possessed by this car can definitely subvert an era. As long as these things can be given to the scientists of the country for research, humans may soon be able to rebuild civilization. But this car now belongs to Luyu, and she still has a long way to go to accomplish this goal. Boss, I've always had a question. Isn't there no electricity in this other place? Where does the electricity on this car come from? It was transformed with a crystal nucleus. Luyu replied casually. After the end of the world, electricity is almost unusable. The main reason seems to be that there is no way to store electrical energy. But this car can store electrical energy in that core power stone. So this car can use electric energy. According to the information Luyu learned, this car does not consume much power when driving normally. After all, this is a fuel car, and its kinetic energy mainly depends on gasoline. Without using other power-consuming functions, a black iron non-attribute crystal core can basically run 100 kilometers. The crystal nuclei of other attributes also fluctuate around this value. But other functions of the chariot are quite power-hungry. One energy air mixing cannon requires 5 black iron crystal nuclei. The whole car strangles the gears, and a black iron crystal nucleus can only last for 1 minute. The 380V low-voltage electric shock of the whole car can only last for about 1 minute. Not to mention the crystal nucleus needed to upgrade the chariot. Anyway, in addition to normal driving, other functions are quite energy-consuming. Crystal nucleus conversion? So awesome! There are so many amazing places. Come on, what are you supposed to do, Dai Lian? Come with me. Hearing Luyu in the driver's seat calling her, although Dai Lian was a little puzzled, she still walked in front of Luyu. Master Lu. Without further ado, Luyu directly dug out 16 black iron crystal nuclei and gave them to her. These 3 crystal nuclei of the life system and these 3 spiritual systems are for you to use, and they are enough for you to improve your strength to a certain extent. The other 10 non-attribute crystals are your reward this time. You can keep them for your team or for yourself. Young Master Lu, I didn't do anything to help you this time? You. Take it, you deserve it. Luyu said very casually. The black iron crystal nucleus is no longer of much use to him. In addition to restoring physical strength, all that remains is to replenish energy for the chariot. And this thing, Luyu is not short of it now. Not to mention the dozens of monsters saved before, just the monsters killed in the police station, I don't know how many there will be. Therefore, it is very necessary to reward meritorious deeds. Now in the team, most of the others have reached the bronze level. But Dai Lian hadn't even obtained a single black iron crystal core, so it was absolutely necessary to give her some crystal cores to improve her strength. Then thank you, young Master Lu. When Dai Lian heard the words, she no longer refused. During this period of time, she watched the other people's strength improve, and she was still a little anxious. But now, all the anxiety is gone because of these 16 black iron crystal nuclei. It's okay, you're welcome. Luyu still waved his hand casually. Because Luyu went to chase Lin Chen in the afternoon, the exhausted others did not finish collecting the crystal nuclei. So after arranging Dai Lian's affairs, Luyu asked the crystal nucleus collector to collect the crystal nucleus. This thing not only has its own infrared scanning function, but also its own energy detector. You only need to circle the area you want to collect on the map on the detection screen. The nucleus collector works automatically. Moreover, the crystal nuclei they collected will all be classified into several boxes in the dark cabin. Then through the transmission device in the car, it is transmitted to the storage room at the edge of the window. As for whether the crystal nucleus is for cars or for people, it is completely up to Luyu alone to decide. Because Wei Jianjun, Wujiang, and Dai Lian did not bring a change of clothes. In addition, this car is Lu's personal property that was taken back by himself. So everyone wisely didn't say anything like taking a shower in the car. Anyway, there are water purifiers in the team now, and you can take a bath when you return to the hotel, so everyone is not in a hurry. So after visiting the chariot, the three of them chatted with each other and went back to the police dormitory. Lu Ruobing couldn't say anything, but when she was about to leave, Cangyun stayed behind. The euphemism is that after so many days in the last days, the whole body smells of blood and sweat, so it's better to take a bath. Lu didn't ask the two of them. Taking advantage of the time when the two of them were taking a bath, they took a look at the collection of crystal nuclei. In addition to what was used before, and what was just given to Dai Lian, plus what Lin Chen collected before. Adding all the crystal nuclei together, there are a total of 89 black iron crystal nuclei and 12 bronze crystal nuclei. Although the bronze crystal nucleus has no wind attribute, it can be regarded as a bumper harvest. Without further ado, eat one first. Ding, your body energy has been exhausted, and you can't get any recovery effect, please pay attention to rest. Ding, you have strengthened your body. Strengthening results, vitality +2, mental power +2, strength +2, agility +4. Ding, congratulations, your enhancement level has been raised to bronze intermediate. Ding, you strengthened your body. Ding, you treat your body. Well, Luu is addicted to eating. With a series of system prompts. In addition to 1 earth attribute, 1 fire attribute, and 3 spare non-attribute crystal nuclei. The remaining 7 bronze crystal nuclei were all eaten up by Luu. Among them is a bronze spiritual crystal nucleus. Because there is no attribute crystal nucleus, it rarely improves spiritual power, and the black iron crystal nucleus does not even improve spiritual power. So after it has been strengthened to a certain level, it is necessary to replenish a spiritual system. Vitality, 85. Mental power, 84. Power, 85. Agility, 90. Seeing that his physical fitness was 8.5 times that of ordinary people after strengthening, a line of lyrics suddenly flashed in Luu's mind. Invincible is so lonely. How empty is invincibility? Chapter 138 Consciousness in Willow. The existence of the crystal nucleus made Luu's body stronger and stronger. I seem to have gained a lot of weight during this time as well. Luu was 180 tall and weighed only 136. Now his height has not changed, but his weight is already 147. Looking stronger and more toned than before. After the energy of the crystal nucleus is absorbed, the two women are almost ready to take a bath. Since he was in the hotel before, Luu's team did not have a water purifier. The water source that Wu Jiang took people to look for could only be used to flush the toilet, not to bathe, let alone drink. So, this night. It can also be regarded as Luu's first hot bath since the end of the world. The bathroom on the chariot is not big, only about 4 square meters. There is still a shower inside. But being able to take a bath in the last days is a very cool thing. In order to save water, bath water is quantitative. It also has its own wastewater treatment system. The water after cooking and bathing is simply filtered and automatically flows into the water storage tank of the toilet. This water can be used to flush toilets and clean up. It even connects a water pipe to the outside of the car for bathing or washing the floor, which can be said to be very convenient. This night, Luu didn't have time to do anything else. He killed the monsters for a day, and also opened the berserker. After finally regaining some physical strength, it was all used on Lin Xuet. Later, digging holes and burying people made him even more exhausted. So he just used a water pipe, added some dish soap, and simply rinsed the 2 battle pets. After fighting for so many days, these 2 mutated beasts were covered in dirty blood and minced flesh. Stick to the hair, dry and smelly. After being rushed by Luu like this, he looked and smelled much more comfortable. This night. After taking a shower, Luu took Cangyun to sleep in a room, and Lu Ruobing had a room by herself. After the 2 battle pets dried their hair, they lay down on the aisle in the front half of the chariot. Call. Lying in the bedroom of the chariot, looking at the roof of the car, Luu relaxed. Chu Feng is dead, Lin Chen is also dead, and only Xiao Fan is left. However, this Xiao Fan's ability is a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Luu frowned slightly. If he chooses to take the initiative to attack, Xiao Fan will definitely run away when he sees himself. If he wants to solve him, he can only find an opportunity to ambush him without scaring the snake. Luu nodded thoughtfully, it seems to make sense. Honey, do you need a massage? Cangyun's voice brought Luu back to reality. Meat or vegetarian? Luu asked without raising his head, which made Cangyun's face turn red instantly. What are you talking about? I don't know if Sister Ruobing is still next door. The sound insulation effect of this chariot is better than that of a hotel, she can't hear it. Don't make trouble, I'm serious. If you just rinsed your mouth, you can help me up and give it a try." Hearing this, Cangyun was taken aback for a moment, and then became furious. "Ah, Luu, you hate me to death. Ha 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 ha. Well, Luu was just joking. After all, he really doesn't have much physical strength now, and Cangyun herself is a good girl. Even if she is close to Moghe, she has been brought down by Luu, and she has never communicated with Luu like that. I have to say, from this point of view, she is indeed not as let go as Qiao Manly. Although Qiaoman hasn't been here with Luu for real. But she's really good at playing. The first time. With Yan Yun's gentle company, Luu's mind began to think wildly. And soon fell asleep. Because his body was too exhausted, Luu fell into a deep sleep. Anyway, with the protection of Lu Ruobing and the iron shell of the chariot, he didn't need to worry too much about safety. The night of the last days is much quieter than before the last days. Occasionally a little noise may cause human panic. The air at night in the last days is also colder than the nights before the last days. The breeze blows by, and the big trees with luxuriant branches rustle. When Luu was sleeping in the chariot bedroom, on a certain street near the police station. Squeak! A mutated mouse stuck its head out of the dirty sewer. Rats, before the end of the world, were synonymous with dirty and disgusting. After the end of the world, it is still the same. This mutated mouse looked bigger than a normal domestic cat, but it was still dirty all over. After it comes out, explore left and right and smell it. Looking for food to eat on the deserted streets. I don't know how long it took, it came to a green belt next to the street. After the end of the world, all animals and plants on the earth have mutated. The plants on this green belt are naturally extremely lush. However, next to a mutated willow tree in this green belt, there are a lot of refurbished soil and burnt human clothes. It sniffed, and then slowly approached the willow tree. A mouse is always a mouse, even after it mutates, it is still short-sighted. At this time, it didn't realize the imminent danger at all. Just when the mouse came to the mutated willow tree. Whoosh! A mutated black cat suddenly rushed out from behind the willow tree with lightning speed. Cats used to be the natural enemies of mice. Still after the mutation. At this time, the black cat was about the size of a leopard. Not only bloodthirsty, but also faster than before. Facing the swift and violent black cat, the mutated mouse had no time to react and was directly bitten by the neck. It wanted to struggle, but the black cat didn't want to let go at all. A moment later, under the strong bite force of the black cat, the mouse died quickly. The black cat bit the mouse and jumped onto the willow tree. A lot of blood dripped onto the tree trunk and the ground, and soon seeped into the soil. Unknowingly, it nourished this mutated willow tree. After the willow tree was irrigated with blood, its roots began to frantically absorb nutrients from the surrounding soil. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, it grew rapidly. I don't know how long it took. A consciousness gradually awakened in Willow. How is this going? Aren't I dead? Why is consciousness still there? Hey? Wait, why can't I move? Where is this? Why am I here? A series of questions made Dash's consciousness a little confused. I don't know how long it took, but this consciousness seems to have figured out its current situation. It's just this situation that makes it feel very incredible. I am indeed dead, but it seems that I am not completely dead. I turned into a tree. A willow tree. My god, I was reborn as a willow tree. Chapter 139 Find Your Sister. It's not that I don't understand, it's that the world is changing fast. Before the end of the world comes, there are many coincidences in this world. After the end of the world, there will be more unexplainable things in this world. So Luu in his sleep naturally wouldn't know that a willow tree would awaken his consciousness? The next morning. The weather is fine and sunny. The first thing Luu did when he woke up from his sleep was to put all the remaining guns and ammunition in the police station into the storage ring. Then he handed over the control of the chariot to Lu Ruobing. The permission to use this chariot is very user-friendly. Luu can freely set how many people can use this car. You can also set how many meters the car is away from you to prevent it from starting. It is also possible to directly stop the car and lock the position of the car through the signal receiver. So no matter how many people Luu gave this car to use, no one else could drive this car away from him. Unless Luu is dead. 10 o'clock in the morning. An old neighborhood next to a large shopping mall. Originally, Qiao Manli and Li Wanning were still worried that the fireworks and gunfire would put Luu and the others in danger. Now seeing that Luu is not only fine, but also came back in a chariot. While everyone breathed a sigh of relief, only surprise remained on their faces. When they heard that there was a bathroom on the chariot, everyone was even more excited. Especially Qiao Manli. My god, young Master Lu, can you take a hot shower in this car? Not only can you take a hot bath, but you can also do laundry. Wow, can we wash it then? Of course, but let's go back to the hotel first. Except for Xue Li and Li Wanning, no one else has seen this car. So when they saw this car, they were more excited than when they saw famous brand lipstick bags before the end of the world. But Liu didn't want to talk nonsense with them, so he called everyone into the car to put their luggage, and then drove directly to the hotel. This time, Dai Lian was no longer in Liu's car. Because she needs to go back with a few people in her team to find her relatives. In the early days of the end times, there are not too many survivors teaming up to find their relatives like them. So Liu didn't force it, and after giving them some handy melee weapons, the two sides parted ways. On the way back to the hotel, Liu couldn't help trying the combat function of this car. I have to say, this chariot is really awesome. As long as you have enough crystal nuclei, you can have very powerful combat power. Energy cannon, strangulation gear, powerful electric shock. If it weren't for the low probability of crystal nuclei appearing now, killing a wave of monsters might lose money. Even most of the time, if you want the crystal nucleus collector to work, you need to manually clean up the remaining monsters. Maybe Lin Chen has already taken off. Where is the need to stop and grab the crystal nucleus with Liu? Captain, where are we going? Go pick up Old Wei's wife first, and turn left ahead. Lu Ruobing nodded, controlled the black chariot, and disappeared into the street with a flick of its tail. What? Are there any survivors in the police station? Sorry, there are no other survivors in the police station. In order to save Zhou Ping, Xiao Fan had used most of the survivors to open the way. Even if there were a few left, he gave the ruling on the grounds of releasing Yu. Before Liu used the gunshots to attract the monsters, these survivors were devoured to the brim. Lu Ruobing searched the entire police station, but only found traces of their lives. Not a single living person, or a dead body was found. Liu came to the police station this time. Not only did they get a large number of crystal nuclei, but they also got Lu Ruobing's participation. Even got a tank while getting a lot of guns and ammunition? It can be said that both personal strength and team strength have been greatly improved. On the afternoon when Liu returned to the hotel. In a large supermarket in the northeast of Yanshanj, a sturdy figure sat on an office chair in the manager's office. The desk in front of him was covered with food. Zhou Xiong, 29 years old this year. When I was young, I was deceived, kidnapped, and stolen, but when I grew up, I changed suddenly and became a contractor at the construction site next door. Before the end of the world, I did a lot of nasty things with the construction site security captain. For example, the wages of migrant workers are severely deducted and wages are owed, and migrant workers who want to pay are beaten, etc. After the end of the world, he awakened the ability to control insects. Relying on a few extremely ferocious bugs, a large group of survivors gathered and occupied this large supermarket. After a period of operation, there are already more than 200 survivors in his team. Among them, there are 3 superhumans and 14 strengtheners. Ambition breeds. Before the end of the world, there was national power to suppress it, so no matter how unscrupulous he did things, he didn't dare to go too far. And now? Monsters are rampant and order is collapsing, which makes the dark side of his humanity explode to the greatest extent. More than 200 people have the right to life and death? This is completely different from managing dozens of workers before the end of the world. And as time went by, his ambitions became bigger and bigger, and he wanted to expand the territory around him. At present, he has contacted the leaders of several survivor bases. There are communities, shopping malls, and air raid shelters. And a few days ago, he also met a young man. This young man is not only very strong, but also has special abilities. At that time, he started to recruit. But the other party did not agree, which made him a little regretful. It's just that he never thought that this young man would take the initiative to bring 2 people over to find him today. Brother Xiao Fan, have you figured it out? Zhou Xiong looked at the young man sitting across from him, and asked with a smile on his face. That's right. This young man is Xiao Fan. Before the school found Liu, Xiao Fan had already met Zhou Xiong. It's just that Xiao Fan at that time didn't have the idea of forming a team with others. So I didn't have too much contact with Zhou Xiong. And now? Thought it out. Xiao Fan, who was sitting on the chair opposite him, was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled, Hee, you're thinking too much. Zhou Xiong raised his eyebrows, then why are you here today? Find your sister. Yana? Ha ha ha, brother Xiao Fan, you still like to joke so much. Okay. Xiao Fan shrugged indifferently, I just want to bring someone over to show you. Oh. Zhou Ping, go and bring people in. Yes, boss. Zhou Ping, who was standing behind him, didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly nodded respectfully and left. After a while, Zhou Ping brought in a middle-aged aunt with a disheveled face and an extremely tired face. After the middle-aged aunt came in, she was still very panicked. But when he saw Zhou Xiong on the opposite side, he was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately knelt down with snot and tears. Xiang? It's really you, oh, Xiang, you have to decide for me. Aunt Kui. Zhou Xiang frowned, brother Xiao Fan, what's going on? Before you asked me to find someone, although I didn't care, but I remembered it in my heart. When I went out for a walk yesterday, I met a survivor team, and then I asked casually. Xiao Fan calmly said, as a result, she said she knew the person you were looking for, so I brought her back. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhou Xiang couldn't help being taken aback, but he didn't have time to think about it too much. Hurry up and ask. Aunt Kui, my mother was with you before the monster came. Yes, we are together. What about her? Dead. Aunt Kui recalled with a look of fear. Dead. Zhou Xiang was taken aback for a moment, and then he sighed helplessly, sure enough, he is too old to escape the monster's mouth. Monster. When Xiao Fan heard this, a playful smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Boss Zhou, have you misunderstood something? What do you mean? Zhou Xiang's eyes froze slightly. Xiao Fan didn't speak, but looked at Aunt Kui. Wu Lan, she was not eaten by monsters. Zhou Xiang noticed something, and a cold look suddenly flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Aunt Kui, please tell me carefully. Let me tell you. Xiao Fan stretched his waist, and then slowly said, your mother was killed by a college student named Liu. Before the monster appeared, that guy was a defiant rich second generation. On the day the monster appeared, your mother just hid in his room in order to avoid being chased by the monster, but that guy just attacked indiscriminately. Yes, that's it. Aunt Kui quickly echoed, I didn't know his name at the time, but he had 2 bodyguards with him. I heard those bodyguards called him young Master Liu. Bastard, this bastard surnamed Liu is looking for death. Chapter 140 The Undisciplined Woman. Zhou Ji slapped the table bravely, and his aura instantly soared. The killing intent in his eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. Although he is a bastard, he has a very good relationship with his family. No matter if it's sincere or just pretending. It would be fine if his mother was eaten by a monster. But was killed, he can't stand this. Obviously, Xiao Fan is borrowing a knife to kill someone. He knew that Liu was not only very powerful himself, but also got the hot weapon of the police station. Naturally, he would not be so stupid as to confront Liu head-on. So he needs not only teammates, but allies. As a child of luck, God took good care of him. Jean ran into Aunt Kui on his way back. After learning about the situation, he brought his teammates and Aunt Kui over to borrow Zhou Xiang's knife. Aunt Kui, where is that guy now? As a base boss. Of course Zhou Xiang is not a fool, it is impossible for Xiao Fan to just treat him like a gunman. But it doesn't matter what Xiao Fan and Aunt Kui said is true or not. He also needs to find the person concerned and inquire clearly before he can know the specific situation. I don't know. Zhou Xiang's eyes froze. I don't know. Aunt Kui hurriedly replied, I really don't know. We took refuge in the Rhine Hotel before, but that young Master Liu took people out within a few days. I didn't see him again until I left the hotel. The Rhine Hotel, so far away. Zhou Xiang frowned, then looked at Xiao Fan, brother Xiao Fan, you. Don't call me. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Xiao Fan quickly refused, Boss Zhou, you should know that I need to be paid for my work. Remuneration? No problem, just tell me what kind of remuneration you want. As long as I can do it. How could Zhou Xiang care so much at this time? He quickly patted his chest and said a word of assurance. That is at this time. Click. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Next up. A tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful woman with tattoos on her shoulders and thighs appeared in the eyes of several people. The woman wears smoky makeup, a black tank top and black shorts. With the addition of shoulder and thigh tattoos, it looks extremely sexy. Seeing the woman who entered the door, Xiao Fan raised a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Boss Zhou should be very clear about what I want. The sexy woman's name is Zhou Yana. She is the youngest sister of Zhou Xiang. 25 years old this year. You can tell what kind of woman she is from the way she dresses and the tattoos on her body. After all, there are rumors in the world, tattoos are not necessarily bad women, but good women will never get tattoos. Although Zhou Yana is not an absolute bad woman, she is by no means a fool. Xiao Fan was able to know Boss Zhou. It was because when I was searching for supplies, I met this sexy woman. Then it was also because he fell in love with this woman that he fought with Zhou Xiang. The two sides can be regarded as not knowing each other. Hear Xiao Fan's words, and then see the other person's eyes. Zhou Xiang understood in an instant. However, he didn't dwell on this issue for the first time, but turned his attention to Zhou Yana. Little sister, why did you come in without knocking? What door are you knocking on? Isn't it such an important guest? Zhou Yana gave her elder brother a blank look, took a bottle of drink and left the room indifferently. Completely ignored Xiao Fan in the room. In fact, Xiao Fan was used to being ignored. A blackened protagonist like him usually doesn't look very handsome. And being looked down upon wherever he goes, this can be regarded as the standard configuration of the protagonist. So regardless of whether Zhou Yana is the heroine of the plot, it is normal to ignore Xiao Fan. Hearing his sister's words, Zhou Xiong frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. Instead, after having Aunt Kui taken out, he turned to look at Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao Fan, don't mind, my sister speaks like this. Hehe, what do I care about? Besides, I just like women like her who don't obey discipline. Okay, that's it, Boss Zhou, think about it carefully, I'll come back tomorrow afternoon. In the last days, the evil in some places has been brought to light early. So Xiao Fan did not shy away from discussing this issue in front of Zhou Xiong. Looking at Xiao Fan's leaving back, Zhou Xiong's face was uncertain. After a while, he took a deep breath, and he already had a decision in his heart. Phew, I'm finally back. On the other side, without the harassment of other protagonists, Liu finally returned to his base smoothly. It took a day to clear some scattered monsters. After receiving Wei Jianzhen's wife and daughter, everyone returned to the hotel together. Inside the Rhine Hotel, Manager Zhao, Liao Dong and others had disappeared. According to Ding Feng's story, it was when I went to school by myself, I cleaned up a lot of monsters on the road, and there are many places where food can be found. So not only did they not have any idea about Liu's food. Instead, after seeing that it was safe, they spontaneously formed a team to find their relatives and friends. Liu didn't care either, and took advantage of this time to organize his team. This team, including Liu himself, already has about people. There is no shortage of food for the time being, and what was previously stored in the warehouse and on the tank is basically enough. But in the last days, more food and water is better. So the next morning, Liu divided the team into several teams as before. Wu Jiang led a team, found several rickshaws and buckets, and continued to search for food and water. Wei Jianzhen took Ding Feng and Xue Li to be responsible for cleaning up the surrounding monsters. As for Liu himself, because of the side effect of the berserker, he stayed on the chariot to familiarize himself with the condition of the car while recuperating. After returning to the hotel, there were 5 people living in the chariot. Liu, Yan Yun, Lu Ruobing, Jiao Manli and Li Wanning. The relationship between several people is very delicate, but except for Jiao Manli who is a little bolder, the others have not shown any abnormalities. Because there were so many people in the car, Liu didn't find a chance to touch her. But things turned around 2 days later. This morning, Liu has recovered most of his strength. He was going to find a chance to deal with Xiao Fan, and then leave Yancheng. But before that, he needs to help Jiao Manli catch a ground dragon. So the two, who had planned for a long time, took 2 war pets and successfully found a chance to be alone. This is on the 2nd floor of a high-end coffee shop on the road indicated by the predator. After Liu cleaned up the monsters, he randomly found a private room by the window. There is a screen in the private room. Since it has not been taken care of for a long time, a lot of dust has accumulated. But the two don't care about this now. The moment the door was closed, a gust of wind blew by, and a large amount of dust disappeared. Jiao Manli couldn't wait to throw herself into Liu's arms. Young Master Liu, do you want me to change this? She smiled and raised the Balenciaga in her hands. At this time, she had cleaned herself up, and even sprayed some Chanel perfume on her body. Of course, otherwise, why do you want to bring this thing out? Then I'll change it behind the screen, and you close the window. Okay, let's go. Liu waved his hand casually. It has to be said that active women are indeed easier to please men. Especially a woman like Jiao Manli who has a good figure and looks, and who understands men very well. But just when Liu got up and was about to close the window and fight Jiao Manli for rounds, all of a sudden, he seemed to hear something vaguely. This voice is 2 men. Chapter 141 How about being my little brother? Well, it's just the sound of 2 men arguing. If you want to be crooked, face the wall yourself. Due to the large number of humans in the city, and the number of monsters did not continue to increase during this period. So with the efforts of most of the survivors, the number of monsters in the city has been greatly reduced. Except for the street where Lin Chen pulled the monster before. Survivors in other places have already dared to form a team to find food and water. These 2 men should be one of them. Because the awakened person's strengthened mental power can make people's reactions faster. Since it is a strengthened response, it naturally includes vision and hearing. So with Liu's current mental strength, it's not surprising that he could hear the 2 arguing. From the voice, Liu could hear that they deliberately lowered their voices. Manli, wait for me here for a while, I'll go out and have a look. Hey! Jiao Manli panicked. Balenciaga had just put it on, and ran out before she even had time to put on her high heels. Young Master you don't want to take the opportunity to leave me, do you? Seeing Xiao Manli's appearance, Lu resisted the restlessness in his heart. Abandon you? I worked so hard to get you back, how could I leave you? You can just stay here with peace of mind. I will let Xiaojin and them protect your safety. Oh, good. Hearing that Lu wanted to keep the pet, Xiao Manli breathed a sigh of relief, then go and come back. Lu nodded and didn't stay any longer. After leaving the two pets behind, he rushed out the door. After he went downstairs, he didn't walk too far. After walking about 50 meters in the direction of the sound became clearer. This is a street corner location. On the other side of the street, two young men who were about the same age as Lu were arguing about something. Lu hid behind a mutated tree at the corner and turned on the spectator mode. Cao Meng, do you really know what you're talking about? No matter what, I won't agree with your suggestion. It was a man with glasses who spoke. Tall and thin, with a refined appearance. At this moment, he looked at his companion in disbelief. It's as if I just met him today. I don't want to do this either. But why do we come out to take risks, and those people just sit back and enjoy the rewards? There are also a lot of monsters outside. Last time I came out to find food, I almost died, do you know that? Cao Meng is a tall, black, and strong man with a bag on his back and a steel bar in his hand. At this time, his face flushed and he argued with his companion. Is this why you want to give up on them? I've said it many times. We have awakened a powerful force. It is our responsibility to help our classmates. You want me to throw them on the street to fend for themselves? In such words, can you also speak out? Bullshit responsibility, because we have awakened a powerful power? Liang Feng, are you an idiot? This power was given to me by God, and it is for me to save my life, not to be wasted on those idiots. Cao Meng roared angrily, and his face became ferocious. The originally thick muscles quickly swelled, and hair began to grow all over his body. This is the awakener of the orangutan gene? Haha, interesting. Seeing this scene, Lu raised the corner of his mouth. But the ability of another person. The man with glasses waved his hand, and several shards of glass on the ground flew behind him, forming a fan shape. And aimed the sharp side at the orangutan. Mind power. Seeing the ability of the man with glasses, even Lu couldn't help but admire him. This ability is even more powerful than my own wind ability. At this time, the man with glasses looked at Cao Meng with an angry expression on his face. Okay. Cao Meng, since you don't want to protect everyone anymore, then you can go. From today onwards, everyone will be protected by me, so you don't have to go back. After saying this, the man with glasses looked at Cao Meng disappointedly. He really couldn't believe that this guy in front of him could be the positive and sunny school basketball captain from before. Everyone finally found an air raid shelter, and then hid together until today. In the end, this guy actually said that he wanted to throw out some useless people? Is this still the roommate I knew for 4 years in college? How did he say such cold-blooded words? Even without you, we can live well. From now on, we will no longer be friends. The man with glasses resolutely turned around directly, not giving Cao Meng a chance to defend himself. The shards of glass in midair also slowly fell to the ground. Hearing the cold words of the man with glasses, Cao Meng lowered his head and clenched his fists. The body trembled slightly, as if struggling with something. You don't need to go back anymore? Had. Cao Meng suddenly chuckled, raised his head and looked at Liang Feng's back. The anger in his eyes was gone, replaced by a gloomy look. Suddenly he took a sharp step. Clenching the steel bar in his hand, he stabbed directly at Liang Feng's back and heart. Puff. With such a powerful force, he stabbed Liang Feng through with the steel bar. Blood soon stained his skirt red. The man with glasses turned his head slowly, staring at his former roommate with wide eyes, with an incredulous expression on his face. Trembling all over, he wanted to use his thoughts to fight back, but his heart was pierced and he had no strength left. I took you to that air raid shelter. What right do you have to keep me from going back? Without me, those trash can live to this day. I know you are kind, but I also want to live. Cao Meng roared, going out to search for food like this every day, I will die outside sooner or later. Liang Feng, you can go with peace of mind, I will live for you, it is not I who harmed you, but that group of trash who harmed you. Looking at Liang Feng who started to vomit blood in front of him, Cao Meng's forehead was exposed with blue veins, and he had completely lost his mind. His voice was even out of control. But Liang Feng gradually became silent. There are only 2 universities in Yancheng. The 2 boys in front of him should be from another university in Yancheng. Anyway, Lu has never seen it. Just by hearing the conversation between the two, Liu can make a good guess about their grievances. A classic picture has even been sketched in my mind. Two awakened people, in order to protect some ordinary people, do not hesitate to wander in a world full of monsters. I want to ask if Cao Meng has feelings for Liang Feng? Of course there are. The friendship of 4 years in university cannot be smoothed over in a few days. But the man with glasses is really kind. This kind of kindness has surpassed the average virgin. I won't say anything about killing him. Sooner or later, I will kill Cao Meng. If you want to ask Cao Meng, will he regret killing Liang Feng? Of course not. He regretted not doing it sooner. He looked at the man with glasses lying at his feet like a dead dog with steel bars stuck in his body. Cao Meng had tears in his eyes, but his face was full of sternness. After all, the person in front of him was his friend for many years. It was absolutely necessary to kill him. But when Cao Meng was immersed in the sadness of killing his friend, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. Haha. Dude, I admire you so much. How about being my little brother from today on? Who? Hearing this voice, Cao Meng's complexion changed, and he turned around quickly. A handsome young man with a beating smile on his face appeared in his sight. Chapter 142 This woman is the best. Is it blackened? Liu didn't answer his question, but kept a flat smile and looked into Cao Meng's eyes. From the moment he killed his friend and turned to look at himself, Liu saw something else in his eyes. No feelings. Don't trust anyone. And deep despair. In this world, death is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is the kind of fear in the face of despair. This kind of fear can corrupt a person's heart and soul, turning humans into monsters worse than monsters. Who are you? Cao Meng stared at Liu with his eyes after turning into a beast with anger and murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, he is no longer human, but a real beast. No matter who you are, you must die today. Cao Meng bared the fangs of his mutated orangutan, as if he wanted to tear the opponent apart. To be seen killing a friend? This feeling is like the other party directly lifted his last fig leaf. It's embarrassing. At this moment, he just wanted to kill the guy in front of him and bury the truth just now forever. Don't let the world know your ugly side. Cao Meng looked at Liu with killing intent on his face. On the other hand, Liu looked calm and calm. Must die? No, 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 although your strength and agility will increase a lot after transforming, you still won't be my opponent. Just be my little brother, I can give you what you want, such as food, women, status, and even life. Hearing Liu's words, Cao Meng couldn't help being stunned, and then looked at Liu like he was looking at a fool. Where did this guy get his confidence from? It's fine if you say you can't beat him, but let yourself be his little brother? Are you crazy? What crazy talk are you talking about? Cao Meng yelled angrily, and wanted to pull out the steel bars from the man with glasses and kill Liu. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, he widened his eyes and looked at the other party in disbelief. That feeling was like when he saw the first monster on the first day of the last days. Liu did nothing. Just took out a pistol and pointed it at him. You. Boom. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, Cao Meng originally wanted to ask where did you get this gun from? Is it real or fake? As a result, Liu seemed to see through his mind, and shot him directly at the foot. I am Nima. The green smoke rising from the ground and the clearly visible bullet marks are enough to prove that this gun is genuine. I know that if you use a gun, you will be very unconvinced. Liu's voice was calm, and he quickly put the gun back into the ring. Then he raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and hooked his finger provocatively at Cao Meng. Come on, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one without weapons. Not many of Liu's team really possess combat effectiveness. Besides Liu himself, there were also Lu Ruobing, Wei Jianjun, Wu Jiang, Shui Li, and Ding Feng. There are only 6 people in total. Such a team wants to protect other ordinary people and non-combat professions from Yanchange, which is obviously too little. So while solving Xiao Fan, it is still very necessary to find some strong teammates. Court death. As a man and an awakened person, how could Cao Meng endure this kind of provocation from others? Seeing that the other party didn't use a gun, he couldn't restrain the mania in his body anymore. Throwing the backpack on the ground, he rushed towards Liu. Although Cao Meng is not a real orangutan, his strength after transformation is no worse than that of a real orangutan. And the agility is not low. Other melee classes would generally not be his opponents. But it is a pity that the levels of the two parties are not at the same level. Based on his current level, after his transformation, he would only be Wei Jianjun at the bronze level. And it's still the one without metallized abilities and fighting abilities. How could he be Liu's opponent at this level? Although Liu hasn't used the crystal core these 2 days. But the strength of 85, the agility of 90, and the top fighting ability are no joke. Slightly turned sideways while avoiding the opponent's fist. Bang bang bang. Attack 3 times in a row. Elbows, knees, roundhouse kicks. He punched Cao Meng hard. The speed is so fast that it cannot be seen clearly, and the impact is powerful. He directly beat Cao Meng back to his body. Game over. Liu calmed down. Cao Meng clutched his severe pain in his stomach and chest with a dazed expression on his face. What kind of monster are you? At this time, his forehead began to sweat, and his gaze towards Liu became frightened. In so many days since the end of the world, this was the first time he encountered an awakened person who defeated him with just fists. No, it's not beat. But complete abuse. Is this guy still human? You haven't answered my question yet, will you be my younger brother or die? Liu stood still, his voice still so calm. But the pressure on Cao Meng is unparalleled. I don't know what you are talking about, if I offended you just now, I will leave now. To be someone's younger brother? Cao Meng never had such an idea. But Liu's combat power obviously crushed him, so he wanted to find a chance to escape. Did I say you could go? The cold words made Cao Meng unable to move even half a step, and the sweat on his forehead accelerated the speed of flow. Let me say this one last time, I appreciate your decisiveness, and if you are loyal to me, you will live longer than other survivors, otherwise I can only kill you. This is an order, not a negotiation. Cao Meng could feel the cold tone. If he dared to say no, this guy might really kill him? Cao Meng hesitated to speak, clenched his fists and struggled for a long time, finally he could only grit his teeth. Okay, as long as you can guarantee my safety, I am willing to be loyal to you. Why did he kill Liang Feng? It's not because Liang Feng's behavior will endanger his life. So could he refuse Liu's request even though he was so sorry for his life? No. In front of Liu, he had no power to resist. If you want to survive, you can only compromise. A wise decision. The corner of Liu's mouth twitched. He didn't care whether Cao Meng really took refuge in him or not. As long as the other party is useful, he doesn't mind giving the other party some time to adapt. Your name is Cao Meng, right? Correct. You don't have to have a psychological burden, time will tell everything. My surname is Liu, you can be like them, call me Liu Xiao or boss. Yes, Master Liu. Now I have a few questions I want to ask you. You ask. Absolutely obey. Cao Meng was the same as Wu Jiang, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he could only bow his head and give in on the surface. Have you ever seen a young man who was not attacked by a monster? A young man who is not attacked by monsters. Cao Meng was taken aback for a moment, and then asked tentatively, is the person you're talking about called Xiao Fan? You know him? Liu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Although according to the guidance of the predator, Xiao Fan should have appeared near here. It was normal for Cao Meng to see him. But it's not easy to know Xiao Fan's name? I know. Cao Meng thought about it seriously, he came to look for me with Boss Zhou's people yesterday. Boss Zhou? Who is it? It's the boss of the supermarket over the square. I don't know the exact name, but I don't think they are good people, so. Hehe, they don't look like good people, but you look like a good person. Liu really wanted to say this to Cao Meng. But the words came to his lips but did not come out. Because in the environment of the last days, who would dare to say that he is an absolutely good person? Okay, come with me, don't pick up the steel bars. Cao Meng nodded, but didn't ask where Liu was going. He just turned his head and glanced at the corpse of his companion with steel bars inserted, and a flash of guilt flashed in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by perseverance. I just want to live, what's wrong? It was Liang Feng who was wrong, not himself. Thinking of this, Cao Meng took a deep breath, picked up the backpack on the ground and followed Liu. The two came to the private room of the coffee shop and saw the two monsters guarding the door. Cao Meng was startled immediately. Damn it! These two monsters! Liu ignored him, pretending to push the door open, took out some food and water and handed it to him under the cover of the door. Eat something next door first, and wait for me for an hour. Xiaojin, He Shui, you two look at him. Cao Meng still had some food in his backpack. But Liu offered food, and he couldn't refuse it. But wait an hour? Cao Meng didn't understand why Liu kept him waiting for an hour. But because Liu let two monsters stare at him when he entered the door, he didn't dare to leave easily. Until an hour later. When Liu came out with that woman, Cao Meng instantly understood the reason why Liu asked him to wait for an hour. This woman is so superb. Enchanting figure, slender legs. Waiting for an hour is more feminine than Qin Xiao in her air raid shelter. Isn't it too much? Chapter 143 Qin Xiao, Express yourself. Seeing the sexy and enchanting Xiao Manli, Cao Meng couldn't help but compare her with Qin Xiao from his base. Sure enough, cute is worthless in front of sexy. How can 1 hour be enough for such a beautiful woman? At least not to stay until the afternoon? Okay. Like Lin Shuet, Qin Xiao is also a lowly girl. It's just that Lin Shue's family background is very average. In addition to studying, reading, listening to music, and watching dramas, I don't have any special hobbies. But Qin Xiao is different. Not only is the family very rich, but also has a wide range of hobbies. Apart from the most basic piano pictures and the like, her biggest hobby is cosplay. I often play some female characters in anime and games, and go to some comic exhibitions, car exhibitions, and the like. This means that Liu can't hear Cao Meng's heart now, otherwise he will definitely be taken aback by Cao Meng's thoughts. Because Qin Xiao, like Lu Ruobing, is a female character in Xiao Fan's plot. And both of them are female characters with the title of special heroine. Such a heroine is actually in Cao Meng's air raid shelter? Simply incredible. As for Xiao Manli being prettier than Qin Xiao, that's not the case. It's just because Cao Meng prefers feminine women. Yu Jihisi is the YYDS in his heart, what is a lowly, not interested at all. Although Xiao Manli's family is not very good, but Liu is there? The whole body including the perfume sprayed, which one is not a famous brand? Although these famous brands do not need money now. But most people can't solve the food and clothing, so where would they go to fix these bells and whistles? Only a team like Liu would randomly search for these famous luxury goods when they encountered them. So she is now dressed in fashion, very sexy. Xiao Manli's bust was similar to Yan Yun's. But the legs are longer than Yan Yun. Originally slim figure, put on a light-colored off-the-shoulder t-shirt and black shorts, with high heels and black silk. Which normal man can stand this? Liu couldn't stand it. So he put the business aside and directly communicated with this woman. At this time, Xiao Manli had already changed back to her skinny jeans and boots. But the movement of holding Liu's arm is more natural, obviously the relationship between the two has been sublimated. Liu also understood why there was a species of Hunjun in ancient times. Not only is this woman in good shape and beautiful, but she is also good at singing and dancing, and her body is extremely flexible. Wouldn't indulging in such a gentle township be more comfortable than reviewing memorials and handling official duties? Don't think about my woman, or I will make your life worse than death. Seeing Cao Meng's expression at this time, Liu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He is a very possessive person, his own woman, let alone let others get involved. Even if the other party just thinks about it, he will kill this idea in the cradle. The cold voice made Cao Meng startled. Don't dare. Although the current Cao Meng has not seen Liu's real means. But the disparity in strength between the two sides, as well as the two giant monsters that were staring at each other, made him dare not make mistakes. Young Master Liu, is he the younger brother you just accepted? Xiao Manli held Liu's arm. Seeing Cao Meng's respectful expression, she was calm on the surface, but she was already happy in her heart. She likes Liu's domineering way of speaking. What does it mean to be superior? Now she is superior to others. There is food, housing, servants, and younger brothers. Everything that Liu gave her was something she never enjoyed before the end of the world. Almost. Liu looked at the other party, Cao Meng, tell me what happened to your air raid shelter first. That's right. Cao Meng nodded quickly, and told Liu about his situation. The course of the matter is also very simple. Liang Feng and Cao Meng are roommates in another university. After the end of the world, both of them became awakened. And it's still kind of strong. They felt that the school was not safe, and organized students to fight back the next day, saving many survivors along the way. Finally, under Cao Meng's suggestion, the group found an air raid shelter and hid. Liang Feng insisted on the justice in his heart, even if he encountered danger several times, he would come out to search for food for the ordinary people in the air raid shelter. And Cao Meng gradually lost his patience, and wanted to give up some old, weak, sick, and disabled. Because these people are completely useless except for wasting food and water. So the two had a disagreement because of this matter, and then had a big fight. As expected. But, is the air raid shelter near here? Yes. Let's go and show us. Dugout. It is a cave dug during the war to avoid the bombing of enemy artillery and to protect the safety of people and property. Most of the modern air raid shelters have become ruins. In order to turn waste into treasure, people have refurbished the incomplete air raid shelters, mainly for tourism, shopping malls, warehouses, and natural disaster prevention, such as avoiding tornadoes. The opening here is very small, and there is a strong iron fence to block it. But there is something different inside. When Xiao Manli took Liu's arm and Cao Meng went to the air raid shelter, In the deepest corner of the air raid shelter of the underground shopping mall, 5 girls and 6 boys gathered together to discuss something. Sun Xiao, are we really not going with them? A strong boy looked at the vast number of survivors at the exit and asked. His name is Mao Xiaoqiang. It is Sun Xiao's classmate in front of him, and also Sun Xiao's younger brother. Sun Xiao is a son of a rich family in Yancheng, and he is still studying in a key high school in Yancheng. He is handsome in appearance, but a little thin in stature. Hearing Mao Xiaoqiang's words, he smiled disdainfully. What are you doing with them? Hat. A bunch of trash. But our food is almost gone. If we want to stay here any longer, we have to go out and search for food. What? Almost finished eating again. What's so strange about this? When you're done eating, go out and look for it. Looking for it? It's easy to say. When Mao Xiaoqiang heard this, he said with displeasure, it's so dangerous outside, why should we men go out to find food, and you girls are hiding here? That's right. Haven't you been advocating equality between men and women? Why are you so cowardly at this time? Okay, stop arguing. The quarrel among the crowd made young Master Sun a little impatient. At the same time, something suddenly came to mind, and he looked at the cute girl with double ponytails, high school uniform and black knee socks. Qin Xiao, you have also seen the current situation, so hurry up and make a statement. Qin Xiao was crouching in a corner with her knees in her arms, thinking about something. Hearing this, subconsciously looked up. State your position? What is your position? Don't you dare to play tricks on me. Seeing Qin Xiao's blank face, young Master Sun was a little annoyed. Do you think you are still the eldest lady of the Qin family? Now I will give you 2 ways. Either be my girlfriend and we will go out and help you find food without complaint or regret, or leave my team and stay with that group of trash. As soon as these words came out, the girls were all stunned. Although they knew the thoughts of these boys early on, they still heard it with their own ears. The boys around young Master Sun smiled. If you don't want to be your own woman, you still want to feed them yourself? Literally daydreaming. Although this reason sounds obvious. But one boy didn't think so. The boy was curled up in the corner of the crowd, holding his knees and silently watching his goddess. Well, Qin Xiao is his goddess. From the first day of high school, he fell in love with this cute and beautiful little girl. It's just that he knows that the status of the 2 parties are very different, and they may not have any intersection in this life. So I can only bury my love deeply in my heart. Seeing his goddess being bullied, he clenched his fist tightly. However, he is cowardly by nature. Facing Sun Xiao, who has a profound background and many minions, he tried to step forward several times, but all retreated because of fear. Just when Sun Xiao unscrupulously walked up to Qin Xiao and raised her ponytail, wanting to further break through Qin Xiao's psychological defense, the boy finally couldn't help but exploded. Hey, Sun Yuntao, don't go too far. The boy summoned up his courage. It's just that when these words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone turned their eyes to the boy. After a while, everyone roared with laughter. Excessive, ha ha ha. Chen Yang, did I hear you right? You call that excessive? Damn it, Chen Yang, are you trying to fight against me? Chapter 144 The classic conflict between the villain and the protagonist. Sun Xiao, full name Sun Yuntao. He is one of the few wealthy sons in Yancheng. Well, it is a rich second generation. The Sun family and the Qin family know each other, and there are business contacts between the parents. Follow the routines of various novels and movies. As long as the girl is very beautiful and has the attributes of a heroine, no matter whether she has money in her family, she will not be too cold to the rich second generation. So Sun Yuntao has always liked Qin Xiao, but Qin Xiao never liked him. The 2 sides stayed here together for more than 10 days. Sun Yuntao also gradually lost his patience with Qin Xiao from his amiable face at first. Then there was the conversation just now. As for why Qin Xiao was in the air raid shelter where Cao Meng was? In fact, there is no particular reason. She is 17 years old and still in her 2nd year of high school. On the day when the end of the world came, she was studying at school. In the morning, there was thick fog and monsters ravaged. There were too many people who turned into zombies in their class, so she could only follow the large group and run outside the classroom. As a result, there are many monsters outside. The crowd has gone through ups and downs, where there are no monsters running. In the end, she unknowingly ran to the school gate. Qin Xiao couldn't run anymore, and was frightened silly by the monsters and zombies that rushed at her. Fortunately, Xiao Fan passing by rescued her. Originally, a group of them wanted to run with Xiao Fan, but there were too many monsters. After running a few steps, she ran away, and she and several classmates were trapped in the milk tea shop outside the school. And Xiao Fan ran back to his rented house. Sun Yuntao, Chen Yang, and his party were also trapped not far from Qin Ziro. Since most of the monsters ran into the school later, the surrounding streets became much safer. Seeing that there were not many monsters, everyone united and started their own way of survival. Stopping along the way, after meeting Liang Feng and Cao Meng's team, they hid in this air raid shelter together. We are all classmates, shouldn't we help and take care of each other? Seeing Sun Yuntao's crowd, Chen Yang was a little scared, but the situation had reached this point, he could only grit his teeth and mustered up his courage again. Shouldn't boys protect girls? If you want Ziro to be your girlfriend, you should use your strength to make her like you from the bottom of your heart. Don't you feel disgusted by such threats? He and Qin Ziro are in the same class, and Sun Yuntao is a class older than them. However, Sun Yuntao and Qin Ziro, because of their personalities and family backgrounds, are famous figures in school. Chen Yang has never been taken seriously. Hearing Chen Yang say this at this time, not to mention Sun Yuntao and others, even Qin Ziro was a little surprised. Nausea. Sun Yuntao got up furiously. Fuck you, Chen Yang, how dare you say I'm disgusting? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Heh, call me. Sun Yuntao sneered. Without a doubt, the classic clash of villains and protagonists. If Qin Ziro is the heroine, then the current villain is not Liu, but this Sun Yuntao. The protagonist is naturally Chen Yang. Bang bang bang. Sun Yuntao's little brother punched and kicked Chen Yang. Don't fight, please don't fight. What exactly do you want to do? Qin Ziro and the girls tried their best to stop her, but what's the use? When their strength came into play, Chen Yang had already been beaten up with blood on his nose and face. Sun Yuntao ignored Chen Yang, but took a backpack in the corner and rummaged through it. This backpack belongs to Chen Yang. It was Chen Yang who brought him out of the school in a panic on the day when the end of the world came. But now, there is nothing in it except some daily necessities and a few books. Damn, it's really unlucky. Get out, Chen Yang, don't be in Lao Tzu's team from now on. Sun Yuntao threw the backpack on the ground with a look of disgust. Daily necessities and books were scattered all over the place. Originally, he had flipped through these things just now, and there was nothing interesting inside. But after being thrown by him, he suddenly found something different. Hey, what is this? Sun Yuntao looked puzzled, and squatted down to pick up a few books on the floor. Then picked up one of them. The style of this book is simple, and the material of the book is not ordinary rice paper, like parchment. Bastard, don't touch my things. Even though Chen Yang was beaten into severe pain all over, he still struggled to stand up. Sun Yuntao ignored him and casually flipped through the book. The text on it is all garbled characters, not even oracle. After turning 2 pages, Sun Yuntao lost interest when he saw that he couldn't understand, and impatiently threw the book on Chen Yang's face. Fuck, it's just a broken book, who cares so much? Take your junk and get out of here. The ancient book was stained with Chen Yang's nosebleed and fell to the ground. This move caused Chen Yang to suffer a lot of humiliation. It's just that no one noticed that the few drops of blood on the book had disappeared the moment it hit the ground. Meanwhile, the other side. Because human beings are not all zombies. The proportion of zombies is not very high among humans. Therefore, under the resistance of the remaining humans, Liu and his party did not encounter too much trouble along the way. When everyone came to the door of the air raid shelter, they found that the door was occupied by a group of corpse beetles. Corpse beetles will eat corpses and will attack any creature when they are too hungry. But when there are no dead bodies, they like to stay in dark and damp places. Of the group of corpse beetles at the entrance of the air raid shelter, the 2 largest ones are also as big as the mouth of a well. The rest are similar to wash basins. It looks like a couple of parents with a group of children. So many corpse beetles. Seeing these corpse beetles blocking the entrance, Liu couldn't help frowning. No way. Cao Meng took it for granted, but still explained respectfully, the surroundings of the air raid shelter are dark and damp, and these insects will always be attracted. Sometimes more, sometimes less. When we came back from searching for supplies and encountered them several times, we could only drag our exhausted bodies to find corpses to lure them away. Can you deal with it? Liu turned his head and looked at Cao Meng. Can. Cao Meng hesitated for a moment, then nodded directly. Go out and hunt a lizard folk. It is not difficult for him to use the lizard man's corpse to lure the corpse beetle away, let alone any psychological burden. Corpse beetles have a disgusting rancid smell because they devour corpses all year round. It smells several times worse than the spankers before the end of the world. But as Cao Meng turned around with a lizardman corpse, the corpse beetles were quickly attracted by the corpse. They all left the air raid shelter. By the way, what kind of people are in your air raid shelter? There are all kinds of occupations, drivers, workers, waiters, sales, white-collar workers, but most of them are students. Cao Meng tightened his backpack and answered Lu's question honestly. Lu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he put the 2 battle pets in a dilapidated shop on the side of the street without survivors and monsters. Cao Meng knocked on the iron gate at the entrance of the cave. Bang bang bang. Open the door, I'm back. Is it Cao Meng's voice? They're finally back. Open the door, I'm starving to death. Yeah, I hope I can have a piece of bread today. These days, there are only crumbs of instant noodles. I'm about to throw up. From a long distance away, Lu heard the voice from inside. As the door opened and closed, a large number of unfamiliar faces appeared in Lu's sight soon. They are male and female, old and young. These survivors are not like other survivors. Ordinary survivors, the clothes are very worn out, covered with sweat, blood, and dust. It can be said how embarrassing it is, how embarrassing it is. And they, just like Lu, his clothes are relatively clean. Not long after the end of the world, people have been living a life of wearing clothes, reaching out for food, and opening their mouths, as if they have never experienced danger. Lu glanced at him casually. In a corner of the air raid shelter, there are actually 2 girls who are touching up their makeup with makeup mirrors. Hehe, these survivors are really interesting. Cao Meng, where's the food? You wouldn't go out for half a day and just bring back this little food, would you? A red-faced man in a suit looked at Cao Meng's rucksack behind him and said with disgust. Chapter 145 Go tell Hades. Cao Meng originally had a steel bar as a weapon. But after killing Liang Feng, Lu didn't let him pick it up for safety's sake. When he came back to hunt the lizard man, he could only use his fists. The average lizardman is not tall and has a slender figure. As long as a normal adult man overcomes his fear, he will have no problem picking up a weapon to deal with 3 junior lizardmen at the same time. As an awakened person, Cao Meng is naturally no problem. At this time, there were quite a few people in the air raid shelter. They were divided into 3 camps, with a total of more than 100 people. And the man in a suit in front of him was named Zhu Qiang. He is the director and dean of Cao Meng's university. Because most of the survivors here are students of that university, he has a very high prestige in this air raid shelter. He can't control people from other camps. But all the materials and food on the university side are distributed uniformly by him. Something happened today. Cao Meng dodged his eyes a little because he had done something wrong. Accident? Even if it's a bit of an accident, you shouldn't just bring such a small amount back? Who can eat such a small amount? Zhu Qiang didn't notice the details of Cao Meng's dodging eyes, and continued to speak with a look of disgust. Although he also knew very well that the food, clothing, and daily life of the students in the air raid shelter depended entirely on Cao Meng and Liang Feng going out to search. But Liang Feng and Cao Meng have always been very obedient. Coupled with the long-term life of the dean, he has already developed some style. Therefore, even in the face of Cao Meng, it is only natural for him to question him as the base manager. Compared with before the end of the world, not only is there no restraint, but it seems to be getting worse. This base does not count the survivors of other teams, there are at least 70 college students. And Cao Meng's backpack only contained half a bag of food? How many people is enough for this little thing? That's right, Cao Meng, don't you take everyone to heart. I'm almost starving to death, you just bring back something like this? Is it enough for us to stuff our teeth? Some people are really powerful. After awakening their powerful power, they don't care about the life and death of ordinary people like us. I feel that he and Liang Feng must have eaten outside before coming back. Moral kidnapping. The other survivors also seemed to have no idea how dangerous the outside world was, and followed Zhu Qiang in mocking Cao Meng. Taking it for granted that Cao Meng went out to find food? Little did he know that even this little food was what Cao Meng risked his life for. Zhu Qiang couldn't help frowning at the noise of the air raid shelter, and then looked around. By the way, where is Liang Feng? Why didn't he come back with you? Who are these 2 people? Are they the survivors you rescued? Zhu Qiang fixed his gaze on Lu and Xiao Manli. Liang Feng won't come back. Cao Meng clenched his fists, then gritted his teeth and said, I have already killed him. What? Hearing this, Zhu Qiang was taken aback for a moment, and then showed a surprised expression. Obviously don't believe this fact. I said, he was killed by me. Zhu Qiang. Cao Meng yelled at Zhu Qiang, then glanced at the others, and you, I have had enough of you, why should I risk my life to support you bastards? Why? I was born to my parents too. Me too. I will never do this again, never again. Cao Meng roared hysterically, vomiting out all the resentment accumulated during this period of time at this moment. Cao Meng, do you know what you're talking about? Zhu Qiang's eyes widened and he looked at Cao Meng in disbelief. What's up with this guy today? Why are you so hard-nosed all of a sudden? Of course I know, you don't want to pretend to be ugly in front of me, Zhu Qiang. Every time I find food, there will always be some inexplicably missing. Do you think I don't know that you secretly hid it? I heard you eating in the corner more than once. Anyway, everyone's face has been torn. Cao Meng has nothing to worry about. When he was in high spirits, why did he care who the director of the school was in front of him? Cao Meng, I'm the school manager. Is that why you talk to me? Hearing Cao Meng's words, Zhu Qiang's forehead began to sweat, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice quickly. He admitted that he hid part of the food, even when the team was most short of food, he never took it out. This behavior caused several classmates who couldn't bear the hunger to go out alone to find food. Although they never came back, so what? I am a school manager, and I am naturally superior to these people, so why should I feel guilty? It is very hard to manage the daily life of these people every day, there is hard work without credit, so what if there is more food? This is how you should be treated. Thinking of this, Zhu Qiang already had a conclusion in his mind. Quickly said loudly to the survivors behind him. Come and see, Cao Meng is crazy. He killed Liang Feng and wants to unite with others to suppress us. Can we bear this situation? No. Absolutely not, we should. Noisy. Before Zhu Qiang finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. Then he saw a dagger from nowhere pierced into his heart. The blood had already stained the skirt around the dagger red. He wanted to speak, but his trembling heart had prevented him from uttering a single note. There is no doubt that it was Liu who made the shot. There was no sign of this knife. Not only shocked the other people in the air raid shelter, but even Cao Meng and Xiao Manli beside him were surprised. Although Xiao Manli had seen Liu kill Shen Bin with her own eyes, this time Liu's attack was too sudden. Let her have no mental preparation at all. Cao Meng was even more confused. Because he never expected that Liu would kill someone suddenly. At the same time, he was also glad that he did not choose to resist before. Otherwise, I'm afraid I have become a corpse. Liu didn't care about everyone's surprise, but grabbed Zhu Qiang's hair and pulled out the dagger. Puff! Blood spurted wildly, and Zhu Qiang fell limply to the ground. Liu wiped the blood-stained dagger on his suit as if nothing had happened, then got up and looked at Cao Meng. This kind of thing should be done by you, but I really can't stand this person, so I have to do it myself. After saying this, Liu looked around at the frightened people around him. From now on, Cao Meng is your boss. Men aged 14 to 55 must go out with Cao Meng to find food, women organize medical facilities, and the elderly and children clean up. Those who want to get something for nothing have only one end, and that is to throw it out to feed the zombies, do you hear clearly? Liu never thought of incorporating this base. But he is going to train Cao Meng to be the boss here to do things for himself. That's why he acted so decisively. Who are you? Following Liu's orders one after another, one of Zhu Qiang's minions finally came to his senses, and he looked at Cao Meng. And you, Cao Meng, are you crazy? Even if the school manager hid the food, you shouldn't do it. What does it mean to come to us to kill people with others? Besides, you don't have any evidence yet. Call, boom. A strong wind blows. The man flew out directly. After falling heavily to the ground, there was a muffled sound. There was a wail in his mouth, and he wanted to get up and check his wound. But after struggling for a long time, you can't stand up at all? Instead, there is more and more blood on the ground? At this moment, Liu's cold voice reached everyone's ears again. I don't like people talking nonsense when I'm asking questions. If you really want to talk, then go down and talk to the King of Hades, Cao Meng, and kill him in the past. Chapter 146 The Ancient Book. Silence. Deathly silence. As soon as Liu came in, he killed one person and seriously injured another. And they used methods they couldn't understand? This method of operation has already refreshed the lower limit of this group of people. It also has a very influential visual impact on the flowers in these greenhouses. If Cao Meng just now was like a mad dog in their hearts, then Liu is definitely Erlang God holding the mad dog. The decisive and ruthless attack made their hearts tremble. All the people present, except for some women who were able to choke with fear, no one dared to say another word. Although in this medical environment, the man who was seriously injured by Liu just now will die sooner or later. But no matter how stupid Cao Meng is, he knows that this is a good time for him to show his prestige. Without further ado, he walked over and broke the man's neck. The field fell into silence again. Seeing that no one spoke, Liu looked around. Since you don't speak, you have acquiesced to my rules. From now on, Cao Meng is your boss. Cao Meng. Young Master Liu. Cao Meng hurried back to Liu with a respectful face. If before, he had no choice but to give in to Liu, then now, he admires and fears Liu. I admire Lu's thunder method. Fear of Lu's killer tactics. The end of the world has come for so many days, and the human nature in many places has not yet fully exploded. In his subconscious mind, no matter how ruthless a student like Lu was, he couldn't be more ruthless. Even if it is a murder, it will definitely not be done lightly. Just like when I was with myself before. But now he realized that he was wrong. Wrong is a bit outrageous. This kid can kill with every move? And the expression after the murder is no different from killing a chicken? Compared with his state after killing Liang Feng, it was completely heaven and earth. I leave the rest to you. Okay, okay. Cao Meng really didn't dare to do it again this time, so he nodded quickly. Lu didn't bother with the crowd anymore, and after handing over the aftermath to Cao Meng, he took Xiao Manli to patrol the air raid shelter. According to Cao Meng's previous narration, Xiao Fan came here with a man with wicked eyebrows and mouse eyes. The purpose of his coming here is to merge the bases here, and by the way, recruit Cao Meng into the group. So he didn't go into the air raid shelter, but let that sly-eyed man approach Cao Meng quietly. This is also one of the reasons why Cao Meng killed Liang Feng today. Kill Liang Feng. Gain control here, and then lead these survivors to join Boss Zhou's team? Hehe, this Cao Meng. Come here. Lu pointed at a boy and hooked his fingers. The boy walked up to Lu respectfully. Big brother. The boy's voice was trembling, and he was obviously afraid of Lu. Lu didn't care either, and looked deep into the air raid shelter. There are two small teams in the distance, and there is a clear dividing line with Cao Meng's camp. One is an adult team of 30 people. The other is a student team of about 10 people, who seem to be a little younger. Aren't the two groups of people over there with us? No, they have their own team. Is that so? Okay, it's none of your business here. Lu waved his hand. The man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. At this moment, Xiao Manli, who had just gotten used to Lu's killing rhythm, suddenly tugged at his arm. Young Master Lu, look over there. Lu followed Xiao Manli's gaze. A young man with a muddy nose, a bruised face, blood stains at the corner of his mouth, unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Sitting alone in a corner. It seemed as lonely as it could be. Ding, congratulations on discovering the hidden plot protagonist Chen Yang, the plot is being read. Please wait later. Ding, the plot has been read, please check with the host. Lu. What's up with this Nima? Seeing the information fed back from the villain's eye, Lu was a little unresponsive. He can swear. When I came out today, besides having an affair with Xiao Manli, my main purpose was to inquire about Xiao Fan's news. He never thought of discovering any hidden plots, did he? Just now I just used the villain's eyes to scan habitually, but I didn't expect to give myself a surprise. But hide the plot. Lu's thoughts raced in his mind. Only a special heroine will trigger the hidden plot, and the only special heroine by my side Lu Ruobing is not by my side now. So there should be another heroine here? As his gaze moved, Lu quickly locked onto his target. Double ponytails, high school black skirt and black knee socks? Qin Xiao? How could it be her? Xiao Fan is not dead yet. The special heroine is not my teammate, so can this also trigger a special plot? Hehe, it looks like my luck is getting better and better. Special heroines can trigger hidden plots, which Lu has known for a long time. But the description has already written very clearly, you need to pull the heroine into your camp. Now it seems that pulling the heroine to his side is just to find out in time when the plot is triggered? Lu didn't understand, but it didn't matter. The important thing is that now the protagonist of this hidden plot is in front of me. Lu looked at Chen Yang, and instead of going forward immediately, he found a relatively safe place and quickly scanned Chen Yang's script. Dark Age of Scourge. This is the name of Chen Yang's hidden plot. Overall, nothing special. It is the story of a cowardly dick struggling to survive in the last days, because he has been bullied for a long time, and finally walks on the dark road by relying on an ancient family book. He and Xiao Fan's protagonists are very similar, but their golden fingers are quite different. And after he awakened, the first person to deal with was Sun Yuntao from Qin Xiao's side, not himself. Wouldn't you be born to be your enemy? This should be the characteristic of hiding the protagonist of the plot. According to the next behavior, I can choose the direction of the relationship with this protagonist. Is it to stand on the side of the villain and kill the protagonist to seize the treasure? Or stand on the protagonist's side and help him kill those villains? Lu studied Chen Yang's script, and then took a look at Chen Yang's current state. Looking at him like this, it seems that he was bullied just now? In other words, he hasn't started the path of the protagonist yet? Thinking of this, Lu made a decision in his heart, and walked directly towards Chen Yang with Xiao Manli. Hey buddy, aren't you from our team? Because of being beaten, Chen Yang has just confessed to the owner of his family's ancient book with a drop of blood. So he kept his head down, immersed in his anger and surprise. He didn't notice the scene where Liu killed people before. Sensing someone approaching, he looked up and didn't ask any more questions. Because he doesn't have the heart to care about anything else now. No, no. Chen Yang said casually. Liu didn't speak anymore, but looked at the book in Chen Yang's arms. Book of the Ancients, spells, the divine book that records all ancient spells. This guy is so strong. After reading the instruction manual of Chen Yang's book, Liu narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, none of the protagonists are weak chickens. Even if it is to hide the protagonist of the plot, there is such a powerful opportunity. Book of the Ancients, tut tut. Want to join my team? Okay. Hearing Liu's words, Chen Yang was a little surprised, and looked up at Liu again. Liu ignored him and yelled directly at Cao Meng, Cao Meng. Boss, what's the matter? Call 2 girls over and help this brother treat his wound. Okay, come right away. Cao Meng agreed, and hurriedly made arrangements. Seeing 2 pretty good-looking girls walking in front of him under the leadership of Cao Meng, he didn't realize how well he took care of Chen Yang. I have been thinking about revenge just now, what does this guy mean? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 147 I'm Fancy Her. Originally, according to the normal plot direction, Xiao Fan and Zhou Xiong should have a hostile relationship. For Zhou Yana, Xiao Fan secretly killed Zhou Xiong, and then slept with Zhou Yana. It is simply impossible to come to this air raid shelter. And Chen Yang should have killed Sun Yuntao after the ancient book recognized its master. Then relying on the ability learned from the ancient book, he led Qin Zairo's own team to find Qin Zairo's father, Qin Zheng, and left the city together. The 2 protagonists don't have any intersections. But now, because of Liu's appearance, the plots of the 2 protagonists have all been disrupted. Xiao Fan not only formed an alliance with Zhou Xiong, but also almost met Qin Zairo. Chen Yang was also on the verge of blackening, and was forcibly pulled by Liu. The 2 girls in front of me are named Li Qin and Zheng Zhen. It's not too long. They were originally in this air raid shelter, living a life of reaching out for clothes and opening their mouths for food. But Liu's killing chickens and monkeys played a very good role. They didn't dare to disobey Cao Meng's wishes, and seeing that the person looking for them was Liu, they were even more frightened to the extreme. The hand holding the cotton swab and povidone iodine kept shaking. Medical supplies such as cotton swabs and iodophores were brought back by Cao Meng and Liang Feng from a pharmacy outside. Liu also has many bases, which is not unusual. I'll do it myself. Chen Yang was obviously not used to being taken care of by 2 girls like this. He quickly took the cotton swabs and iodophore in their hands. Okay. The swab is here. This is the trash can. As if they were pardoned, the 2 girls put the extra cotton swabs beside Chen Yang, and subconsciously glanced at Liu. Seeing that Liu didn't mean to blame, they were relieved. Brother, who beat you for this injury? Liu ignored them, but asked Chen Yang knowingly. Faced with the kindness released by Liu, Chen Yang couldn't keep his face sullen. While treating his own wound, he looked in Qin Zairo's direction and replied. Sun Yuntao. It's the guy over there wearing the Patek Philippe. Why did he beat you? It's the way it is. Chen Yang told Liu about his situation. Unexpected plot. Okay, I see. Liu nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the 2 girls beside him. You 2, help him treat his wound here. Okay. Okay. The 2 girls didn't dare to say anything, so they nodded in agreement. Seeing that the 2 girls were so afraid of Liu, Chen Yang was a little puzzled. But he didn't think much about it at this time. After all, there were bruises and abrasions all over his body, and it was quite troublesome to deal with. See Chen Yang concentrate on treating the wound with the help of the 2 girls. Liu stood up and looked at Sun Yuntao and Qin Zairo in the distance, with a playful smile on his lips. Why didn't he choose to side with the villain this time and kill the protagonist Chen Yang? One is because Chen Yang's enemy is not himself, and he has absolutely no need for that. Another reason is because of Chen Yang's ability. Chen Yang's golden finger is this ancient book. Although this ancient book can help him awaken a special ability. But this special ability is not a power that can be used directly. Instead, it needs the power to study and cultivate with heart, just like foundry masters and enchanters. A person's energy is limited. Even if Liu kills Chen Yang and can get the special ability in this book, he doesn't have much time to study it. Unless he gave up his identity as a villain, no longer studied how to manage the team, and no longer studied how to deal with the protagonist. Otherwise, his achievements in this area are absolutely limited. Is the identity of the villain something that Liu can give up if he wants to? No. The villain is Liu's passive hidden attribute, which Liu cannot control. Therefore, in order to maximize his benefits, he wanted to try to take Chen Yang for his own use first. If it is really out of control in the end, it is not too late to find a chance to kill him. Liu was looking at Sun Yuntao and Qin Xiero. And Qin Xiero's team is also looking at Liu. After all, Liu and Xiao Manli are both talented and beautiful. Such a handsome, sexy, and seductive combination, but so decisive? Any normal person would notice them. Sun Xiao. Sensing Liu's gaze, Mao Zhaoqiang's voice trembled. This kid looks really good. I didn't even see where he took out his dagger just now. There is also the ability to fly that man, it seems to be a wind ability, right? It seems like we can't beat it. Several other people are also talking about it. Although they are villains, they also have certain fighting abilities. But compared with the villain boss of Liu's level, it seems that he is not at the same level at all. If Liu wants to stand up for Chen Yang, what should they do? What are you panicking? Hearing the discussions among the younger brothers, Sun Yuntao cursed angrily. Even though he was scared to death in his heart, he couldn't be cowardly. He has only one person, we have 6 people, what are you afraid of? No, young master Sun, we. TCH, I thought you guys are so powerful? So you only know how to bully the weak and fear the hard. Seeing the nervous expressions of several people, Qin Xiero couldn't help but sneered. But as soon as the words fell, a girl next to her quickly pulled Qin Xiero. Qin Xiero came back to her senses, and looked at Sun Yuntao with some fear. She is not a fool, so she naturally knows what's going on outside. If it hadn't been for Chen Yang to stop him just now, Sun Yuntao might have used force on him. She was very grateful to Chen Yang, but she couldn't stop it. Because under the environmental conditions of the last days, one more person will have one more mouth to eat. Other teams don't take in a stranger easily. This is also one of the important reasons why they were divided into 3 teams in the same air raid shelter. Insufficient food, mistrust between each other. Where can she go after leaving here, although she also thought about leaving Sun Yuntao's team with Chen Yang. But what to do after leaving, are you waiting to die with Chen Yang? Moreover, Sun Yuntao would not let her go so easily, maybe he would beat Chen Yang again because of this. So she can only stay in Sun Yuntao's team looking for a chance of survival. Bullying the weak and fearing the tough. Sun Yuntao sneered, damn it, when this kid is gone, I'll let you know what toughness is. Sun Yuntao, you. Fuck, boss, that kid is here. Mao Zhaoqiang's voice interrupted their conversation. What? Sun Yuntao was stunned. Everyone followed the prestige, and Liu had brought Xiao Manli to stand not far from them. Which of you is the boss? Liu cut to the chase. What's the matter? Sun Yuntao's voice also began to tremble. Obviously, he was scared too. After all, this guy kills without blinking an eye. What is her name? Liu still asked questions knowingly, and pointed at Qin Xiero with his chin. Sun Yuntao was stunned. What do you want to do? I've fallen in love with her. Liu said calmly, did I kill all of you and take her away, or did you take the initiative to hand her over to me? Chapter 148 Who is using whom? Boom. Liu's calm words, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, made Sun Yuntao and the others stunned in place. What's up with this Nima? If you like it, you want to take it away, if you don't let me take you, you will kill yourself and others? Is this guy so arrogant and direct? Sun Yuntao is stupid, and Qin Xiero is also stupid. Asshole. This boy. Are you kidding me? Sun Yuntao came back to his senses and clenched his fist, obviously dissatisfied with Liu's behavior. Several other male students also clenched their teeth and looked unwilling. But no one dared to step forward? Okay. They are just a group of high school students who have never experienced the real end of the world. Even if he was as arrogant as Sun Yuntao, he didn't dare to say a word in front of Liu, a murderous maniac. After all, when Liu killed someone, he really couldn't blink. In the last days where strength is the most important thing, if you are not sure of defeating the opponent, you can only swallow your anger. Since you don't talk, I'll take her away. Seeing that everyone was daring to speak out, Liu hooked his fingers at Qin Xiero, you, come here. Hearing Liu's words, Qin Xiero couldn't help but tremble. At this time, she was so scared that she was about to cry. Sun Yuntao is not a good person, if he stays, he may be used by Sun Yuntao. But Liu doesn't look like a good person, does he? If I go with him, I don't think it will end well. At this time, Qin Xiero is neither leaving nor staying. But the situation is stronger than others. At this time, she has no other choice but to stand up and walk in front of Liu. Liu turned and left, and she followed behind Liu. But Sun Yuntao and the others could only stand where they were, silently watching the 3 leave. It has to be said that the powerful oppressive force of the villain boss made Liu lose a lot of fun in pretending to be aggressive. Otherwise, for a rich second-generation villain like Sun Yuntao, he can't write 3 or 5 chapters of the storyline pretending to be forceful and slapping his face. There are basically not many low-level monsters left in Yanchange. What remains are some monsters that are difficult for humans to solve, such as groups of monsters, or relatively high-level monsters. The end of the world is less than 20 days away. The number of survivors in the entire city is less than 1/3 of the original number. Inside the air raid shelter, the bodies of Zhu Qiang and the minion were dragged by Cao Meng to a corner of the air raid shelter. Before the end of the world, Zhu Qiang was a veritable successful person. With the resources and contacts in hand, there are a lot of female college students who will follow him to the hotel without using both force and force. What they are looking for is naturally his money, contacts, and relationships. But now, this successful man who enjoyed the blessings of everyone in the past is lying in that corner of the air raid shelter like a dead dog. Completely ignored. Many people are even reluctant to take a second look at him. This is the end of the world. The end of the world where human life is worthless. Liu integrated the survivors here by relying on absolute strength, and bound Qin Xiao, a special heroine, to this thief ship of her own. At the same time, Boss Zhou on the other side also took his own actions. He knew from Xiao Fan that Liu had hot weapons. So if he wants to kill Liu, he not only needs Xiao Fan to help determine Liu's location, but also needs to integrate resources, accommodate more combat power, and use some tactics. Large supermarket, manager's office. There are only 2 people here, Xiao Fan and Zhou Yana. The younger brothers of both sides stood at the door. Looking at Zhou Yana, who was still in suspenders and shorts, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth curled into a smile. The possessiveness in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Although this woman is not very good on the inside, her appearance is not bad at all. Tall figure, fair skin. The tattoo on his body made him feel a special desire to conquer the other party. Sensing Xiao Fan's naked eyes, Zhou Yana not only did not dodge at all, but smiled charmingly. Xiao Fan, do I look good? Of course. I mean what I say, as long as you can help us avenge, Zhou Yana, will be your woman from now on. Can't you charge some interest first? What do you think? The contempt in Zhou Yana's eyes was fleeting. You want to charge interest before the work is done? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Hehe, I just said it so casually. Xiao Fan shrugged indifferently, and a cunning flashed in his eyes. In the future, you can't talk about this kind of thing casually, or if other people hear it, they will think that I, Zhou Yana, am a woman who doesn't love herself. Okay. Xiao Fan didn't care, and stood up directly. I will start to help you lock his position in the afternoon, and you are responsible for recruiting the manpower. I have already arranged for you in the air raid shelter. You can take over their base. I see. Zhou Yana nodded. You did a good job on this matter. By the way, Xiao Fan. Okay. Actually, you don't have to be so impatient. With your ability, I will be your woman sooner or later. If you want to refuse and welcome, give some sweetness and hope appropriately, which is the most commonly used move of green tea to deal with dog licking. Zhou Yana is very good at this trick. I think so too. Xiao Fan smiled, didn't say much, turned around and left the supermarket base with the 2 younger brothers. It is clear. Zhou Xiong agreed to Xiao Fan's request and offered to dedicate his sister to him. But the 2 brothers and sisters are not easygoing. Naturally, you will not do a loss-making business. Zhou Xiong not only wants to use Xiao Fan to help revenge, but also wants to brainwash Xiao Fan into his right-hand man. So after discussing for a while, the 2 brothers and sisters decided to use the way of dealing with dog licking before the end of the world to deal with Xiao Fan. But they overlooked one point. The current Xiao Fan is not a stunned young man, he is the blackened protagonist who sees through all the truths in the world. How can such a person fail to see that the 2 brothers and sisters are using him? But Xiao Fan's purpose is not purely for Zhou Yana. He mainly wanted to use a knife to kill Liu, and Zhou Yana was just a cover for him to deceive others. So in the cooperation between the 2 parties, who is using whom? It's really hard to say. It has to be said that the end times are like this. In the absence of absolute force, if you want to get rid of your enemy, then you can only intrigue with the other party. In the end, whoever wins and who loses, whoever dies and who lives, depends entirely on each person's ability. But even in their dreams, they would never have imagined that although Liu's large army was still at the Rhine Hotel, he himself had already arrived at Cao Meng's air raid shelter. After Xiao Fan left the supermarket base, Zhou Xiong opened the door and entered. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xiong laughed loudly. Little sister, you still have the means to let this Xiao Fan be used by us in a few words. Cut, aren't all of you men alike? Why do you need any means? That's right. Zhou Xiong smiled awkwardly, and then looked to the side. Mice, hurry up and call some brothers, and go to the air raid shelter with me this afternoon. Okay, boss. The man named Mouse nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Zhou Yana suddenly said, let me go in the afternoon. Are you going? Hearing this, Zhou Xiong couldn't help being stunned. My younger sister never asks about such things, does she? Why are you suddenly interested today? An intoxicated expression suddenly flashed across Zhou Yana's face, and she licked the tip of her index finger, which was painted with black nail polish, with her blood-red tongue. The voice is also full of charm and bloodthirsty. It's been a long time since I abused a man. Chapter 149 Kneeling and Singing Conquest. The end of the world is a very cruel era. Want to survive in the end times? It is not only necessary to collect as much supplies as possible when monsters are raging. It is also necessary to beware of other human beings calculating each other for food, for power, and for women. Those who can survive in this era may refresh their morality and 3 views every day they live. Xiao Fan had an enmity with Liu before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, the two even had a fight. So Liu became his obsession, and killing Liu became his current goal. Of course, Liu was also trying to kill him. 1 o'clock at noon, a corner of the air raid shelter. What do you want to do to me? Looking at the handsome couple sitting on the chairs in front of her, Qin Xiao tightly grasped the skirt of her school uniform with both hands, and asked timidly. Although the boy in front of him was very handsome, he wasn't handsome at all when he killed someone. If possible, she would not want to stand here at all. Little sister, what are you afraid of? Young Master Liu is not a scourge. Qiao Manli's voice was full of ridicule. Sun Yun Tao's surrender and Qin Xiao's fear greatly satisfied her vanity. The shock brought about by Liu's casual killing was also forgotten by her. What happened to the murder? This is a deterrent, others know a basket. You know, even in the last days, ordinary people would not dare to kill casually. Killers, people will always kill them, if you kill others, others will kill you. Therefore, only those who are strong enough to a certain level dare to kill without restraint. Just like Liu now. She wanted to understand this, and played the role of a villain woman very well. What's your name? Qin Xiao. I'm 17 years old, a sophomore in high school. How do you know? Qin Xiao was stunned. Didn't no one tell him before? Could it be that Chen Yang said it? Liu said casually, guess. Boss, Chen Yang brought it here. As soon as the words finished, Chen Yang, who was carrying a backpack, was led over by Cao Meng. Okay, you step back. Liu waved his hand, Cao Meng retreated respectfully. Chen Yang who stayed behind looked at Qin Xiao and then at Liu, obviously at a loss. Those two girls had already told him about Liu's murder. He also saw the 2 corpses in the corner of the air raid shelter. Before Liu came, he was full of thoughts on how to use his ability in this book to kill Sun Yun Tao and save his goddess. But the appearance of Liu completely disrupted his rhythm. I thought the guy in front of me was a good person, but I didn't expect him to kill people casually. Is this just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth? Qin Xiao looked at Chen Yang beside her. Chen Yang, are you better? Hearing the goddess' words of concern, Chen Yang suddenly came back to his senses. Much better. Thank you just now, if it wasn't for you. You're welcome, we are classmates. The two asked and answered, making Chen Yang, a cowardly boy, even more nervous. But when he turned his gaze back to Liu, he subconsciously clenched his fist. Liu's strength has exceeded his ability to control. If Liu really wants to do something to Qin Xiao, can he stop it? Can't seem to. Thinking of this, Chen Yang clenched his fist even tighter. Don't talk about the old days. From now on, you two will join my team together. Is there any problem? Looking at Chen Yang, who was still very immature in dealing with things in front of him, with joy, anger, sorrow and joy written on his face, Liu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. If he couldn't even subdue such a protagonist, what kind of villain would he be? He simply wiped his neck and returned to the earth to farm. You don't want to treat Xiao. Oh. Chen Yang, who was about to fight Liu to the death, was stunned. Join your team together. You have a problem. Why do you want us to join your team? I'll tell you about this later. Anyway, if you join my team, you will not only have enough security, but also enough food supplies. If you are lucky, you will even be able to find your family. Chen Yang. Qin Xiao. What's happening here? The two were confused by Liu at the same time. Their team in Sun Yun Tao is just too trash. At least 2 wastes on the surface. But when it comes to Liu's side, he not only protects safety but also gives food. Even help find family members? You can really help us find our family? Qin Xiao asked in disbelief. She is a rich girl, and she believes that with her father's ability, there must be a way to protect herself. But the premise is that she must find her father alive. So Liu's offer is very tempting to her. If you can reflect your own value. Liu added. This is understandable, after all, no team is willing to take risks for a waste. Qin Xiao understands this, so she is hesitating. Chen Yang didn't care. Anyway, his home is far away from Yancheng, and it won't be possible to go back anytime soon. In a moment. Okay, I promise you. Qin Xiao gritted her teeth. Although it was the first time she met Liu, she also knew that Liu was not a good person. But now she has no choice. Seeing that Qin Xiao agreed, Chen Yang could only nod along. I promise to. Very good. Cao Meng. The two boarded Liu's thief ship, and the rest of the matter was much easier. Liu asked a few girls to bring Qin Xiao to familiarize themselves with the environment. Let Cao Meng take Chen Yang with him. In this way, in a short time, there is no need to worry about Chen Yang's rebellion. Young Master Liu, haven't you fallen in love with this girl named Qin Xiao? Xiao Manli, who had been staying with Liu all this time, looked puzzled. How can we let them join our team together? Liu is not a single-minded person, Xiao Manli knows this very well, and she has never expected that Liu will only have one woman in this apocalyptic environment. Although Qin Xiao is not very old, she is less than 160 in height. But her figure and appearance definitely meet Liu's criteria for choosing a spouse. So she was puzzled. What's the problem? Don't tell me you can't see that this Chen Yang likes her. It doesn't matter. Liu smiled playfully, many times the person we marry is not the one we like the most, is it? Xiao Manli thought about it half understood, and then looked at Liu, young Master Liu, why do I feel like I can't understand you more and more? It's fine if you don't understand. With your current strength, maybe you can understand a little more by eating more bananas. Banana. Xiao Manli was taken aback for a moment, then her face flushed slightly, I haven't eaten enough. Twice is not enough. You hate it. Ha ha ha. As the two flirted, time passed by. At 1:30 noon, everyone ate something casually. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Cao Meng, who was busy, suddenly stopped. After walking around the door of the air raid shelter, I found Liu among the crowd. Young Master Liu, there is news from Boss Zhou, asking me how is the progress here? How should I reply? How did you agree? How can you answer now? Just pretend that I don't exist. It is good. Cao Meng nodded, turned, and left. In less than a moment, 6 survivors with weapons were put into the air raid shelter by Cao Meng. The leader is Zhou Yana, who is wearing a black suspender and has sexy tattoos. Hey, there are really many survivors here. These people don't look very easy to mess with, especially the woman at the head. I can make her sing Conquer on her knees, believe it or not. Chapter 150 Everyone calls me Old Gong. Zhou Xiong's awakened ability is to control insects. He has a wide variety of bugs. Not only can it be used to bite people, but it can also be used to convey information. He made a special bug remember the smell of Cao Meng. Then he gave the bug to Zhou Yana. Cao Meng, who was busy, knew that Zhou Xiong had come when he saw this bug. So we went to the entrance of the air raid shelter and met Zhou Yana. This is a unique way for the two parties to communicate in the last days. A group of 6 people, except for Zhou Yana, everyone else was holding weapons such as axes, iron bars, and crowbars. After entering the air raid shelter, Zhou Yana was looking at the group of survivors. Because of the different environment in which she grew up, her personality is also different from that of ordinary women. Zhou Xiong likes to fool around, and she is also very rebellious. The tattoo on her body was done during the rebellious period, when she went out with a few sisters to fool around. And she also has a special habit of abusing men. Before the end of the world, there was a legal society, so she didn't dare to go too far. And now? In less than 3 days since the end of the world, her habit of abusing people has become known to everyone. Looking at this group of college students who have never seen the world, she was very excited. Of course I do. Hearing Liu's words, Xiao Manli, who locked her eyes on Zhou Yana, smiled. In her heart, Liu is invincible. At least so far, he has not met anyone who can defeat Liu. Liu was also looking at Zhou Yana at this time. There is no shortage of beautiful women in this world. But the beauties who can survive in the last days either have a powerful man behind them, or they are strong themselves. This Zhou Yana seems to have both. Fair skin, beautiful appearance, lordosis, and back warping. With the tattoos on her body and her lofty posture, she looks like a woman that only big brothers can have. Coupled with the self-confidence revealed in the bones, it is definitely not something that a vase can possess. She came here this time to recruit Cao Meng's team. There are many female college students in this team, enough to meet the daily needs of the herd of livestock at the supermarket base. Yo, this girl looks pretty. That seems good too. Ha ha ha, is this base okay? Hey, brothers are blessed. The 6 members of Zhou Yana's party were all awakened. After coming here, they began to comment on the looks of the surviving girls from Cao Meng's team as if they were picking their own spoils. Faced with the sudden arrival of 6 people, this group of college students was a little at a loss. Especially after learning from Lu's past, they dare not talk nonsense. After a short exchange, a couple who were too hungry were escorted in front of Zhou Yana and the other 6. The girls were molested, and the boys were tortured by Zhou Yana. Is she your girlfriend? Yes. Hungry. Hungry. I have a piece of bread here, who would you like? She took out a piece of bread with a bag and handed it to the 2 of them. The boy hesitated for a moment, then said fearfully, give it to her. Oh. Zhou Yana smiled playfully, I didn't see it, but you are still a good man. But if I tell you, if you give her this piece of bread, you won't get any food or water for 3 days from now, will you still give it to her? Hearing Zhou Yana's words, the boy was obviously taken aback. Zhou Yana continued to describe the rules of the game, this piece of bread only represents one person's 3-day ration. You can only choose one person to own it. I will lock up the other person until the end of the 3 days. Now, please make your choice. If you eat bread, you will have 3 days rations, and the other will be hungry for 3 days? Everyone has experienced hunger. Know what it means to be hungry for 3 days in your current physical state. But Zhou Yana only gave boys the right to choose. So the power of life and death for the 2 of them was in the hands of this boy. How would boys choose? There is no doubt that he will choose himself. In this materialistic society, it cannot be said that there is no love that can transcend life and death, but it is definitely rare. At least the couple in front of them couldn't possibly sacrifice themselves for each other. So under the hopeful eyes of the girl, the boy picked up the bread and said sorry to the girl. Cangyun, you bastard, you said we would live together. The girl was furious, and finally cried out of fear. Yes, sorry. The boy gritted his teeth and insisted on his choice. After all, he is still young and doesn't want to die yet. He. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yana covered her mouth and laughed lightly, but there was a bit of teasing in the laughter. The man called the mouse promptly handed over a black leather whip. Snapped. Zhou Yana received the whip and slapped the boy directly. A bloodstain immediately appeared on the boy's body. The girl was stunned, and the boy howled in pain. But Zhou Yana didn't intend to stop at all, and whipped the boy one whip after another. Laughter and screams mixed together, echoing in the originally quiet air raid shelter. Use humanity to test men. As long as a man chooses to be selfish, he will be mercilessly abused by her. This is Zhou Yana's special hobby. Hehe, this woman is quite good at playing. Luu in the crowd couldn't help muttering in his heart. Playing with humanity? It has great potential to be a villain, a pity. You, lift your head up for me. A sudden shout interrupted Luu's meditation. Looking carefully, it was one of Zhou Yana's subordinates who saw Qin Xiao. He originally wanted to tease Qin Xiao, but found Xiao Manli on the way. I have to say that the heroine's aura is awesome, even Xiao Manli who is next to Qin Xiao has been affected. This man's name is Lei Ming, a black iron mid-level enhancer. Xiao Manli is the school belle of the university, and she didn't wear a mask after entering the air raid shelter. In terms of appearance and figure, in the entire air raid shelter, apart from Qin Xiao, there is no other girl who is her opponent. So even though she was well concealed, she was still caught by Lei Ming. Hearing Lei Ming's shout, Xiao Manli felt helpless and could only raise her head. This woman is so beautiful. Seeing the charming face in front of him, Lei Ming couldn't help being stunned. Several other men also came over after hearing the voice. Tisk tisk, yes. Is this kid her boyfriend? Damn, is it just a boy? Grass, in this life, what I hate the most is the little boy. Scar, stop. One of the men named Scar saw how handsome Luu was, and wanted to beat Luu to vent his anger. But Zhou Yana, who had just finished venting, stopped it in time. Miss Nana. Bring them here. Yes yes. The man with the scar didn't dare to disobey Zhou Yana's wishes, so he hurriedly said to Luu, you two, follow me. The conversation between the two made Luu, who was about to do something, playful, and led Xiao Manli towards Zhou Yana. This guy. So handsome. This was Zhou Yana's first thought after Luu walked in front of her. Luu's figure, appearance, and attire. Which one is not better than that Dick Xiao fan? What's your name? My surname is Gong, and the classmates who know me well call me Lao Gong. When Luu said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Zhou Yana's subordinates looked at Luu as if they were looking at a corpse. How dare this kid tease Zhou Yana? Just looking for death. Husband. Zhou Yana was also taken aback for a moment, and then raised the corner of her mouth. Hee, boy, are you quite courageous? How dare you tease me? It's just that you look pretty good, otherwise I don't have that kind of thought. You think I'm pretty? Appearance is justice. Whether it's a man or a woman, they all belong to the Appearance Association. Facing a tall, rich, and handsome man like Liu, except for the heroine, ordinary women are irresistible. Zhou Yana is just a supporting villain in Xiao Fan's plot. Without knowing that Liu is the enemy who killed his mother, naturally he couldn't ignore Liu's appearance. Good. Compared to your girlfriend. Everyone has its own merits. If you had to choose between me and your girlfriend, who would you choose? Of course I chose my girlfriend, but if you are willing to be my mistress, I won't mind. Zhou Yana, Qiao Manli, Cao Meng, all the younger brothers, Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.